Olga of Kiev, also known as Saint Olga, a powerful leader and regent of Kievan Rus from 945 to 962 AD. She gained renown for her astuteness and merciless revenge against the Drevlian tribe, who were responsible for the death of her husband Igor. Her actions established her as a prominent character in the early history of Eastern Europe, and among her most renowned acts of revenge were the slaughter of the Drevlian envoys and the complete annihilation of an entire urban center through a cunning strategy employing birds transporting incendiary substances back to their roosts. But in addition to her military activities, Olga is also renowned for her contribution to establishing the administrative frameworks of the Kievan state. She introduced systems of tribal tribute and established legal sanctuaries, thus providing the state with a proper structure to build upon. But of course, her most enduring significance was her adoption of Christianity in the year 957, establishing her as the inaugural monarch of Kievan Rus to embrace the Christian faith, possibly due to the influence of the customs of the Byzantines. Her conversion was essential in the process of Christianizing Russia, paving the way for her grandson Vladimir the Great to officially embrace Christianity. She was officially recognized as a saint in the Eastern Orthodox Church due to her endeavors to propagate the Christian religion across Eastern Europe, and to this day she is still widely venerated. Hello and welcome to the channel. Nice to meet you, newcomers. Good to have you back with me, those returning. A much requested video today. Everyone keeps asking, when are you doing Olga of Kiev? When are you doing Olga of Kiev? Well, today I'm doing it. As always, supporting the channel is easy. Just enjoy yourself while you're here. But I've also set up a Facebook if you want to search me up on there. Give me a like and follow, and like and subscribe, you know, all the normal stuff that tells YouTube to push the video out more. Now, let's all get nice and relaxed now that's out of the way. We're going to learn all about Olga of Kiev, and not just the revenge attack that you're all obviously here for. Of course, we're going to talk about that in great detail. But there is so much more that she's done. So strap yourself in. Let's do it. So when exactly was Olga born? Well, unfortunately, we don't quite know. But we look at a range between 890 AD and 925 AD. And according to the primary chronicle of the history of that area, her ancestry may be traced back to the Varangians, who were effectively Vikings. And she was born in Pleskov. There's more information missing about her life prior to her union with Prince Igor I of Kiev and the arrival of their son Sviatoslav. But based on the analysis of ancient Russian history by Alexei Karpov, it is determined that Olga was a mere 15 years old when she got married, which is pretty normal for the time. Sounds a little odd by our standards, but hey, that's just the way it was. Now as for Igor, he was the successor of Rurik, the progenitor of the great Rurik dynasty, and had quite a lot of power behind him. But see, following the demise of his father, Igor came under the custody of Oleg, who had solidified his authority in the area by subjugating nearby tribes and building a central city in Kiev. Well, of course, at this time, Kievan Rus was more of a loose tribal union that encompassed present-day regions of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. Now, as with every good story, there's got to be the bad guys. Of course, I say that a little tongue-in-cheek because it's all depending on who's telling the story. But, in this case, the quote-unquote bad guys are the Drevlians, an adjacent tribe who had a, let's just say, multifaceted relationship with the expanding state of Kievan Rus. The Drevlians had before allied with Kievan Rus in military expeditions against the Byzantines and sent tribute to the predecessors of Igor. But following Oleg's demise, they ceased their tribute payments and redirected their funds to a nearby warlord. Well, in 945, Igor embarked on a journey to the Drevlian capital, Iskorosten, with the intention of compelling the tribe to make payments as a form of tribute to Kievan Rus. Back to normalcy. Well, in the face of Igor's superior military force, the Drevlians yielded and made payment to him. And that's a pretty good tip. If you're ever unsure if someone's going to agree to your terms, bring a couple of hundred of very tough-looking guys with scary-looking swords with them, and that usually helps grease the wheels a little bit. Well, upon their return, Igor and his army were still somewhat dissatisfied with the payment, so they embarked on a new expedition, this time with a limited escort, in pursuit of even more tribute. But this time, the Drevlians were simply not going to have it. Upon reaching their land, they assassinated Igor. Well, as reported by the Byzantine writer Leo the Deacon, Igor wasn't just, killed quickly. He unfortunately met his demise by brutal acts of torture, during which he was apprehended, bound to tree trunks, and torn apart. Well, it's been proposed that Leo may have fabricated this sensationalized rendition of Igor's murder, drawing inspiration from the old works of Diodorus Siculus, I'm sure you've heard of him, and his description of a comparable manner of execution employed by the bandit Caenis, who resided near the Isthmus of Corinth and was slain by Theseus. Perhaps so. I'm sure it's not the first time that this method of execution has happened, and if the writer had drawn execution from this method, perhaps the Drevlians could have also drawn their inspiration from it too. So personally, I think both ways are possible. Well, theories aside, following Igor's demise in 945, rest in peace by the way, Olga assumed the role of regent in Kievan Rus to govern on behalf of their son Sviatoslav. She was the inaugural female ruler of Kievan Rus. This had never happened before, but of course circumstances were the way they were and could not be changed. Well, there is less information available regarding Olga's time as the ruler of Kiev. However, the primary chronicle does provide a narrative of her rise to power and her violent retaliation against the Drevlians to avenge her husband. Well, it offers some understanding of her role as a leader in the civic affairs of the Kievan people. Well, there is one archaeologist too, one Sergei Beletsky, who states that Olga, like with the previous rulers before Vladimir the Great, also used the bident as her personal emblem. No doubt that one you've seen in the thumbnail, if I've remembered to put it in. You know, the Ukrainian symbol that they're always using. I'm sure the entire world is familiar with that by now. Well, following Igor's demise at the hands of the Drevlians, Olga was in control. You see, Sviatoslav was only 3 years old at the time, and generally 3-year-olds do not make very prudent decisions in government. It's best to wait until they grow up a little bit. That being said, the older people don't seem to do much better. Well, after successfully ambushing and killing the king, the Drevlians dispatched a messenger to Olga. And get this, they had the cheek, the gall even, to suggest that she immediately marry Prince Mal, who was the one who killed her husband. Can you believe the absolute rudeness of them? Well, a group of 20 Drevlian negotiators traveled by boat to Kiev in order to deliver the king's message and assure the obedience of Olga. Perhaps they were underestimating her. Certainly seems that way. Either way, when they reached her court, they informed the queen of their purpose in Kiev, to convey the news of their husband's demise and invite Olga to marry their Prince Mal. But Olga replied, as we do have the text from the primary chronicle that states her saying, "Your proposal is pleasing to me indeed. My husband cannot rise again from the dead, but I desire to honor you tomorrow in the presence of my people. Return now to your boat, and remain there with an aspect of arrogance. I shall send for you tomorrow, and you shall say, 'We will not ride on horses nor go on foot. Carry us in our boat, and you shall be carried in your boat.'" Well, upon the Drevlians' arrival the following day, they positioned themselves outside Olga's court, nice and excited in anticipation of receiving the promised honor. No doubt big smiles on their faces. Well, upon reciting the exact phrases instructed by her, the inhabitants of Kiev revolted, transporting the Drevlians in their vessel. The ambassadors perceived this as a significant accolade, akin to being transported in a palanquin. The individuals were escorted to the court, and thereafter lowered into a pre-dug trench, as per Olga's instructions, where the diplomats met their deaths by being buried alive. According to the primary chronicle, Olga stooped down to observe them being buried and asked them if they felt the honor to be satisfactory. It's a cold woman. Subsequently, Olga conveyed a note to the Drevlians, had to tell them the good news, of course, urging them to dispatch their esteemed individuals to her in Kiev, with the purpose of facilitating her visit to their prince in a manner befitting her status. Unaware of the outcome of the initial diplomatic mission, the Drevlians assembled a second group of individuals to send, specifically those who were considered the most skilled rulers of the Dreva region. Well, upon their arrival, Olga had a little bit of a surprise for them. She issued a directive to her entourage to prepare a bath for the men and thereafter summoned them to present themselves before her once they had completed their bathing and making themselves look as nice as possible. Well, upon the Drevlian's entrance into the bathhouse, Olga locked it shut and deliberately set it on fire, starting from the doorways, resulting in the incineration and subsequent death of all of the Drevlians in there. "It's too hot in here." That's not cool. You can't joke about that. Well, Olga dispatched a subsequent communication to the Drevlians, instructing them to arrange copious amounts of mead in the location where you murdered my husband, so that I may lament at his burial site and host a commemorative banquet in his honor. Upon reaching Igor's tomb, Olga, accompanied by a small retinue, displayed a genuine sorrow and organized a commemorative banquet. The Drevlians joined them and commenced consuming alcohol excessively. All part of the plan. You see, when the Drevlians were well and truly intoxicated, she commanded her supporters to go ahead and begin the night's work, execute them all, and personally encouraged her entourage to engage in the slaughter of the Drevlians themselves. As stated in the primary chronicle, a total of 5,000 Drevlians perished that particular night. However, Olga, upon her return to Kiev, made arrangements to assemble an army with the intention of eliminating any remaining survivors. Not a single Drevlian was going to get away. Bad day to be a Drevlian, I see. Well, the initial confrontation between the military forces of the two nations proved highly favorable for the armies of Kievan Rus, as they emerged victorious in the battle with ease and compelled the remaining soldiers to retreat into their respective towns. Subsequently, Olga proceeded to Iskorosten, which is now just known as Korosten, the very location where her husband had been killed, and initiated a military blockade of the city. But after a year of unsuccessful siege, people were getting a little bit hungry. So, what did Olga do? She came up with a rather interesting idea. She transmitted a message to them, inquiring what exactly their reason was for their continued refusal to comply. She also went on to say, "Every single one of your cities has capitulated to my forces and agreed to pay tribute, resulting in the residents now peacefully tending to their fields and lands. However, you would prefer to perish from starvation rather than succumbing to the imposition of tribute." Well, the Drevlians, certainly backed into a corner at this point, expressed their willingness to pay the said tribute, but they expressed concern that she still harbored intentions of seeking revenge for her husband. Olga stated that she considered the murder of the messengers sent to Kiev, along with the incidents that occurred during the big party that she held, where she killed 5,000 of them, to be sufficient reasons for her to, well, put the matter to rest. But subsequently, she made a modest plea, requesting, "Kindly provide me with 3 pigeons and 3 sparrows from each dwelling." Well, the Drevlians seemed to be pleased with the idea of the siege coming to an end and at a little cost. No tribute, just a couple of birds. Sounds good to us. So they complied with her request, not knowing what the real plan was. Subsequently, Olga commanded her forces to affix a fragment of sulphur, securely fastened with little fragments of cloth, to every single bird. And as the darkness fell, Olga commanded her warriors to ignite the pieces and set the birds free. The birds went back to their nests in the city, causing the entire town to catch fire. Now, according to the primary chronicle, every single house was destroyed, and the fire could not be put out, since all of the houses caught fire simultaneously. It was completely hopeless. They were done for. While the inhabitants managed to escape the engulfed city, Olga commanded her troops to apprehend them, resulting in the demise of certain individuals and the enslavement of the others, who were then distributed among her loyal supporters. She bequeathed the remainder as a gesture of homage. Well, that is something, isn't it? Is it true, though? Well, we certainly have it written down in the primary chronicle. We don't have many reasons to question it. Either way, it's a fascinating story. Now, back to Olga. After all this happened, she maintained her position as regent ruler of Kievan Rus with the backing of the military and her subjects. After all, Sviatoslav was still a very young child, not fit for ascending the throne, and, well, Olga had certainly earned the respect of her subjects. She implemented the first documented legal reform in Eastern Europe by altering the method of collecting tribute. She also persistently avoided marriage proposals, protected the city during the Siege of Kiev in 968, and ensured the continuation of her son's reign. Well, following her forceful conquest of the Drevlians, the primary chronicle details Olga's journey through the territory of Dreva, accompanied by her son and followers, where she implemented legislation and imposed tribute. Her trading posts and hunting reserves, in fact, still exist. After all this time, they're still there. Well, as a monarch, Olga founded a lot of these trading posts and levied tribute along the Mista and Luga rivers. She also constructed hunting grounds, boundary posts, additional cities, and trading posts throughout the entire empire. Her efforts contributed to the consolidation of state authority by establishing trade centers. These were known as pogosti, which acted not only as commercial hubs but also administrative centers. This network of pogosti, as they were called in the native tongue, had a crucial role in uniting the Rus people, ethnically but also culturally. Additionally, her border posts laid the foundation for establishing national boundaries for the realm, and throughout her son's protracted military expeditions, she also assumed the control of Kiev, taking up residence in the fortress of Vyshgorod alongside her grandsons. In the 950s, she journeyed to Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, also the Eastern Roman Empire, depending on what you want to call it. I prefer the Eastern Roman Empire, personally. Well, with the purpose of visiting Emperor Constantine XI. There are three main sources of information regarding this event. Okay? The first is a detailed account of formalities and etiquette called the Book of Ceremonies. I'm sure is as toffee-nosed as you could imagine. It was written or commissioned at least by the Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI Porphyrogenitos in Greek around the 950s. So the exact time when Olga was visiting. The second source that we have is a brief passage, and quite brief indeed, found in the Synopsis of Histories, written in Greek by the Byzantine historian John Skilitzas around the 1070s, so not quite contemporary, a little bit after the events. And the third source is a lengthy and actually quite exciting tale found in the primary chronicle, back to our original source of the information. Now, this chronicle was compiled in Kiev around the 1110s, but we don't quite know who exactly did it. We only know that it was a Rus monk, and it's written in the Old Church form of Slavonic. Either way, the three sources present conflicting accounts on Olga's motives for traveling to Constantinople, along with the timing of the visit and the events that transpired during her stay, even the manner in which they unfolded. Well, we'll start with the Book of Ceremonies. It focuses on the proper decorum used in the Byzantine imperial court, providing detailed descriptions on the formalities observed throughout the numerous ceremonies, including embassies, receptions, and dinners. The book employs practical examples to effectively demonstrate the established convention. Olga's visit serves as an exemplar of how to welcome a Rus princess, or any royal in that manner, depicting her in a quite favorable light. Her retinue comprised of a diverse group of individuals, including delegates from different Rus rulers, as well as 43 merchants, and a monk who was named Gregory. The Book of Ceremonies actually does not include any reference, however, to baptism or the adoption of the Christian name Helena. Now on to that source from John Skilitzes. It documented a concise account in the 11th chapter of his Synopsis of Histories, stating that Olga arrived in Constantinople following the death of her husband. After being baptized, she displayed ardent dedication before returning home. But contrary to the Book of Ceremonies, it is believed that Olga was baptized in Constantinople and was known for her religious devotion without engaging in any other activities. Well, what about the primary chronicle? Sure, that has something to say. Well, while residing in Constantinople, Olga embraced Christianity with the support of the emperor and the patriarch Polyectus. Although the primary chronicle does not explicitly reveal Olga's reasons for her visit, or, as a matter of fact, the conversion at all, it does provide extensive information about the process of her conversion, which involved her baptism and instruction in the principles of Christianity. According to the primary chronicle, Olga was then given the new name Helena during her christening, which was inspired by the ancient Saint Helena, who was the mother of Constantine the Great. However, Jonathan Shepherd, in modern historical sense, suggests that Olga's baptismal name was really derived from the wife of the current emperor, who was also named Helena. While the statement of Olga was deemed worthy to reign with him in his city implies that the emperor had a desire to even marry her. Not sure how the other Helena felt about that. Perhaps she wasn't asked. Well, the chronicle attributes Constantine's desire to marry Olga to her exceptional beauty and wisdom. It is plausible that marrying Olga would have facilitated Constantine's acquisition of control over Rus, so perhaps there is a bit of politics at play too. Well, another aspect, according to the chronicle, is that Olga requested the emperor to baptize her, fully aware that his role as her baptismal sponsor would create a spiritual relationship that would prohibit them getting married due to the concept of spiritual incest. I bet you didn't know that was a concept. Well, now you do. Well, while her real desire to convert to Christianity cannot be denied, it's also evident that this request served as a means for her to uphold her political autonomy. Either way, following the baptism, Constantine reiterated his marriage proposal to Olga, who responded by stating that she was unable to marry him due to the prohibition in church law against a goddaughter marrying her godfather. All very complicated, isn't it? Well, it's also been contended that the narrative of the proposal was a literary invention. In fact, the incident may have been exceedingly improbable. Indeed, Constantine had already acquired an empress by the time of her baptism. Furthermore, there is ambiguity regarding the accuracy of the chronicle's account of the events at Constantinople, and there's also disputes surrounding the specifics of her transition to Christianity. In fact, based on the Church Slavonic records, it is recorded that she underwent baptism in Constantinople in the year 957. However, Byzantine sources suggest that she had already converted to Christianity before her arrival in 957. All a little complicated, isn't it? Well, it's also probable that she actually underwent baptism in Kiev around 955, and after a further baptism in Constantinople adopted that new Christian name of Helen. Now, although Olga was not the initial individual from Rus to abandon her pagan beliefs, as there were Christians in Igor's court who had already sworn oaths at the St. Elias Church in Kiev for the Rus-Byzantine Treaty in 945, while she was certainly the highest position of power among the Rus people to undergo baptism during her lifetime. So she wasn't the first, but it was certainly a big deal. According to the primary chronicle, Olga obtained the patriarch's approval for her voyage back home, and upon her arrival, she made a rather fruitless effort to convert her son to Christianity. There's a great part from the primary chronicle that talks about this. I'll read it now. Olga dwelt with her son Sviatoslav, and she urged him to be baptized, but he would not listen to her suggestion, though when any man wished to be baptized he was not hindered, but only mocked. For to the infidels, the Christian faith is foolish. They do not comprehend it, because they walk in darkness and do not see the glory of God. Their hearts are hardened, and they can neither hear with their ears nor see with their eyes, for Solomon has said, "The deeds of the unrighteous are far from wisdom. Inasmuch as I have called you, and ye hear me not, I sharpened my words, and ye understood not. But ye have set at naught all my counsel, and would have none of my reproach. For they have hated knowledge, and the fear of Jehovah they have not chosen. They would none of my counsel, but despised all my reproof." Despite the resistance of her people to Christianity, Olga built churches in Kiev, Pskov, and elsewhere. End of the account from the primary chronicle. Pretty scathing, huh? Well, seems like that the Christians there were not too tolerant of the pagans. Now, stories as old as time, I suppose. Suppose no one's tolerant of anybody, really. Well, this paragraph I just read shows, in really no uncertain terms, this animosity towards Christianity in Kievan Rus throughout the 11th century, but we dare say that it was, well, given back just as good. Now in the chronicle, Sviatoslav asserts that his adherents would deride him if he were to embrace Christianity, and despite Olga's attempts to persuade her son, she was completely unsuccessful. Well, nevertheless, her son made a commitment to refrain from persecuting those in his kingdom who did choose to convert, so signifying a pivotal moment for the spread of Christianity in the region. Although facing opposition from her subjects, Olga kept setting up the new cathedrals. Well, the diplomatic mission to the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I in 959 is attested by several Latin sources. In the narrative of Regino of Prum, it is stated that the envoys made a request to the emperor to designate a bishop and priests for the nation. The chronicler alleges that the envoys engaged in deceit, remarking that their deception was not revealed until it was all a little too late. According to Thietmar of Merseburg, Adalbert of Magdeburg, who later became the first Archbishop of Magdeburg, was initially sent by Emperor Otto to the Rus as a bishop. However, he was later forced to leave by the pagan friends of Sviatoslav I. We can find this same historical information replicated in records from Hildesheim and Quedlinburg. Now, as per the primary chronicle, Olga had passed away due to illness in 969, shortly after the Pechenegs' attack on the city. Upon Sviatoslav's announcement of his intention to relocate his kingdom to the Danube region, Olga, who was in poor health, persuaded him to remain by her side until her very last moments. It was merely 3 days later that she passed away, causing her family and a significant portion of the Kievan Rus to grieve. Here's an account of it, straight from the primary chronicle. Sviatoslav announced to his mother and the boyars, "I do not care to remain in Kiev, but should prefer to live in the Pereaslavets on the Danube, since that is the center of my realm, where all the riches are concentrated, gold, silks, wine, and various fruits from Greece, silver and horses from Hungary and Bohemia, and from Rus, furs, wax, honey, and slaves." But Olga made reply, "You behold me in my weakness. Why do you desire to depart from me?" For she was already in precarious health. She thus remonstrated with him and begged him first to bury her, and then go to wheresoever he would. 3 days later, Olga died. Her son wept for her with great mourning, as did likewise her grandsons and all the people. They thus carried her out and buried her in her tomb. Olga had given command not to hold a funeral feast for her, for she had a priest who performed the last rites over the sainted princess. Well, despite his disapproval of his mother's Christianity, Sviatoslav complied with Olga's request for her priest, Gregory, to perform a Christian funeral without customary pagan burial feast. The tomb of Olga was situated in Kiev for a period exceeding 200 years, until it was annihilated by the Mongolian Tatar armies led by Batu Khan in the year 1240. The sarcophagus, discovered in 1826 during the excavations of the Church of the Tithes under the supervision of architect Nikolai Efimov, was identified as belonging to Olga. It was subsequently relocated at the National Historical Museum thereafter to St. Sophia Cathedral. Well, upon her demise, it certainly appeared that Olga's endeavor was to establish Kievan Rus as a Christian domain, but it had been unsuccessful. However, her efforts to convert people to Christianity were successfully completed by not her son, but her grandson, Vladimir, who publicly embraced Christianity in 988. The primary chronicle emphasizes Olga's sanctity in comparison to the surrounding pagans throughout her lifetime, as well as the importance of her choice to embrace Christianity. Once again, reading from the primary chronicle. Olga was the precursor of the Christian land, even as the day spring precedes the sun, and as the dawn precedes the day, for she shone like the moon by night, and she was radiant among the infidels like a pearl in the mire, since the people was soiled and not yet purified by their sin by holy baptism. But she herself was cleansed by this sacred purification. She was the first from Rus to enter the kingdom of God, and the sons of Rus thus praise her as their leader, for since her death she has interceded with God on their behalf. Well, the exact date of her canonization remains a little uncertain too. However, it likely occurred in 1284, alongside Vladimir during a council convened by Metropolitan Maxim. The following year, Metropolitan Maxim traveled throughout the Russian land, specifically Susdalia and northeast Russia, where he taught, instructed, administered, and disseminated information about their canonization. This included spreading the news in Novgorod and Pskov. In a 15th century document from northern Russia, it is stated that Vladimir, upon exhuming the body of his grandmother Olga, found it to be incorruptible. That basically means that, well, it had no signs of decay. As a result, he proceeded to place it into a wooden coffin within the Church of the Tithe. In 1547, around 6 centuries after her demise in 969, the Russian Orthodox Church formally canonized Olga as a saint, granting her the title of equal to the apostles. Dante Alighieri is renowned as a preeminent poet in global literature, particularly for his monumental work, The Divine Comedy, a groundbreaking masterpiece which revolutionized the utilization of the Italian language in literary works, presents an expedition through the domains of Inferno, Purgatorio, and finally Paradiso, under the guidance of the Roman poet Virgil and Dante's source of inspiration, Beatrice. In addition to its exceptional literary brilliance, The Divine Comedy provides a vivid depiction of medieval society and had a profound impact on religious and philosophical thinking of the time. But Dante's life was so much more. It was a life closely connected to the political upheaval of the era, resulting in his banishment from the great city of Florence in 1302 due to conflicts arising from the Guelph and Ghibelline rivalry, which greatly influenced his literary works, of course. He also spent his last years in different Italian courts, where he finished his epic work, and also wrote La Vita Nuova, a collection that expresses his deep affection for his Beatrice. He died in 1321 in Ravenna, leaving behind a celebrated legacy known for its humanism, intricacy, and significant impact on the evolution of Western literature. I will assume that you've read the Divine Comedy. If not, that's okay. I do advise that you do. But we're going to be talking about the man behind the work today. A biography, all about Dante Alighieri. But first, let me, as is customary, welcome you to the channel. For the newcomers, it's good to meet you, and those returning, great to have you with me again. Now, we are on Facebook now, so if you want to talk on Facebook and get involved with the community, well, go ahead and search me up. You'll find me. Also, if you want to support the channel, just click the like and subscribe. That always helps. Well, let's all just get nice and relaxed first. And let's discuss the topic for today, the life of Dante Alighieri. We go back to Florence, where Dante was born, which was part of the Republic of Florence at the time in what is now known as Italy. Of course, Italy as a country did not really exist as it does in our modern sense then. Now, in terms of the precise date of when Dante was born, that is a little uncertain, although it's estimated to be about in the May of 1265, though this is yet to be completely confirmed. But we can infer this from the autobiographical references in the Divine Comedy. You see, the first section of Dante's work, the Inferno, starts with the line, "Midway upon the journey of my life," suggesting that Dante was approximately 35 years old. And this estimation is based on the biblical reference in Psalm 89:10, which states that the average lifespan is 70 years. So that's where we get that midway on our journey of life from. Well, considering that Dante's fictional journey to the netherworld occurred in the year 1300, it can be inferred that he was likely born around 1265, and according to some verses in the Paradiso section of the Divine Comedy, there is a suggestion that the author was born under the astrological sign of Gemini. So, in these verses, the author describes observing the eternal twins and witnessing a threshing floor that incites our ferocity, which can be seen as a reference to the characteristics associated with the sign of Gemini. Now, the specific verses 22, 151 to 154, the sun was positioned in the zodiac sign of Gemini from around May 11th to June the 11th in the year 1265. And of course, Dante, like many of the other poets at the time, were quite fascinated with the world that came before them, that golden age of Roman power. So, he was not shy about asserting that his lineage traced back to the ancient Romans. However, the earliest known ancestor he could identify was his great-great-grandfather, Guida de Alici, who was born around 1100 or perhaps a little later. Well, Dante's paternal parentage consisted of Alighiero de Bellinzione, a prominent entrepreneur, but also a usurer. That basically means you lend money out at interest. Generally a frowned-upon practice at the time, that's for sure. while his maternal lineage can be traced to Bella, plausibly affiliated with the esteemed Abati lineage, a notable Florentine dynasty. But she had passed away when Dante was still quite young. In fact, he was less than 10 years old. Alighieri then entered into another marriage with one Lapa di Chiarissimo Chialuffi, and I'll do my best with the Italian pronunciations, by the way. Well, the veracity of their marriage remains disputed due to the societal constraints imposed on widowers. It wasn't so easy back then. However, it is undeniable that she gave birth to 2 children from their union. Now that is Dante's half-brother, Francesco, and also his half-sister, Tana, also known as Gaetana. Now in general, in the era of Dante, the majority of city-states in northern Italy were divided into 2 political factions, kind of a red team and a blue team. There was the Guelphs, who backed the papacy, and the Ghibellines, who supported the Holy Roman Empire. Now, the Holy Roman Empire was effectively, well, we can boil it down to the Germans. The Guelphs had the loyalty of Dante's family, but the Ghibellines seized control of Florence with the Battle of Montaperti in 1260, resulting in the expulsion of numerous Guelphs. Despite Dante's family being a part of that faction, they did not face any retaliations after the fight, and this was likely due to the lack of influence that Alighieri carried in the public sphere. Certainly a good time to keep your head down. Well, in 1266, the Guelphs engaged in another conflict with the Ghibellines at the Battle of Benevento, successfully reclaiming Florence from their control, albeit the city was a little bit battered up. When Dante recounted his initial encounter with Beatrice Portinari, the child of Folco Portinari, stating that he encountered her for the first time at the age of 9 years old, and at that time she was 8 years old. He professed to have experienced an immediate love for her, purportedly without engaging in any form of spoken communication. At the age of 12 years old, he was, however, betrothed to Gemma di Manetto Donati, the daughter of Manetto Donati, a prominent member of the influential Donati family. You see, arranging marriages for children at a young age was, well, it was pretty prevalent back then. It was a practice that also entailed a formal ceremony complete with contracts that were signed in the presence of a notary, more about legal obligations rather than any real emotion. Well, after reaching the age of 18, Dante asserted that he frequently encountered Beatrice once more, exchanging pleasantries and with her while crossing paths in the streets of Florence. However, it is important to note that Dante did not have a deep acquaintance with her. Well, following his marriage to Gemma, he asserts that he encountered Beatrice again. He composed numerous sonnets dedicated to her. However, he never made any reference to Gemma in any of his poetic works. Kind of feel sorry for her, don't you? Well, in his Divine Comedy, Dante alludes to various members of the Donati family, including Forese and Picarda. The precise year of his marriage remains a little unknown too, but it is evident that before to his exile in 1301, he had fathered 3 children with Gemma, that being Antonia, Jacopo, and Pietro. When Dante was in combat alongside the Guelph cavalry during the Battle of Campaldino on June the 11th, 1289, and they won. In fact, the triumph led to a restructuring of the Florentine constitution. In order to participate in civic affairs, individuals were required to join one of the numerous trade associations or professional guilds in the city. Consequently, Dante chose to become a member of the Physicians, or as they called it, Apothecaries Guild. Well, occasionally his name is documented as actively participating in the deliberations or casting votes in the Republic's councils. Several minutes from the meetings held between 1298 and 1300 have unfortunately been misplaced, and we're yet to find them. Maybe they're in some old archive, or the Vatican's hiding them from us for some silly reason, I don't know. But either way, it makes it difficult to determine the exact extent of his involvement. Oh, and don't be too surprised what the Vatican's actually got in the archives. They have a very large collection of questionable materials. It's very hard to get in there. But they certainly like collecting. And hey, I like collecting too, so I can't blame them too much. But not the kind of things that they collect. Well, little information is also available regarding Dante's education. It is believed that he either received instruction at his residence, or perhaps at a school that was affiliated with a church or a monastery in Florence. He is, however, recognized for his study of Tuscan poetry and his admiration for the works of the Bolognese poet Guido Ginizelli. Now in Purgatorio 16, he referred to Ginizelli as his father, so they were certainly quite close. Now, this occurred during a period when the cultural group known as the Sicilian School was gaining traction in Tuscany, and with traction comes power. In addition, he encountered the Provençal poetry of the troubadours, such as Arnaud Daniel, as well as the works of Latin writers from classical antiquity, beginning his fascination, notably with Cicero, Ovid, and particularly Virgil. His relations with Beatrice exemplify this concept of courtly love and affection, a phenomenon that originated in French and Provençal poetry of earlier ages. Dante's encounter with such love was characteristic, yet his articulation of it was unparalleled. His impact on the dolce stil nuova, a word he himself defined, was driven by his love. Alongside other poets and writers of his time, Dante delved into unexplored dimensions of this amore, as they say in Italian, amor in French. You know the song? That's amore. Well, that's what it is. It's love. And of course, this love and affection for Beatrice served as his primary motivation for producing poetry, and, well, his primary motivation for existing at all. She is portrayed as semi-divine in numerous poems, continuously observing and offering spiritual guidance, a guardian angel, although occasionally in quite a stern manner. After the death of Beatrice in 1290, Dante found solace in Latin literature. He was also a big fan of the works of Thomas Aquinas, or should I say Saint Thomas Aquinas, Suppose I should. Now, to rewind a little bit, when Dante was about 18 years old, he encountered Guido Cavalcanti, Lapo Gianni Sina de Pistoia, and shortly thereafter Brunetto Latini. They collectively emerged as the prominent figures of the Dolce Stil Novo movement. You see, Brunetto was subsequently acknowledged in the Divine Comedy for the knowledge he imparted to Dante. But of course, it wasn't all hanging around with your friends and having fun, writing poetry and all the rest. Dante, like pretty much everybody else in Florence at the time, was deeply involved in that war between the Guelphs and the Ghibellines. And yes, he participated in the Battle of Campolino on June the 11th, 1289, fighting on the side of the Florentine Guelphs against the Arezzo Ghibellines. He served as a feditore, leading the initial assault, and quite bravely at that. Well, following their victory over the Ghibellines, the Guelphs split into two groups. First, there was the White Guelphs, headed up by Vieri de' Cerchi and representing Dante's party. And then there was the Black Guelphs, led by Corso Donati. Well, initially the division occurred inside the family, but later on, ideological disagreements emerged due to contrasting perspectives on papal influence in Florentine matters. The Black Guelphs were in favor of the Pope's authority, while the White Guelphs desired greater autonomy from Rome. And the Whites assumed control initially and forcibly removed the other half. Pope Boniface devised a strategy to militarily seize control of Florence. Charles of Valois, the sibling of King Philip IV of France, was anticipated to travel to Florence in 1301. This voyage was prompted by the Pope's appointment of Charles as a mediator to establish peace in Tuscany. However, the municipal administration had previously mistreated the Pope's envoys a few weeks ago, as they were striving for autonomy from the influence of the papacy. And the Pope doesn't like it when you mistreat his envoys. Due to suspicions that Charles had been given additional unofficial directives, the council dispatched a delegation, which included Dante, all the way to Rome with the aim of convincing the Pope to refrain from sending Charles to Florence. Now you see, remember when we mentioned that he was in that guild of physicians and apothecaries? Well, by virtue of this guild membership, he was granted the privilege of holding public office in Florence, and as a politician he occupied multiple positions over several years in a city characterized by its political turmoil. So when the time came to send their little delegation to Rome, well, Dante was the perfect guy to send with them. Join the party. Now as for Pope Boniface, he expeditiously dismissed the other delegates, and he requested Dante alone to stay in Rome. Don't worry, it's not what you think. Well, simultaneously, on the 1st of November 1301, Charles of Valois arrived in Florence, accompanied by the Black Guelphs. Well, within the following 6 days, they inflicted significant damage upon the city and caused the demise of numerous adversaries. A fresh administration of Black Guelphs was established, and Cante de Gabriele de Gubbio was designated as the podesta of the city. Dante, who, remember, was affiliated with the White Guelphs, was sentenced to a 2-year exile in the March of 1302. Additionally, he was also charged with a substantial fee, along with the Gherardini family. Gherardini, rather, do apologize. Now, Dante had faced allegations of corruption and financial misconduct from the Black Guelphs during his 2-month tenure as the prior of Florence, the city's highest office. This was all accused of him doing this in 1300. So, in 1302, Dante remained in Rome because the Pope, who had supported the Black Guelphs, strongly advised him to do so. Well, due to his association with the Black Guelphs, Florence saw Dante as a fugitive. Talk about a rock and a hard place. Poor guy. Well, as for that fine, Dante was not about to just pay that. Of course, if he did pay it, I suppose it'd make him look like he was admitting guilt. So he simply refused due to his conviction of innocence, and also the fact that his assets in Florence had been confiscated by the Black Guelphs. So first they take all of his money, all of his property in Florence, and then they charge him a ridiculous fine, telling him he has to pay it with the money they've just stolen from him. You can tell the Black Guelphs are not really the best people to have around. Well, he was sentenced to permanent banishment. Of course, if he had come back to Florence without settling the fine, he could have even faced execution, and not a good one either. They were going to burn him at the stake. Now, I don't know how they arrived at such a gruesome method, but they certainly did not like him. As a matter of fact, you'd be surprised to know that it took until the year 2008 for the municipal court of Florence to revoke Dante's sentence, which had been imposed upon him almost 7 centuries later. 2008, my goodness. Well, Dante stayed with Moroello Malaspina in the Lunigiana region between the years 1306 and 1307. Now, Dante participated in multiple endeavors led by the White Guelphs to reclaim authority, although these endeavors were unsuccessful as a result of betrayal. You see, consumed by resentment towards his adversaries, he became repulsed by the internal conflicts and inefficiency of his erstwhile comrades, and made a solemn commitment to stand firmly on his own. Thus he travelled to Verona as an invitee of Bartolomeo I della Scala, and thereafter relocated to Sarzana in Liguria. Subsequently, it's believed that he resided in Lucca beside a woman by the name of Gentuca. Now, she evidently ensured his stay was pleasant, and he subsequently expressed his gratitude for her in Purgatorio. There are also some unreliable sources that suggest that he traveled to Paris from 1308 to 1310, and even less reliable sources claim that he found himself traveling to Oxford. Of course, these claims were initially made in Boccaccio's book on Dante many years later after his death, and they appear to be influenced by readers who were impressed by the poet's extensive knowledge and scholarship. Clearly, Dante's mastery of philosophy and his literary pursuits grew during his exile, where he was no longer occupied with the daily affairs of all of those unpleasant political things. You couldn't pay me enough to be a politician. Well, this is apparent in his written works during the time, as he certainly expresses it openly. But there is a lack of concrete proof to support the claim that he departed from Italy completely. Dante's letter to Henry VII of Luxembourg affirms his residency in April of 1311, specifically stating that he was living below the springs of Arno, near Tuscany, and of course Tuscany is well and truly within Italy. And now in 1310, when Emperor Henry VII of Luxembourg leads a military expedition into Italy with a force of 5,000 soldiers. Not good news, bad time to be an Italian. Well, Dante perceived in him a potential leader akin to Charlemagne, who would revive the authority of the Holy Roman Emperor and reclaim Florence from the Black Guelphs. Thus he corresponded with Henry and multiple Italian rulers, issuing a demand for the annihilation of the Black Guelph party. By blending religious beliefs with personal matters in his works, he provoked a divine wrath against his city and identified specific individuals who were also his personal adversaries as potential targets. Of course, during this period he also authored De Monarchia, advocating for a global monarchy, led by Henry VII himself. So you can see how much Dante liked him. Oh, and yes, as we had mentioned, the individuals who ended up in Dante's writings in rather unfavorable positions, well, that was pretty common. If you look through Inferno, you'll find a few of Dante's, the people that he did not really like very much in rather horrible circumstance. At some indeterminate moment during his period of banishment, he formulated the concept of the comedy, although the exact date remains obscure. The work demonstrates a higher level of confidence and is of greater magnitude compared to anything he had produced in Florence. Of course, it's the most famous of all of his works. I mean, no one's really talking about De Monarchia. Well, except for us, just then. But that doesn't count. Well, it is probable that he would have only embarked on such a project after realizing that his political aspirations, which had been of the most importance to him, at least until his exile, had been indefinitely suspended. Well, it is evident that Beatrice's presence in his imagination had become stronger and more significant than it was in the Vita Nuova. In Convivio, written between 1304 and 07, Dante had stated that the memory of his childhood romance was simply a thing of the past. Well, a preliminary sign that the poem had begun is a notification by Francesco de Barberino, inserted into his work The Lessons of Love, most likely composed in 1314 or early 1315. Francesco observes that Dante utilized the Aeneid as a model for his poem titled Comedy, with the location of this work or portion of it being the underworld, namely hell. The concise letter does not provide any undeniable evidence that Barberino had seen or read the Inferno, or that this particular part of the poem had been published at the time. However, it does suggest that the composition was well in progress, and the initial outlining of the poem may have commenced some years earlier. The illuminations of Francesco de Barberino's earlier Officolium manuscript 1305 to 08, which was discovered as early as, as late, rather, as 2003, are believed to have been strongly influenced by Dante's work. The publication of the Inferno by 1317 is confirmed by quoted lines found in the margins of current dated records from Bologna. However, it is uncertain if the three parts of the poem, being Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso, were published in their entirety, or if only a few cantos were released at a time. Canto being kind of like chapters. Well, it's basically a chapter. Now, it seems probable that Paradiso was completed prior to his death, but there is possibility that it was published after his death. Now, back to 1312, with Henry, who launched an attack on Florence and emerged victorious against the Black Guelphs, just according to plan. However, there is no substantiated proof of Dante's involvement in this event. There are conflicting accounts on his involvement, however, in the attack on his city by a foreigner. Now, some claim that he declined to take part, while others propose that he had also fallen out of favor with the White Guelphs, and any evidence of his presence was deliberately erased. Perhaps so. Either way, Henry VII was not around for too long to celebrate. He passed away in the following year, due to an illness that's not quite specified, extinguishing any possibility for Dante to return to Florence and have any semblance of normality. So, he decided to go back to Verona, where Congrante della Scala granted him in a secure circumstance of living and probably a considerable level of prosperity. Congrante was granted access to Dante's paradise in Paradiso, so you could tell he was a very good friend, literally writing him into the pages of heaven. While in exile, Dante engaged in correspondence with Friar Nicholas Brunacci, 1240 to 1322, a Dominican theologian who had studied under Thomas Aquinas at the Santa Sabina Studium in Rome and later Paris, as well as under Albert the Great at the Cologne Studium. Now, Brunacci was appointed as a lector at the Santa Sabina Studium, which, by the way, was the precursor to the Pontifical University of St. Thomas Aquinas. The more you know. Well, he subsequently worked in the papal curia. Not a bad job, little dry though. Uguccione della Fagiuola, it's a hard name to say, the military commander in authority of Florence, compelled the city to bestow amnesty upon its exiled citizens. And of course, Dante was one of them. This all happened in the year 1315. However, in order to make amends, Florence demanded that the individual publicly acknowledge their wrongdoing, and also pay a substantial punishment. Whatever punishment that would be and how substantial it was not yet decided. Doesn't sound like a good deal. Little too risky. Well, Dante wasn't an idiot, so he declined, and he opted to simply stay in exile. After Uguccione's victory against Florence, Dante's death penalty was changed to house detention, with the stipulation that he had to travel to Florence and pledge to never enter the city again. He declined, and his capital punishment was validated and prolonged to his children. Nevertheless, Even in his later years, he had a hopeful desire to be invited back to Florence under more dignified circumstance, namely to get recognition for his poems, and of course there's no place like home. Well, Dante's last moments were occupied at Ravenna, where he had received an invitation to reside in the city in 1318 from its ruler, Guida de Polenta. Dante passed away in this very city of Ravenna, September the 14th, 1321. He was 56 years old. Reportedly it was due to quartan malaria that he had contracted during his return from a diplomatic mission to the Republic of Venice. He was accompanied by his 3 children, and potentially Gemma Donati. Remember the Donati family? Oh, yes. As well as acquaintances and supporters he had in the city. He was interred in Ravenna at the church of San Pier Maggiore, subsequently known today as Basilica di San Francesco. Now, later on, in 1483, Bernardo Bembo, the Praetor of Venice, also constructed a tomb in his honor. And a little closer, 1329, Bertrand de Bourget, a cardinal and the nephew of Pope John XXII, deemed Dante's Monarchia, remember the one he wrote about Henry VII effectively ruling the entire world, as heretical, and attempted to dig up his remains and incinerate them on a pyre. Ostasio della Ponenta and Pino della Tosa, who were supporters of Bourget, intervened to prevent the annihilation of Dante's remains. Well, Florence ultimately experienced remorse over banishing Dante. The city issued multiple requests for the repatriation of his remains. The custodians in Ravenna adamantly declined, even resorting to concealing the bones under a deceptive wall of the monastery. But in 1829, Florence constructed a mausoleum for Dante at the Basilica of Santa Croce. Since then, the grave has remained vacant, while Dante's body has remained in Ravenna. The inscription in the front of his tomb in Florence, which can be loosely translated as "Honor the most exalted poet," just shows how much they respected him, although it came a little bit too late from the people of Florence. Would have been nice if they had have stuck up for him a little bit more while he was alive and banished. Well, that's how it always goes, isn't it? You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Now, in more modern times, there's a few developments. In 1945, the Italian government considered relocating Dante's remains to the Valtellina redoubt, an alpine valley intended for their final resistance, arguing that the supreme representation of Italian identity should be present during their last stand. But no action was taken. Either way, since 1911, a replica of Dante's purported death mask has been displayed in the Palazzo Vecchio, but historians believe that it is not authentic, likely sculpted much later in 1483 by Pietro and Tullio Lombardo. Giovanni Boccaccio wrote the first official biography of Dante around 1348, and despite some inaccuracies, while an earlier version was included in Giovanni's Villani Nova Cronica. In the 16th century, English Protestants like John Bale and John Fox who, by the right way, wrote the Book of Martyrs, if you're interested in that kind of thing, viewed Dante as a precursor to Protestantism due to his opposition to the Pope. The 19th century saw a revival around Dante, part of the broader medieval revival within Romanticism, with figures like Thomas Carlyle, Leigh Hunt, Henry Wadsworth championing his work. Italy's first dreadnought battleship, which was completed in 1913, was also named Dante Alighieri. While the majority of Dante's literary work was written subsequent to his banishment in 1301, La Vita Nova, or The New Life, is the sole significant piece that precedes it. It comprises a compilation of lyric poetry, including sonnets and ballads, accompanied by prose commentary. The planned distribution of this work was in manuscript form, as was customary for such poems in the day. Now, furthermore, it includes, or at least creates, the narrative of his affection for Beatrice Portinari, who therefore after became the ultimate representation of deliverance in the Divine Comedy, a role that was originally hinted at in the last pages of the Vita Nova. The book includes a collection of Dante's love poems written in the Tuscan language. This was not uncommon, as the use of vernacular for lyrical works had been a frequent practice throughout the 13th century, but nevertheless Dante's analysis of his own work is also presented in the vernacular tongue, as seen in both the Vita Nova and Convivio, rather than the often employed Latin. Of course, the Divine Comedy, being his most famous work, recounts Dante's own odyssey through the realms of hell, purgatory, and paradise. Initially, he is accompanied by the esteemed Roman poet Virgil, but later he is joined by Beatrice too. Among these three books, Purgatorio is undoubtedly the most lyrical, making references to a greater number of contemporary poets and artists, at least compared to the Inferno. But on the other hand, Paradiso is the most extensively theological, and according to many historians, it contains the Divine Comedy's most exquisite and mystical passages. Of course, most people just read Inferno, well, because it's the coolest. But you do owe it to yourself to read Purgatorio and Paradiso as well. If you want. Whatever, it's no pressure. But I would if I were you, if I was going to assign you any sort of homework. Well, of course, due to its profound purpose, elevated literary status, and the extensive variety of its content, both in terms of style and theme, the comedy quickly became a fundamental element in the development of Italian as a recognized literary language. Dante himself possessed a heightened awareness compared to other early Italian writers regarding the diverse Italian dialects and the necessity to establish a literature and a unified literary language that surpassed the constraints of Latin writing during that era. In this regard, he can be considered a precursor of the Renaissance, which aimed to produce vernacular literature that rivaled the works of earlier classical writers, as difficult as that would be. But they did a decent job of it. Well, Dante's profound understanding, within the constraints of his era at least, of Roman antiquity, and his clear appreciation for certain characteristics of pagan Rome, clearly foreshadow the movements of the 15th century. Crucial to the First Crusade, the long and difficult Siege of Antioch tested the Crusader army from October 1097 to June 1098. Under the leadership of notable personalities such as Bohemond of Taranto and Raymond of Toulouse, the Crusaders besieged Antioch, a key city controlled by the Seljuk Turks. The Crusaders encircled the city, cut off its supplies, and launched a series of attacks in attempts to breach its strong defenses through a grueling siege. In addition to the long winter, the Crusader ranks endured terrible hardships, such as starvation and illness. But in spite of it all, the Crusaders made great progress, and eventually an Armenian named Firoz helped them out and gained access to one of the city's gates. Despite this deed allowing the Crusaders to take Antioch in June 1098, their fight was far from over, as they faced a huge relief army dispatched by the Seljuk Turks to defend the city. Many believe that the Crusaders' discovery of the relic, the Holy Lance, said to be the spear that pierced the side of Jesus Christ, was the key to their miraculous triumph at the Battle of Antioch. Either way, the conquest of Antioch marked a watershed moment in the First Crusade, giving the Crusaders a stronger foothold and reviving their spirits as they pressed on towards Jerusalem. Welcome, everybody. Here we are once again, going back to the Crusades today. That's exciting. Allow me to welcome the newcomers and welcome back those returning. And allow me to remind you that supporting the channel is just enjoying the channel in whichever way you feel comfortable. But the like and subscribe certainly helps YouTube push it out more. And if you want to go further to that, there's a few links in the description. But first, deep breaths, nice and relaxed. We're going to go very, very slowly back to the Siege of Antioch. Quite an interesting one. Let's begin. The Siege of Antioch and the First Crusade are discussed in a number of sources written during the same period. Peter Tudebode, Raymond of Augilère, Fulcher of Chartres, and the anonymous Gesta Francorum are the four main narrative accounts that we get our information from. Just 9 letters remain that are either addressed to or come from the Crusader army. 5 of those were composed while the siege was still in progress, and the 6th was composed in September, not long after the city had been captured. The exact number of individuals participating in the Crusades remains uncertain due to the frequent fluctuations and the inclusion of numerous non-combatants who joined the soldiers on the pilgrimage. Now, according to one historian, Jonathan Riley Smith, approximately 43,000 individuals, and that includes the soldiers, the armed poor, and non-combatants, were potentially involved in the siege of Nicaea in June of 1097. In contrast, the siege of Jerusalem in 1099 may have involved as few as 15,000 participants. Now, of course, all the numbers are all very complicated. If you are interested in a more overall view of the Crusades, the Long Videos playlist has a full 8-hour-long video on every crusade from the 1st to the 8th, the big ones, with a few of the little ones in between. But today we're just going to be concentrating solely on the Battle of Antioch. Now, located in the Orontes Valley, Antioch spanned an area of over 3.5 square miles in 1097. Due to the steep inclines of the valley, it was more than enough challenging to approach from the south, east, or west. Therefore, the most feasible route for a significant number of individuals was going to have to be from the north. At least there, the terrain was reasonably flat, or at least flatter than the other directions. But that wasn't the main problem. You see, the city's fortifications, originally constructed during the rule of Emperor Justinian I in the 6th century, were pretty damn tough. Although Antioch was captured twice before the arrival of the Crusaders in 1097, both instances were due to acts of betrayal rather than weaknesses in the city's defenses. These were state-of-the-art. You had to have somebody on the inside who was perhaps very fed up with the current regime and was willing to sneak out at 2 in the morning to unlock those gates. Well, following the Byzantine Empire's recapture of Antioch in 969, a strategic initiative was launched to construct fortifications in the surrounding region in order to safeguard the territorial acquisitions. A component of this, a fortress, was constructed on Mount Silpius in Antioch. The city, being situated at a considerable height, depended on its inaccessibility as its primary means of defense. You just couldn't get up there. Nor could you bring a battering ram up to open the gates, and carrying ladders up to try and scale the walls, that was just as difficult. But it also had the effect on morale. You see, going into a siege battle is hard enough. Traditionally in those days, you would just try to starve the enemy out, and eventually, after maybe a month, 2 months of having camp outside the city, they would capitulate, just because they were just too hungry. Well, of course, nobody really wanted to have to scale the walls, as scaling the walls in those times was pretty much the equivalent of going over the top in the First World War. Rarely worked out too well for people. So when you saw walls that were so formidable, as were the ones in Antioch and Acre, by the way, in the same region, you didn't feel very good about the whole situation. Like I said, effects on morale. Well, Antioch, which fell to the Seljuk dynasty in 1085, was the final Byzantine stronghold in Syria. Yaghi was appointed as the governor of Antioch in 1087, and he remained in his position when the Crusaders arrived in 1097. He was a cognizant of the advancing Crusader army as it traversed Anatolia in 1097. The city served as an obstacle between the Crusaders and Palestine. Despite being under Turkish control, the majority of Antioch's population consisted of Christians. Yaghi had formerly exhibited tolerance towards the Christian population, but this attitude began to shift as the Crusaders drew near. You see, in anticipation of their arrival, he incarcerated the Eastern Orthodox Patriarch of Antioch, John the Oxite, converted St. Paul's Cathedral into a livestock shelter, what an insult, and expelled numerous prominent Christians from the city. Yaghi also made appeals for assistance, but Ridwan of Aleppo declined due to personal enmity. However, Yaghi was more successful in his efforts to approach other influential individuals in the area. Dukak of Damascus, Totakin, Kerboga, the sultans of Baghdad and Persia, and the emirs of Homs all agreed to provide reinforcements. Meanwhile, Antioch, Yagisian commenced accumulating provisions, as he knew what was coming. Gather those nuts up for the winter, you know. If you're going to be locked in the city, you better do a bit of shopping. Well, the Crusaders deliberated on the most effective approach to seize Antioch, as they knew it wasn't going to be easy. The leaders contemplated postponing the assault until spring, when reinforcements would arrive, due to the attrition suffered during the army's arduous journey across Anatolia. Tatikios, the Byzantine advisor to the Crusade, proposed implementing strategies akin to those employed by the Byzantines during their conquest of Antioch in 968. They established their presence at Bagras, which was approximately 12 miles distant, and proceeded to impose a blockade on the city by severing its communication routes. Raymond IV, the Count of Toulouse, was the only one who supported the idea of attacking the city. Ultimately, the Crusaders made the decision to proceed towards Antioch and initiate a siege in close proximity to the city. Prior to commencing the siege, it was important to gain control over 3 pivotal locations. First was the town of Arta, the iron bridge spanning the Orontes River, and the harbor of St. Simeon. The significance of the town of Arta stemmed from its strategic location, positioned on crucial thoroughfares linking the Euphrates and Orontes valleys, as well as Apamea, Aleppo, and Antioch. Robert of Flanders led a detachment of the Crusader army to capture the city. However, they found that the local Armenian people had already kicked out the Turkish garrison, and when they got there, they were warmly received. Robert and his troops were treated like celebrities, and the people provided them with provisions, both for their soldiers, and they even had plenty of feed for their horses too. I'm sure the horses were very happy about that. Well, Yagisian was not impressed, though. He didn't get any feed for his horses. So he dispatched a military unit to recapture Arta. But the unit withdrew upon the arrival of the primary Crusader army. The size was a little bit too threatening for them. Now, on October 20th, 1097, the Crusaders arrived at the Iron Bridge, a fortified bridge over the Orontes River, located 12 miles away from Antioch. Robert II, the ruler of Flanders, and Adhemar of Lepoy, the Catholic bishop of Puy-en-Velay, bravely led the attack across the bridge, clearing the path for the advancing army. On the 21st of October, Bohemond of Taranto led a vanguard along the south bank of the river and advanced towards Antioch. The Crusaders then positioned themselves outside the northern wall of the city. They fragmented into multiple factions. Bohemond established his camp outside St. Paul's Gate, which was located in the northernmost corner of the city walls. In close proximity to Bohemond's camp to the west were Hugh I, Count of Vermandois, Robert Curthose, Duke of Normandy, Robert II, Count of Flanders, and Stephen II, Count of Blois. Adhemar of Lepoy and Raymond IV, the Count of Toulouse, positioned themselves on either side of the Dog Gate, which was the point where the Orontes River breached Antioch's defenses. Godfrey of Boleyn was positioned to the west of the Duke's Gate. located in the northwestern section of the city walls. At this juncture, Yagi still managed control over the bridge spanning the Orontes River outside the western walls of Antioch. The subsequent 9-month siege has been characterized as one of the most notable of the era. Well, the sources show that a frontal attack would have been unsuccessful. Just completely impossible. Raymond of Orgelet reported that the chaplain of Raymond IV, the Count of Toulouse, stated that Antioch was highly fortified and frankly impervious to both mechanical attacks and assault by humans, even if the entire human population were to go against it. Well, the preaching wasn't that effective. Fulcher of Chartres reported that the leaders made a decision to continue the siege until the city was compelled to surrender. The good old strategy. Once again, like I said, starve them out. Raymond of Orgelet provided a description of the city's defending army, but the accuracy of the numbers might be questionable. According to him, there were approximately 2,000 elite knights, along with 4,000 to 5,000 regular knights, and about 10,000 foot soldiers. One issue with camping in close proximity to the city was the increased vulnerability of the besiegers to attacks and also projectiles from the garrison. Very easy to climb up on the wall and try to just snipe a few crusaders off, if you're a good shot with a bow, that is. Plenty of time to practice when you're locked up in the city, I'm sure. Well, during the initial 2 weeks of the siege, the Crusaders were able to gain provisions from the nearby region, as the defenders opted to remain within the secure confines of the city walls. Nevertheless, in November, Yagi became aware that the Crusaders were confident that the city could not be captured by a direct attack. Well, as a result of this, focus had to be shifted from defending the city to harassing the besiegers. He deployed his cavalry and initiated a campaign of harassment against the besieging forces. Due to the complete depletion of resources in the nearby vicinity, the Crusaders' teams responsible for gathering supplies had to venture out into more distant areas, thus increasing their susceptibility to surprise attacks. Consequently, they were frequently assaulted by the garrison stationed at nearby fortresses. Not a good situation, especially when you're hungry trying to scrounge around for any food you can rake up. The men under the command of Yagi also utilized the Dog Bridge, located adjacent to the Dog Gate, to engage in hostile actions against the Crusaders. Adhemar of Lepoy and the soldiers of Raymond IV, who were positioned nearest to the bridge, endeavored to demolish it, using tools such as picks and hammers, just smashing away at it as best they could. But, well, their efforts had minimal effect. It was just too strong. Especially as they were being targeted by projectiles from the defenders of Antioch while they were trying to do this. A subsequent endeavor was undertaken to incapacitate the bridge, employing a portable structure to shield the Crusaders. However, the defending military force sallied forth and effectively repelled their assault. Shortly thereafter, 3 siege engines were constructed directly across from the Dog Gate. Ultimately, the Crusaders constructed a barricade on the bridge to impede possible attacks. Now, The port of St. Simeon, located on the Mediterranean coast, is situated about 9 miles to the west of Antioch. This location enables the Crusaders to easily transport reinforcements to their forces. Raymond of Orgeler reports that the English arrival at the port prior to the Crusades' arrival in Antioch. However, he does not mention whether there was a conflict over the control of St. Simeon. On the 17th of November, 13 Genoese ships arrived at St. Simeon to provide additional support, and if they come from Genoa, you know they've got food on them. Despite the garrison's ability to hinder travel along the road from Antioch to St. Simeon, the ships managed to join forces with the rest of the Crusaders. As stated by the Genoese chronicler Caffaro di Rustico, the Genoese encountered significant losses while traveling from St. Simeon to Antioch. In order to shield themselves from projectiles launched by the defenders of Antioch, Bohemont's soldiers constructed a counter-fort on the northeastern wall of the city, just outside the gate of St. Paul. The fort, named Malregard, was constructed on an elevated terrain, and likely comprised of mounds of soil serving as defensive walls. The construction has been estimated to have occurred during the approximate period when the Genoese arrived. And Tancred joined the Crusaders and established his camp to the west of his uncle, Bohemond, which provided additional support. Now, in December, when the Crusaders' food supply was reaching a critical point, Godfrey became ill. On the 28th of December, Bohemond and Robert of Flanders led a group of approximately 20,000 soldiers to search for food and loot in the area upstream of the Orontes River, and maybe if they were lucky, some herbs to serve as medicine for poor old Godfrey. Yaghi knew exactly what they were doing. He was aware of the Crusaders' military power and that it had been split, so he strategically chose to launch an attack on the night of the 29th of December. The assault was launched on Count Raymond's camp on the other side of the river. Despite catching Raymond off guard, he managed to regain control and repel Yaghi soldiers. He came close to completely reversing the attack, successfully crossing the bridge and securing a position on the other side, while keeping the gates open. And everything was going quite well for the Crusaders, poising the attack. But then a horse had become separated from its rider, and in the chaos of all the battle began to panic and run back and forth, knocking everybody over. Well, in the resulting chaos of the night, the Crusaders became frightened and retreated across the bridge, with the Seljuks chasing after them. The deadlock was re-established, and both factions had incurred casualties. No ground was gained, just a big pile of dead bodies in the corner. While Count Raymond was defending against an attack from Antioch's garrison, while an army led by Ducarc of Damascus was on its way to help Antioch. Bohemond and Robert of Flanders were oblivious to the fact that their group sent to gather provisions was unknowingly moving towards the soldiers under the command of Ducarc. On December the 30th, Ducarc received news at Chaizar that the Crusaders were in close proximity to him. Thus, on the morning of December 31st, he advanced towards the army of Bohemond and Robert, and the two forces encountered each other at the village of Albara. Robert was the foremost individual to come across the soldiers of Dukak while he was leading the way in front of Bohemond. Bohemond and Robert both actively participated in the battle, however, and they successfully repelled Dukak's army, causing significant losses to their forces. Well, despite successfully repelling them, which subsequently they withdrew to Hama, the Crusaders incurred significant losses that hindered their ability to continue foraging. That being said, a few less mouths to feed now, so, well, maybe the foraging is a little bit easier. I don't want to think that way, but, I mean, it's practical, right? Shouldn't say that, that's not right. I do apologize. Well, consequently, they decided to retreat to Antioch. Now, due to the altercation, the Crusaders suffered the loss of the flock that they had gathered for sustenance and returned with an insufficient amount of food. All the sheep had ran away. Both sides experienced an unfortunate end to the month. Oh, and by the way, on the 30th of December, there was a massive earthquake, and in the subsequent weeks, there was unusually severe rain and cold weather. Of course, both sides viewed these as, at least from a religious standpoint, as a poor omen. Well, as a result of all of this, Dukak had to abandon further engagement with the Crusaders and simply return home. The Crusaders were apprehensive that the rain and the earthquakes would never end, that God was angry with them. In order to make amends for their transgressions, such as pillaging, Adhemar of Lavoie commanded that a 3-day period of fasting should be observed. Regardless, supplies were depleting to a perilous extent, resulting in mortality rates of 1 in 7 due to starvation. Not a good time to be fasting, that's for sure. Well, despite the fact that local Christians did their best to provide what food they had to the Crusaders, they did demand exorbitant prices, which is not very neighborly. The famine also impacted the horses, resulting in a reduction to a mere 700. It is challenging to determine the precise impact on the Crusader army, but according to Matthew of Edessa, approximately 20% of the Crusaders starved during the siege. It is likely that the less affluent members of the army faced even worse. In January of 1098, the famine had a detrimental effect on morale, leading to desertion among certain knights and soldiers, including Peter the Hermit and William the Carpenter. Upon learning of the abandonment of these influential individuals, Bohemond sent a military unit to grab them by the scruffs of the neck and lead them back. Peter was granted forgiveness, but William was strongly criticized, and he was compelled to take an oath to stay committed to the crusade. Spring rolled around in February, and brought a little bit of relief to the food situation for the Crusaders, at least the ones that were left. They were all very skinny. Well, at this time, Yagisyan had made amends with Ridwan of Aleppo, and he now had control over the advancing army. By early February, the besiegers received information that Ridwan had successfully captured the nearby town of Harim, and was now making preparations to launch an attack on Antioch. Well, following the proposal of Bohemond, the Crusaders dispatched their entire cavalry. Well, approximately 700 knights now. A lot of the horses had died, but whatever was left they sent out to confront the approaching army. Meanwhile, the infantry stayed behind, as a precaution just in case the defenders of Antioch chose to launch an attack while the knights were away. On the morning of February the 9th, Ridwan proceeded towards the Iron Bridge. The Crusaders strategically positioned themselves the night before and launched an attack on the approaching army prior to its arrival at the bridge. The initial assault resulted in minimal casualties. However, Ridwan's military pursued the Crusaders to a confined battleground. His strategic advantage of having a river on one side and the Lake of Antioch on the other was rendered ineffective, as he was completely unable to bypass the Crusaders and make use of his larger army. The Seljuk army retreated in disarray after a second assault that had a greater impact. Simultaneously, Yaghi mobilized his garrison from Antioch and launched an assault on the Crusader infantry. His aggressive stance compelled the besiegers to retreat until the knights came back. Well, upon recognizing Ridwan's defeat, Yaghi withdrew to the city. As Ridwan's military forces traversed Harim, a state of panic ensued among the garrison that he had established there, and they all deserted the town. Consequently, the Crusaders marched right on in, and now Harim was a Crusader town. And it ain't big enough for the both of us. Well, Orderic Vitalis reports that on the 4th of March, a fleet from England, commanded by Edgar Atheling, the exiled Saxon claimant to the English throne, arrived at St. Simeon. The fleet brought supplies from the Byzantines, although the origin of the fleet remains somewhat unknown according to one modern historian, Stephen Runciman, and it would not have been under Edgar's authority. However, the fleet transported the necessary resources for building siege engines, which were nearly lost during the transportation from the port to Antioch due to an unexpected attack by a portion of the garrison. Bohemond and Raymond accompanied the supplies, but due to the loss of some materials and the lives of 100 individuals, they retreated to the Crusader camp located outside of Antioch. In April, a diplomatic mission from the Fatimid dynasty in Egypt arrived at the Crusader encampment, with the intention of negotiating a peace agreement with the Christians. The Fatimids saw the Christians as potential allies against their common enemies, the Seljuk Turks. Well, Peter the Hermit was assigned the task of negotiating, but the negotiations were unsuccessful. The Fatimids, under the assumption that the Crusaders were merely hired representatives of the Byzantines, were willing to allow the Crusaders to retain control of Syria on the condition that they refrained from attacking Fatimid Palestine. The arrangement was previously deemed acceptable between Egypt and Byzantium prior to the Turkish invasions. However, the Crusaders were unwilling to agree to any agreement that did not grant them control over Jerusalem. After all, that was the entire aim of the mission. They were there for the big prize, not for the crumbs. Well, the Fatimids were received with hospitality, however. They weren't rude to them at all. They actually bestowed them numerous gifts which had been looted from the defeated Seljuks in March. Nonetheless, a conclusive agreement was not reached. However, this experience enlightened the Crusaders about the importance of diplomacy. Consequently, they made the decision to dispatch an embassy to Duke of Damascus, requesting his neutrality and explicitly stating that they had no intentions of encroaching upon his territory. Well, Duke was not as nice as the Crusaders were, and he just slammed the door on them, basically. Wouldn't even see them. In May of 1098, as the siege persisted, a Turkish army led by Kerboga from Mosul advanced towards Antioch. The size of this army surpassed that of previous endeavors to lift the siege. Kerboga formed an alliance with Ridwan and Dukak, and his military forces consisted of soldiers from Persia and the Ortukids of Mesopotamia. The Crusaders were fortunate to have been given the opportunity to get ready for their arrival. This was because Kerboga had initially taken a 3-week-long trip to Edessa, which he was unsuccessful in recapturing from Baldwin of Boulogne. Baldwin had assumed control of Edessa in March of 1098. The Crusaders determined that in order to increase their chances of survival, they would need to capture the city before the arrival of Kerboga. Prior to the current time, Bohemond had covertly initiated communication with an individual named Firouz, who held authority over the Tower of the Two Sisters. He was a guardsman, and an Armenian at that. Now, Bohemond was pretty uncertain about the actual motivations behind Firouz coming to him, which could have been driven either by greed or perhaps vengeance. However, Firouz proposed a pretty good deal to Bohemond. He would allow him entry into the city in return for a boatload of money and a noble title. Subsequently, Bohemond approached the remaining Crusaders and proposed granting them entry into the city, facilitated by Firouz, on the condition that they consented to appointing Bohemond as the ruler of Antioch. Raymond expressed intense anger and contended that the city should be surrendered to Alexios, that is, the ruler of Constantinople, as they had previously agreed to that when they departed that city in 1097. However, Godfrey, Tancred, Robert, and all the other leaders were stuck in this dire situation, and they were tired, so they yielded to Bohemond's request. I dare say that everybody was getting a little bit sick of the whole thing at this point. It hadn't gone as they'd all planned. They were a lot colder, a lot hungrier, and a lot more tired than they thought they were going to be. However, on the 2nd of June, Stephen of Blois and a few other Crusaders simply abandoned the army. Subsequently, Firouz directed Bohemond to deceive others by appearing to lead a military movement towards the south over the mountain, giving the impression that he was going to confront Kerboga head-on. But under the cover of darkness, Bohemond was to secretly return and climb the walls at the Tower of the Two Sisters, where Firouz was stationed. This task had been completed. Firouz granted permission for a small group of Crusaders, including Bohemond, to climb the tower. They subsequently opened a nearby gate, known as a postern gate, which enabled a larger group of soldiers concealed in the nearby rocks to enter the city and overpower the garrison. as Bohemond made an effort to capture the citadel, and the remaining Crusaders' soldiers engaged in combat with the remaining Turkish defenders. The less affluent Crusaders took whatever they could in a chaotic manner of looting. During the tumultuous events that followed, the Armenians and Greeks allied with the Crusaders to combat the Turks they encountered. However, the casualties extended beyond Turkish individuals, encompassing numerous non-Turkish civilians, including one of Firuz's relatives. Yagisyan. He escaped, but he was apprehended by Armenian and Syrian Christians outside of the city, so he didn't get too far. Well, after conversation, they all came to a peaceful resolution and they all lived happily ever after. No, I'm just kidding. They actually decapitated him and delivered his head to Bohemond as a little present. By the conclusion of the 3rd of June, the Crusaders had gained control over the majority of the city, with the exception of the citadel, which was still under the authority of Shams ad-Dawla, the son of Yagisyan. Adhemar of Lipoi, the papal legate, reinstated John the Oxide as patriarch in order to maintain positive relations with the Byzantines. This decision was made particularly because Bohemond had intentions to assert his claim over the city. Nevertheless, the city was currently experiencing a scarcity of food, while Kerboga's army was yet to arrive. But he did arrive about a mere 48 hours later, precisely on the 5th of June. And 2 days later, on the 7th of June, he made an unsuccessful attempt to capture the city. However, by the 9th he had successfully surrounded them and initiated his own siege. Additional Crusaders had defected prior to the arrival of Kerboga, and they united with Stephen of Blois in Tarsus. Stephen observed Kerboga's army stationed near Antioch and concluded that all hope was gone. The deserters validated his apprehensions. While returning to Constantinople, Stephen and the other deserters encountered Alexios, who was en route to aid the Crusaders. They were unaware that the city had already been captured, and that they were now besieged. Alexios crossed paths with them, and Stephen persuaded him that the remaining Crusaders were virtually doomed. Alexios had also received intelligence that there was an additional Seljuk army in close proximity in Anatolia. Consequently, the decision was made to go back to Constantinople, instead of taking the chance of engaging in a battle. Meanwhile, back in Antioch, on the 10th of June, a somewhat unimportant priest from the southern region of France came to Bohemond with a relic which he believed to be the Holy Lance. Although Bohemond harbored more than a few doubts about the relic, its unearthing undeniably bolstered the morale of the Crusaders. There was a suggestion that the item that was discovered was actually an object that the local people believed to be the Holy Lance and just held it in reveration as so. It's a belief that's supported by Greek Orthodox sources too, which have documented the presence and worship of a Holy Lance in Antioch since the 10th century. So, it seems to be pretty much that same relic. Don't want to jump to conclusions, but 1 + 1 = 2, doesn't it? Well, on Monday the 28th of June, the Crusaders exited the city gate, led by Raymond of Alighieri, who was carrying the Holy Lance itself. Kerboga deliberated in response to the pleas of his generals, intending to launch a simultaneous assault on all of them, instead of engaging in separate encounters. However, he seemed to have miscalculated the magnitude of their forces. In a pretty bold move, he feigned a retreat to lure the Crusaders into more challenging terrain, all the while subjecting them to a relentless barrage of projectiles from his archers. An expeditionary force was sent to the Crusader left flank, which lacked protection from the river. However, Beaumont promptly organized a 7th Division and successfully repelled the enemy. The Seljuks were taking significant casualties, but they were also causing them, including the standard bearer of Adhemar. Additionally, Kerboga ignited the grassland between his forces and the Crusaders. However, these obstacles did not discourage the Christians, as they believed that they were accompanied by the 3 saints, that being St. George, St. Mercurius, and St. Demetrius. How they came to this conclusion is anybody's guess, but either way it's a good effect on morale. The conflict was short-lived and pretty catastrophic for the Seljuk Empire. Dukak, Sokman, and the Emir of Homs all abandoned Kerboga, resulting in a decrease in the significant numerical superiority of the Turkish army over their Christian adversaries. Shortly after, the Muslim forces, who had been defeated, hastily retreated in a state of panic. Well, as Kerboga retreated, the citadel led by Ahmed ibn Merwan ultimately capitulated, but only to Beaumont himself, not to Raymond. It appears that this arrangement had been made in advance, and Raymond had no idea about it. That's embarrassing. As anticipated, Beaumont asserted ownership of the city. A pretty good deal for him all around, but I'm sure that Raymond felt more than a little left out. One can only feel sorry for him a little bit. Well, shortly after, an outbreak of what is believed to have been typhus occurred, resulting in the death of Adhemar of Lupoy on August the 1st. In September, the leaders of the Crusades sent a letter to Pope Urban II, requesting his direct authority over Antioch. However, the Pope refused their request. Throughout the remainder of 1098, they gained dominion over the rural areas encompassing Antioch, despite the fact that they lost so many horses, and Arab peasants declined to provide them with any sustenance, or information, or even any form of hospitality. The subordinate knights and soldiers began to grow agitated and started experiencing mass hunger, leading them to consider proceeding to Jerusalem without their quarreling leaders. Get the job done without the boss. In November, Raymond capitulated to Bohemond in order to ensure the uninterrupted progression of the crusade and pacify his rebellious and famished soldiers. In early 1099, the march recommenced, with Bohemond remaining as the inaugural prince of Antioch. And in the spring, the siege of Jerusalem began, led by Raymond. Well, of course, the siege of Jerusalem is a topic for another video. Constantine XI Palaiologos ascended to the throne during the final years of the Byzantine Empire, which was by then reduced to the city of Constantinople and a few outlying territories. His reign was, of course, dominated by the final siege of Constantinople, by the Ottoman Turks under Sultan Mehmed II. He faced overwhelming odds to defend the city, and despite these efforts, Constantinople ultimately fell on May 29, 1453, marking the end of the Byzantine Empire and the beginning of the Renaissance and the modern era in Europe. Constantine died in the final battle for the city, and his brave final stand has immortalized him as a heroic figure in Greek and Christian history, a death that symbolized the fall of a 1,000-year empire. Thus he is remembered as a symbol of resistance against the Ottomans, well earning him the title, the Last Emperor. Hello and welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If so, it's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, well, you're going to really enjoy this one. A little bit longer than my usual videos, but we give credit where it's due to the subject matter. As always, if you like what I do, the best way to support the channel is by liking and subscribing, doing all that good stuff. Those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video's description. You'll find where you want to go. Now, let us all get nice and relaxed, because as I said, this will be an extremely long video. Constantine Dragasas Palaiologos was born on the 8th of February 1404 as the fourth son of Emperor Manuel II Palaiologos, who ruled over a disintegrating Byzantine Empire. His mother, Helena Dragas, was a member of the powerful House of Dragas and daughter of the Serbian ruler Constantine Tijanovic. Constantine, often referred to as Porphyrogenitos, or born in the purple, was born during his father's reign, a mark of his legitimacy as an heir to the throne. Purple being the royal color, by the way. Now, the Byzantine Empire had certainly seen better days. It was in decline, and well and truly so, having lost most of its fertile and populous regions in Anatolia to the Seljuk Turks since the 11th century. Although emperors like Alexios I and Manuel I Komnenos had temporarily reclaimed parts of Anatolia with the help of Western Crusaders, these gains were quite short-lived. The empire's situation worsened with the Fourth Crusade's sacking of Constantinople in 1204 and the subsequent establishment of the Latin Empire. The Palaiologos dynasty, starting with Michael VII, regained the city in 1261, but the empire, if it could be called so at this point, never fully recovered, especially after the Ottomans had taken most of Anatolia, Bulgaria, and even parts of Greece by the year 1405. By this time, the empire was significantly reduced, little more than the capital of Constantinople, some sections of the Peloponnese, and a few scattered Aegean islands. And it didn't help that they were also in a position where they had to pay tribute to the Ottomans. To preserve the few remaining territories, Emperor Manuel II assigned regions to his sons with the title of despot. His eldest son, John, was designated co-emperor and successor. Theodore and Andronikos were made despots of the Morea and Thessaloniki, respectively. Constantine, along with his brothers Demetrios and Thomas, stayed in Constantinople, due to the lack of land to grant them. Little is known about Constantine's early life, but he was noted for his skills in martial arts, horsemanship, and of course hunting. His character and actions are often described through the writings of George Soprantes, a historian who would later serve him. However, the accuracy of many accounts is questionable, as they were composed after his death, and often intended to eulogize his reign. It is known that he was competent in both military and administrative matters, and heeded the advice of his counselors on key state issues. After the Ottomans unsuccessfully besieged Constantinople in 1422, Manuel II suffered a stroke. It was all a little bit too much for him, it seems. John effectively took over the empire's governance. To prevent the Ottomans from capturing Thessaloniki, John ceded the city to Venice, who had a much larger navy, by the way. Venice and Genoa, the big naval powers of the time. Now, while John sought Western support in 1423, Manuel II, now disillusioned with hopes of Western aid, tried to dissuade him. John was impressed by Constantine's leadership during the siege, and left him as regent of Constantinople. Along with their father, Constantine negotiated a peace treaty with Sultan Murad II, temporarily halting further attacks. Upon Manuel's death in 1425, John the Eighth, Palaiologos, ascended the throne and granted Constantine a strategically important strip of land near Constantinople. It demonstrates the trust that both his father and his brother had in his leadership. John soon recalled Constantine from Mesembria and designated him as the successor to Theodore as despot of the Morea. Theodore initially expressed dissatisfaction with his role, but later settled. John assigned Constantine to the Morea in 1427 after a military campaign there. Despite threats from the Ottomans and Carlo I Tocco of Epirus, Constantine and John worked together to secure the region. In 1427, John VIII, accompanied by Constantine and George Soprantes, set out to confront Tocco. They captured Glarenza and other territories after defeating Tocco in the Battle of the Echinades. To cement peace, Tocco offered up his own niece, Maddalena Tocco, who was renamed Theodora, in marriage to Constantine, with her dowry including the recaptured territories. This union was celebrated in 1428, marking a strategic alliance that fortified the Byzantine presence in the region. His arrival in the Morea and his subsequent marriage added complexity to the region's governance, with his brother Theodore unwilling to relinquish his position as despot. The Morea, for the first time since its establishment in 1349, was governed by 2 members of the imperial family. Soon, their younger brother, Thomas, only 19 years old, was appointed as a 3rd despot, effectively splitting the nominally undivided despotate into 3 smaller principalities. Theodore maintained exclusive control over Mistras, while he granted Constantine territories across the Morea, including the northern town of Aigio, fortresses in Laconia, and areas in Kalamata and Messenia. Constantine established his capital in Glarenza, a town he gained through his marriage. Thomas received lands in the north and based himself in the castle of Calavrita. During his rule, Constantine was known for his bravery and energy, though he was generally cautious when it came to military campaigns. Shortly after being appointed, he joined his brothers in an attempt to capture Patras, a flourishing port ruled by its Catholic archbishop, Pandolf de Malatesta, who was actually Theodore's brother-in-law. Small world. The campaign, however, was unsuccessful, possibly due to Theodore's reluctance and Thomas's inexperience. In a secret meeting with George Soprantes and John in Mistras, Constantine resolved to make another attempt on Patras alone. If he failed, he planned to return to his old appanage by the Black Sea. On the 1st of March, 1429, Constantine and Soprantes, confident of support from Patras's Greek population, marched towards the city and laid siege on March the 20th. The siege turned into a protracted affair with intermittent skirmishes. At one point, Constantine narrowly escaped death when his horse was shot from underneath him, and Soprantes was captured by the city's defenders. He was released, however, on April 23rd, but he was barely in one piece. Apparently he was near death and very dirty. By May, the defenders, seeing the futility of continued resistance and the absence of reinforcements, decided they had to open the negotiations. They agreed that if Malatesta did not return by the end of the month, Patras would surrender. Constantine withdrew, and on June the 1st he re-entered the city. Since the archbishop had not returned, the city leaders met with Constantine in the Cathedral of St. Andrew on June the 4th, and accepted him as their new lord. The archbishop's castle held out for another year, but they eventually surrendered. Constantine's capture of Patras was viewed as an affront by the Pope, the Venetians, and the Ottomans. To mitigate potential threats, Constantine sent ambassadors out to all three, with Soprantes going to negotiate with Turahan, the Ottoman governor of Thessaly. Although Soprantes managed to avert a Turkish military response, the deposed archbishop returned with a mercenary army of Catalans. However, the Catalans were more interested in plunder than in restoring Malatesta, and seized Glarenza instead. Constantine had to buy back the town for 6,000 Venetian ducats, and eventually ordered its destruction to prevent it from falling into the hands of pirates. While during this chaotic period, Constantine faced personal tragedy when his wife, Theodora, passed away in the November of 1429. Initially he buried her in Glarenza, but later moved her remains to Mistras. By July of 1430, the surrender of the archbishop's castle meant that Patras was fully under Byzantine control after 225 years of foreign rule. And in November, Sophronides was appointed as the city's governor. By the early 1430s, Constantine and his brother Thomas had nearly reclaimed all of the Peloponnese for Byzantium, a significant recovery since the unpleasantries of the Fourth Crusade. Thomas secured the Principality of Achaia by marrying Catherine Zachariah, the final prince's daughter and heir. Upon Centurione's death in 1432, Thomas inherited all of his territories. The only parts of the Peloponnese still under foreign rule were some port towns held by Venice, but they were pretty small. However, the success of the Byzantine brothers in the Morea raised a few eyebrows, Ottoman eyebrows, especially the eyebrows of Sultan Murad II. In 1431, under his orders, Turhan sent his troops to demolish the Hexamilian Wall, a reminder to the despots of their vassal status under the Ottoman Sultan. In March 1432, Constantine, aiming to be closer to Mistras, renegotiated territories with his brother Thomas. This agreement, presumably approved by Theodore and Emperor John VIII, saw Thomas ceding the fortress of Kalavrita to Constantine, who then made it his new capital. And in return, Constantine gave Thomas control of the region of Elis, which Thomas established as his new base. This exchange was part of the ongoing adjustments among the brothers to manage their respective territories effectively. Well, as time passed, relationships among the three brothers began to show some cracks. The issue of succession was a significant point of contention. Emperor John VIII had no sons, making it likely that one of his brothers would succeed him, while John's preferred successor was Constantine. This choice was accepted by Thomas, but met with resentment from Theodore, the older brother. In 1435, believing that John intended to appoint Constantine as co-emperor, Theodore traveled to Constantinople to express his objections. The disagreement between Constantine and Theodore escalated, threatening to lead to civil strife. The potential for conflict was diffused towards the end of 1536, when the future patriarch Gregory Mamas mediated a reconciliation between the brothers. It was agreed that Constantine would return to Constantinople, while Theodore and Thomas would remain in the Morea. And this resolution was quite timely, as Emperor John needed Constantine in the capital. He was planning to travel to Italy, you see, for the Council of Ferrara, to discuss the union of the Eastern and Western churches. Good luck with that. Well, John's departure from Italy in November was part of a broader strategy to secure aid for Byzantium by advocating for the unification of the churches, a move that was unpopular in the empire, as it implied religious submission to the papacy. John's delegation was quite substantial, including Patriarch Joseph II of Constantinople and other significant ecclesiastical figures. He even brought his younger brother Demetrios along, who had shown signs of opposition to the church union and potential rebellious tendencies. Better keep him under close watch, just in case. In Constantinople, Constantine was not completely without support. He was joined by prominent figures like Demetrios Pantelakos Kantakozenos, long name, I know, and the statesman Lokas Notaras, while Helena and George Soprantes provided close personal counsel. During John's absence, Constantine managed the affairs of the capital, maintaining peace with the Ottomans, who did not breach the established truce. The only significant concern arose in early 1439, when Constantine, anticipating an Ottoman offensive, requested the promised warships from the Pope to defend Constantinople. However, this threat did not materialize, as Sultan Murad II focused his campaign on Serbia. In 1439, the council in Florence declared the reunification of the churches, a decision that was met with hostility and resentment in Constantinople upon John's return in February 1440. The populace viewed the union as a betrayal of their faith, and feared it would provoke Ottoman suspicion. Constantine shared John's pragmatic view on the union. Both brothers believed that sacrificing the independence of their church could justify a Western crusade, and this, well, it just might save Constantinople. Despite being relieved of his duties as regent upon John's return, Constantine remained in the capital throughout the rest of 1440. He likely stayed to find a suitable wife, having been a widower over a decade since the tragedy of the death of Theodora. His choice landed on Caterina Gutilusio, the daughter of Dorino Gutilusio, the Genoese lord of the island of Lesbos. George Soprantes was dispatched to Lesbos in December of 1440 to arrange the details of the marriage. By late 1441, Constantine, accompanied by Soprantes and Lokas Notaras, sailed to Lesbos and married Caterina in August. He left Lesbos in September, leaving Caterina with her father to travel to the Morea. Upon his return, he noted that his brothers, Theodore and Thomas, had governed the Morea effectively in his absence. Believing he could better serve the empire's interests closer to the capital, he considered switching places with his younger brother Demetrios, who governed around Mesembria in Thrace. Constantine then proposed that he regain in his Black Sea appanage, while Demetrios would take over his holdings in the Morea. He sent Soprantes to discuss this proposal with both Demetrios and Murad II, the Ottoman Sultan, who had a say in such appointments. By 1442, Demetrios had shown no interest in new appointments, and was instead eyeing the imperial throne. He had made a deal with Murad and raised an army, positioning himself as the champion of those opposing the union of the churches, and then declared war on John. When Soprantes reached Demetrios to propose Constantine's offer, Demetrios was already preparing to march on Constantinople. The threat he posed was significant enough that Constantine was summoned back from the Morea by John to oversee the city's defenses. In April of 1442, As Demetrios and the Ottomans began their attack, Constantine left the Morea. He met his wife at Lesbos, and together they sailed to Lemnos, where they were trapped for months by an Ottoman blockade. Though Venice did send ships to assist, Caterina, his new wife, fell ill and passed away in August on Lemnos. Constantine did not reach Constantinople until the month of November, by which time the Ottoman threat had already been repelled, and Demetrios, he was locked up, albeit briefly. Well, in March of 1443, Sophrantes was appointed governor of Selymbria in Constantine's name. From there he kept a watchful eye on Demetrios. In November, Constantine handed over control of Selymbria to Theodore, who had abandoned his role as despot of the Morea, leaving Constantine and Thomas as the sole despots, and giving Constantine control of the Mistras, the prosperous capital of the despotate. With Theodore and Demetrios out of the picture, Constantine and Thomas switched their efforts to strengthening the Morea, which had become the cultural center of the Byzantine world. They envisioned the Morea as a safe and nearly self-sufficient principality. The philosopher Gemistrus Plato, in Constantine's service, suggested that Mistras and the Morea could become the new Sparta, a centralized and strong Hellenic kingdom. One of their major projects was the reconstruction of the Hexamilian Wall, destroyed by the Turks in 1431. By March 1444, the wall was indeed fully restored, to the impression of many, including the Venetian lords who had declined to fund the project, thinking it was impossible. Well, we sure showed them. The restoration was costly, and required significant manpower, of course. Some Morat landowners fled to Venetian territories to actually avoid financing the project, kind of like a tax evasion sort of thing, while others actually rebelled before being compelled through military means to pay their share. Constantine sought to win the loyalty of local landowners by granting them lands and privileges, and staged local athletic games where young Morats competed for prizes. In the summer of 1444, possibly encouraged by news of a crusade launched from Hungary in the previous year, Constantine invaded the Latin Duchy of Athens, at that time a vassal of the Ottomans. He was in contact with Cardinal Julian Cesarini, a leader of the Crusade, who was informed of Constantine's intentions to strike at the Ottomans from the south. Constantine swiftly captured Athens and Thebes, forcing Duke Nerio II Accaglioli to pay tribute to him instead of the Ottomans. The recapture of Athens was celebrated, with one of Constantine's counselors comparing him to the ancient Athenian general Themistocles. Now, despite the crusading army being destroyed by Murad II at the Battle of Varna in November 1444, Constantine continued on in his campaign, supported by Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy, who supported him by sending 300 soldiers. Constantine raided central Greece and the Pindus Mountains in Thessaly, where he was once again welcomed as a liberator. One of his governors seized the town of Lidoriki from the Ottomans, which was renamed Kanta in his honor. Murad II was beginning to get more than a little tired of Constantine's successes. Thus, he marched on Morea in 1446 with an army of possibly up to 60,000 men. Despite the overwhelming numbers, Constantine refused to surrender his gains and prepared for battle. The Ottomans quickly took control of Thessaly. Constantine and Thomas rallied at the Hexamilian Wall. Despite their efforts and the wall's strength, Murad brought cannons with him, and that was a big problem. Well, I'm sure you can see how it ended up. By December the 10th, the wall was breached. Most defenders were either killed or captured, and Constantine and Thomas escaped, albeit barely. Murad's general Turahan was sent to take Mistras and devastate Constantine's land, while Murad led forces in the north. Although Turahan failed to take Mistras, Murad did not aim to conquer the Morea, but rather to instill terror, make an example, living memory of terrible things so that no one would stand up to the Ottomans again. The devastated and depopulated peninsula was thus left in ruins. Constantine and Thomas, well, they were in no position to negotiate. The writing was on the wall. They accepted Murad as their lord, paid him tribute, and promised never to restore the Hexamilian Wall again. Theodore, who had previously been the despot of Morea, passed away in the June of 1448, and later that year, on October 31st, Emperor John VIII Palaiologos also died in Constantinople. Among the surviving Palaiologoi brothers, Constantine was notably the most popular, both in Morea and the capital. John VIII's preferred successor was indeed Constantine, and this choice was strongly supported by their mother, Helena Dragas, who also favored him for the crown. As news of John VIII's death spread, both Thomas and Demetrios rushed back to Constantinople, reaching the capital before Constantine could leave the Morea. Despite many in the capital favoring Demetrios due to his anti-unionist stance, Helena used her authority as regent to stall Demetrios' attempt to seize the throne until Constantine's arrival. Thomas accepted Constantine's appointment without contention, and Demetrios, though initially overruled, eventually proclaimed Constantine as the new emperor. Shortly afterwards, George Soprantes informed Sultan Murad of the succession, and the Sultan also accepted Constantine's appointment on December 6, 1448. With the succession issue resolved peacefully, Helena sent two envoys, Manuel Palaiologos Largos and Alexios Philanthropenos Laskaris, to the Morea to officially proclaim Constantine as emperor, and, of course, to escort him to the capital. Thomas came along for the journey. Constantine was proclaimed emperor of the Romans in a modest civil ceremony at Mistras on January the 6th, 1449. Instead of the traditional crown, Constantine may have placed a pilos, which is another type of imperial headgear, on his head by his own hands. This local ceremony in Mistras was notably unconventional, as emperors were typically crowned in the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. However, there were historical precedents for such local ceremonies, and like his predecessors, Constantine chose not to have the traditional coronation ceremony in Constantinople upon his arrival. This was partly because both he and the Patriarch of Constantinople, Gregory III Mamas, were supporters of the union of churches, and a formal coronation by Gregory might have incited rebellion among the anti-unionists in the capital. Constantine considered his proclamation at Mistras sufficient for his imperial coronation, and believed it granted him all the constitutional rights of an emperor. In his earliest known imperial document, a Crucible from February 1449, he referred to himself as Constantine Palaiologos, in Christ true emperor and autocrat of the Romans. He arrived in Constantinople on the 12th of March 1449, traveling there aboard a Catalan ship. Having served as regent twice and ruled numerous fiefs throughout the empire, Constantine was well prepared for his role as an emperor. By the time he ascended the throne, Constantine was significantly diminished. Rather, Constantinople was significantly diminished from its former glory. The city had not fully recovered from devastating circumstances of the Fourth Crusade in 1204, and yes, they were so devastating that even 200 years later they had not recovered. The 15th century Constantinople was almost like a rural network of population centers, with many churches and palaces, including the former imperial palace, completely abandoned and in disrepair. The Palaiologoi emperors used the Palace of the Blachernae as their main residence, located closer to the city's walls than the former Grand Palace. The population of Constantinople had also significantly decreased due to Latin occupation, civil wars in the 14th century, and recurring outbreaks of the Black Death. By the time Constantine became emperor, the city's population was around 50,000, a stark contrast to its peak in earlier centuries. Shortly after arriving in Constantinople as emperor, his immediate concern was the threat from the Ottomans. Within 2 weeks, he sought to secure the empire by negotiating a truce with Sultan Murad II. He dispatched Andronikos Lagares as an ambassador, who successfully arranged a truce that included not only the capital, but also his brothers in the Morea, aiming to protect that province from further Ottoman incursions. To neutralize his brother Demetrios, who harbored ambitions for the throne and was a source of potential instability, Constantine appointed him as despot of the Morea. This move allowed Demetrios to rule alongside Thomas, dividing the despotate between them. Demetrios took over the former capital, Mistras, and the southern and eastern parts of the Morea, while Thomas controlled the northwest and Corinthia, with his residence alternating between Patras and Leontari. Back in the capital, Constantine faced significant opposition from anti-unionists who rejected the authority of the Unionist Patriarch Gregory III. Although Constantine was not a zealous supporter of the union of the churches, he saw it as essential for the empire's survival. However, the Unionists and anti-Unionists found the emperor's pragmatic approach to be unconvincing, prioritizing spiritual integrity over the possibility of Western aid that may not even come. Another pressing issue for Constantine was the continuation of the imperial line, as neither he nor his brothers had male heirs at the time. In February 1449, he sent Manuel de Chipatos to Italy to negotiate with Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples for military aid against the Ottomans, and also to arrange a marriage with Beatrice of Coimbra, Alfonso's niece. However, the alliance did not materialize. In October of 1449, Constantine sent George Soprantes to explore potential brides in the Empire of Trebizond and the Kingdom of Georgia, although this mission also proved to be fruitless. Diplomacy is not easy. Well, upon learning of the death of Murad, Soprantes and Constantine considered a strategic marriage to Murad's widow, Mara Brankovic, to deter the new Sultan, Mehmed II, from attacking Constantinople. However, Mara had no interest in remarrying, having vowed to live a life of celibacy. Soprantes then suggested a Georgian bride for Constantine, but rising tensions with the Ottomans prevented him from pursuing this alliance any further. No time for dating, I suppose. Well, the death of Helena Dragas in March of 1450 was a significant loss for Constantine, as it would be for anyone whose mother passes away. She was deeply respected, and her passing left Constantine without a clear advisor to rely on. At court, Andronikos Palaiologos Kantokozenos, the Mekas Domestikos, often disagreed with Constantine, especially over the choice of a Georgian princess as a bride instead of a princess from Trebizond. Locus Notaros, the Megas Doax, and a close friend of Constantine, believed that Constantinople's formidable defenses, would buy enough time for Western aid to arrive. George Soprantos, now promoted to the title of First Lord of the Imperial Wardrobe, was cautious about antagonizing Mehmed II, and advocated for more discreet appeals to Western aid. Well, Constantine quickly sent envoys to the new Sultan Mehmed as a truce, and Mehmed assured the Byzantine envoys of his peaceful intentions, but Constantine remained skeptical about the Sultan's reliability. As he prepared for a potential conflict, he sought alliances, particularly with Venice, which operated a large commercial colony in Constantinople. However, after Constantine raised taxes on Venetian imports to boost the imperial treasury, the Venetians threatened to move their trade elsewhere, and they even signed a treaty with Mehmed in 1451. Constantine attempted to counter this by offering trade incentives to the Republic of Ragusa, though they could provide very little military support. The broader European response to the Ottoman threat was seemingly muted, with most Western kingdoms preoccupied with their own conflicts. The recent succession of the young Mehmed lulled Europeans into a false sense of security. To the papacy, enforcing the union of the churches was a lot more critical than responding to the Ottoman threat. In the August of 1451, Constantine's ambassador, Andronikos Bryennios Leontaris, arrived in Rome, but Pope Nicholas V responded with an ultimatum. Further military aid would only come if the union achieved at Florence was fully accepted at Constantinople. This, of course, placed Constantine in a very difficult position, as enforcing the union risked inciting riots in the capital. Cardinal Isidore of Kiev was sent by the Pope to help enforce the union, but arrived only in October 1452, and at this time Constantinople was already facing significant threats from Mehmed. In an effort to secure the Byzantine Empire against the growing Ottoman threat, one of Constantine's initial acts as emperor was to utilize the presence of Orhan Çelebi, the great-grandson of the Ottoman Sultan Bayezid I, and a potential rival claimant to the Sultanate. Orhan lived as a hostage in Constantinople, and Mehmed had previously agreed to pay annually for his keep. In 1451, Constantine sent a message to Sultan Mehmed, asserting that the payment for Orhan's upkeep was insufficient, and hinting that, without increasing the payment, Orhan might be released to possibly ignite a Ottoman civil war. This strategy of using Ottoman princes as hostages to create political leverage had been employed by Constantine's father, Manuel II, but it was fraught with risks. Mehmed's Grand Vizier, Halil Pasha, was shocked by the Byzantine threat and considered it a sign of desperation and foolishness. Halil, who had been a mediator ensuring peaceful relations due to his long-term connections with the Byzantines, lost his temper with the Byzantine messengers, vehemently dismissing their threats and warning that the new sultan would not be as lenient as his predecessors. Well, we actually have a source that was chronicling what was actually said at the time. So, in the words of Halil Pasha, it goes a little bit like this. You stupid Greeks, I have had enough of your devious ways. The late Sultan was a lenient and conscientious friend to you. The present Sultan is not of the same mind. If Constantine eludes his bold and impetuous grasp, it will only be because God continues to overlook your cunning and wicked schemes. You are fools to think you can frighten us with your fantasies, and that when the ink on our recent treaty is barely even dry. We are not children without strength or reason. If you think you can start something, then do so. If you want to proclaim Orhan as Sultan in Thrace, go ahead. If you want to bring the Hungarians across the Danube, then let them come. If you want to recover the places which you lost long since, try it. But know this, you will make no headway in any of these things. All that you will achieve is to lose what little you still have. Pretty brutal, isn't it? Now, obviously, this was not a wise decision from Constantine, but hindsight is a beautiful thing. The blunder of this significantly weakened Constantine's position. Mehmed considered the threat regarding Oran to be a breach of their 1449 truce, and revoked the small concessions he had granted the Byzantines. The threat gave Mehmed the justification he sought to focus all his efforts on capturing Constantinople, a goal he had harbored since his ascendancy to the Sultanate. Thus, he saw the conquest of Constantinople as vital for the survival of the Ottoman state, ensuring it could not serve as a base for potential crusades, or even fall into the hands of a more formidable adversary than the Byzantines. Inspired by figures like Achilles and Alexander the Great, Mehmed was driven not only by strategic considerations, but also by a fascination with classical and medieval history, wanting to write himself into his own heroic story. Well, I suppose you're the hero or the villain. It depends on whose perspective the story's being told from. In the spring of 1452, Mehmed began constructing the Rumeli Hisari fortress on the western side of the Bosworth Strait. That's the gap of water that separates the two sides of Constantinople. Now, directly opposite the already existing fort, the Analodohu Hisari. This allowed Mehmed to control sea traffic and effectively blockade Constantinople by both land and sea. Constantine was alarmed by this aggressive move, and citing a precedent set during his grandfather's reign, protested the construction, reminding Mehmed that they had a peace treaty, and he better honor it. Don't be so rude. Well, Mehmed's intentions became increasingly clear, and panic began to ensue in Constantinople. Constantine tried to manage the situation by declaring war on Mehmed after the Ottomans' aggressive actions, but quickly rescinded this declaration, realizing the futility of the gesture. The construction of the Rumeli Hisari was completed by August 1452, serving both as a blockade and a staging area for the planned conquest. Constantine, acknowledging this immediate threat, began urgently to prepare for a siege, focusing on repairing and reinforcing the formidable Theodosian walls of Constantinople. He placed Manuel Palaiologos Lagros in charge of these vital repairs, which were completed later in 1452. Understanding the desperate need for allies, Constantine sent numerous pleas for military aid. To Venice, he stressed that without immediate support, Constantinople would fall. While the Venetians did express sympathy, their own conflicts in Italy limited their ability to provide military support, though they did offer to send armor and gunpowder. The sinking of a Venetian trading ship by the Ottomans, though, changed Venice's stance, placing them at war with Mehmed as well. Now, it wasn't just the Venetians. Constantine also reached out to other potential allies. Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples was promised the island of Lemnos for his support. John Hunyadi of Hungary was promised Mesembria or Selimbria. The Genoese on Chios were offered other incentives for their military assistance. The ambassador to Pope Nicholas V, Biernarios Leontaris, delivered a letter in 1451 outlining the challenges of implementing the union of the churches and proposing a new council to address these issues on fairer ground. However, Nicholas's response was uncompromising, demanding full acceptance of the union achieved at Florence and the reinstatement of the Unionist Patriarch Gregory III. By late 1452, as the situation grew increasingly dire, Constantine continued to fortify Constantinople and appeal in all directions for assistance, but the responses that he did get were limited and largely non-committal. The city itself was on the brink, with Mehmed poised to fulfill his ambition of conquering the last remnant of the Roman Empire, setting the stage for one of history's most dramatic sieges. Constantine's diplomatic efforts intensified as the threat from the Ottomans loomed larger. Understanding the critical nature of his situation, he sent numerous appeals out for assistance, particularly focusing on Pope Nicholas V, whose support was conditional on the full acceptance of the union of the churches and recognition of his spiritual authority over Constantinople. Well, despite the Pope's sympathetic stance, he made it very clear that the papacy alone couldn't significantly counter the Ottomans. They were far too strong, and he insisted on a collective response from Western Europe, mirroring Venice's position that promised only to help if other European powers also helped too. On October the 26th, 1452, Nicholas V's legate, Isidore of Kiev, arrived in Constantinople, alongside the Latin Archbishop of Mytilene, Leonard of Chios, bringing a modest force of 200 Neapolitan archers. While this force was not substantial enough to turn the tide of the impending conflict, their presence was more than a military statement. It was a symbol of potential larger Western support, and a direct attempt to solidify the union of the churches. Their arrival, however, stirred significant unrest among the city's staunch anti-unionists. Theodore Agalianos, a lawyer and vocal anti-unionist, encapsulated the sentiment of many in Constantinople, viewing the union as a cause of great strife and a precursor to the empire's mounting troubles. He criticized the union for scattering the faithful, and believed it was the root of Byzantine misfortunes. Constantine faced a severe backlash for his overtures towards the union. Lucas Notaras, trying to quell the unrest, reasoned with the assembly of nobles that the Catholic visit was well-intentioned, and the accompanying soldiers might indicate forthcoming aid. This did manage to convince many that temporary spiritual concessions could be a price worth paying for their survival, fostering a hope that perhaps more substantial help was on the way. Despite this, once it became more than clear that no further aid was going to come, riots and chaos broke out in the streets of Constantinople. Leonard of Chios advised Constantinople to adopt a firmer stance against the anti-unionists by arresting their leaders. But Constantine, fearing that such actions would martyr the opposition leaders and exacerbate tensions, opted instead for dialogue. He invited the leaders of the Synaxis to the palace, asking them to document their objections to the union achieved at Florence. This approach, however, did very little to mitigate the broader crisis, especially as another Venetian ship was sunk by Ottoman fire from the new Rumeli Hisari castle, exacerbating fears and rallying the city around a common threat. As the forces of Sultan Mehmed tightened their grip around Constantinople, Emperor Constantine faced the daunting reality of defending his city against this seemingly impossible odds. The Ottomans, determined to capture the city, bombarded Constantinople's formidable land walls while planning to infiltrate its weaker sea defenses. Constantine, foreseeing this, had laid a massive chain across the Golden Horn, effectively blocking the Ottoman fleet's entry. This defensive measure held firm initially, preventing the fleet from aiding the land assault directly. However, the siege's tide began to change with the arrival of crucial reinforcements. A few days after the siege commenced, the massive chain was temporarily lifted to allow 3 Genoese ships from the papacy and a large supply vessel from Alfonso V of Aragon and Naples to enter the city on April 20. Their successful breach of the Ottoman naval blockade under the hostile gaze of Mehmed significantly boosted the morale of Constantinople's defenders. The Ottoman admiral Suleiman Baltoglu, under direct and frantic commands from Mehmed, failed to stop these ships, marking a significant, albeit brief, victory for the Constantinople side. Well, despite the morale boost, Mehmed was relentlessly in his strategy to conquer Constantinople. By April 23rd, to the defenders' dismay, they witnessed the Ottoman fleet being dragged across land on a series of tracks behind Galata. This ingenious move by Mehmed circumvented the chain and allowed the Ottoman ships to enter the Golden Horn. Attempts by the Venetians to counter this maneuver by attacking the Ottoman ships were unsuccessful. As the siege wore on, the strain on Constantinople's defenders grew. The sea walls, known to be weaker than the land fortifications, now also needed to be manned. Food shortages also began to take their toll. Prices began to soar, leading to starvation among the poor. Constantine ordered that the funds be collected from churches, monasteries, and private residents to buy food for the destitute. Precious metals from church treasuries were thus melted down, with Constantine promising to repay the clergy if the city withstood the siege. The Ottoman bombardment eventually created a breach in the outer walls, exposing the inner defenses and heightening Constantine's anxiety. He desperately sent messages to Mehmed, offering any form of tribute to end the siege. But Mehmed left him on red, and his resolve was firm. Mehmed responded with a stark ultimatum. Either Constantine surrendered the city for generous terms, including territories for his brother, or face complete destruction and death for himself and his nobles. Constantine, the Roman emperor, the very last of that line, bound by duty and honor, could not conceive of surrendering Constantinople, and dismissed Mehmed's offer. He had resolved to fight to the end. As hope dwindled, rumors of a Venetian fleet coming to relieve the city provided a glimmer of hope. However, when a Venetian ship scouting the blockade returned with no news of an approaching relief force, despair set in among the city's defenders. Some of Constantine's counselors and companions pleaded with him to escape and establish a government in exile, possibly in the Morea. Constantine refused, unwilling to abandon his city and be remembered as the emperor who fled. His resolve was to stand with Constantinople. He had declared, and I quote, "God forbid that I should live as an emperor without an empire. As my city falls, I will fall with it." In his final message to Mehmed, Constantine expressed the collective resolve of Constantinople's citizens to die free rather than live under Ottoman subjugation, stating in his letter, "As to surrendering the city to you, it is not for me to decide or for anyone else of its citizens, for all of us have reached the mutual decision to die of our own free will, without any regard for our lives." As the siege entered its final days, internal strife among the defenders began to surface, with Venetians and Genoese bickering amongst each other, forcing Constantine to remind them of the greater enemy at the gates. The emperor, placing his faith in divine will, prepared for the inevitable assault, ready to face the end with his city, embodying the spirit of a ruler steadfast in the face of overwhelming odds. In the dark early hours of May 29th, 1453, the final assault on Constantinople began. Mehmed's forces had meticulously prepared for this moment, their numbers overwhelming. Despite the unrelenting siege and the dwindling hope, Constantine remained with the men, resolute in his decision to stand with them against the encroaching Ottomans. And as the siege wore on and on, the city of Constantinople was beset by ominous signs. On the 22nd of May, before the final day, a lunar eclipse cast a great shadow over the city, fulfilling a prophecy that the city would fall when the moon waned. Constantine, in an effort to bolster the morale of his beleaguered forces, ordered the revered icon of the Virgin Mary to be carried through the streets in procession. However, this effort was thwarted first by the icon slipping from its frame, and then by a sudden shift in the weather to rain and then hail. The following days were cloaked in a thick fog, adding to the sense of the impending doom. On the night of May 26, as Mehmed prepared the troops for the onslaught, strange lights were observed illuminating the dome of the Hagia Sophia, interpreted by both the Ottomans and the Byzantines as a divine symbol. To the former, a harbinger of victory, and for the latter, a sign of their doom. The Byzantine emperor led his solemn procession along the city walls, icons and relics in hand, as both Orthodox and Catholic defenders joined together in prayer, a rare show of unity fostered by their shared peril. And on this night, before the final assault, the city was a tableau of desperate hope and prayer. The Hagia Sophia opened its doors to all, with Emperor Constantine himself present, praying and seeking forgiveness, just like any other member of the public. He then made his rounds, inspecting the defences and saying his farewells, aware that these would be his final hours. Dawn broke on May 29th. The Ottoman cannons ceased their bombardment, and silence fell, a brief, eerie calm before the storm of the final assault. The defenders, stretched thin and exhausted, fought valiantly under the command of the Genoese commander, Giovanni Giustiniani. But as the sun rose, Giustiniani himself was gravely wounded, and his withdrawal marked the beginning of the end. The Ottomans exploited a small, unguarded position, postern gate, the Kerkerporta, to flood into the city. Panic ensued among the defenders as they saw the Ottoman banner rise over the walls. And with that, the city was overrun. The once mighty walls that had withstood sieges for over 1,000 years finally fell. Emperor Constantine, seeing the collapse of his city's defences, refused the calls to flee. His last stand was among his soldiers. There was no distinction between emperor and soldier in those final moments. According to later accounts, his final words as he charged back into the fight were poignant, yelling at the Ottomans while charging at them, screaming, "The city is fallen, and I am still alive." His body was later found among the others, and though there was confusion and conflicting reports about his exact fate, the consensus among historians is that he did indeed die fighting. His head was severed and presented to Mehmed II, a grim trophy of the conquest. Thus, the fall of Constantinople marked the end of an era and the end of an emperor. The last remnants of the Roman Empire vanished into history. Mehmed entered the city, not only as a conqueror, but as a successor to the Roman legacy, styling himself Caesar in addition to Sultan. The city he conquered would become the heart of his empire, renamed Istanbul, and serve as a bridge between continents and cultures for centuries to come. Constantine's legacy endures as a symbol of resistance and dignity, the last emperor to stand in defense of his people and his city and Christendom against impossible odds. His death marked not just the fall of the city, but the end of the Byzantine Empire, leaving a profound legacy on both Eastern and Western history. Well, I hope you didn't cry too hard. I suppose it's all, well, if you are a European descent person, I suppose it's all a little bit too much to think about. Well, all in the past now, as we can say, though it is hard to be detached sometimes. It's sad. Anyway, Henry I of England ruled from 1100 to 1135 after the unfortunate accidental death of his brother King William II. He was noted for administrative reforms and legal improvements. He founded the Exchequer to manage royal finances and issued the Charter of Liberties to curb previous abuses of power. His was a reign that also focused on securing control of Normandy through the Treaty of Gisors, and strengthening English influence in Wales and Scotland, though these efforts often involved military confrontations. Despite his successes in administration, Henry's failure to secure a clear male heir after his only legitimate son died in the White Ship disaster of 1120 led to a succession crisis after his death that plunged England into a period of civil war known as the Anarchy, which is certainly as serious as it sounds. Well, if you want to learn all about Henry, you're in the right place. Welcome to the newcomers to the channel, and welcome back to those returning. If you'd like to support the channel, just click the like and subscribe. Above and beyond that is the description of the video. You'll find where you need to go if you want to go there. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed. And say hello in the comments too. That helps with the algorithm. You'll really help me out. Now let's begin. We have to go back to 1068, to Selby in Yorkshire, where Henry was likely born, as the youngest son of William the Conqueror and Matilda of Flanders. His father, after his 1066 conquest of England, established a strong Anglo-Norman presence, extending into Wales, and forged ties with France, a region then comprised of various fragmented territories, not the France that we know today, that's for sure. His mother, Matilda, herself a granddaughter of France's King Robert II, likely named Henry after her own uncle, being King Henry I of France. Of course, France had their share of Henrys as well, but that's for another video. And of course, he had a few siblings too: Robert Curthose, Richard, and William Rufus. But Henry was noted to be physically smaller, and has been described as short, stocky, and barrel-chested with dark hair. Well, the death of Richard early on limited Henry's interaction with his older brothers, though he did remain close to his sister Adela, likely due to their proximity in age. It's a bit easier when you grow up together. Well, records of Henry's childhood, speaking of which, are unfortunately quite minimal. And that's a rather unfortunate trend with these kind of histories. And it is debated whether he was raised predominantly in England or in Normandy. But we do know that his education, likely overseen by the church under the guidance of Bishop Osmond at Salisbury Cathedral, included Latin and elements of the liberal arts. But it does remain unclear if a career in the clerical role was ever intended for him. Perhaps there was thoughts of it. Well, he also received military training from one Richard Achard, and was knighted by his father in 1086, making him Sir Henry. Well, the next year, his father, William the Conqueror, in 1087, sustained fatal injuries during the Vexin campaign. As William's life neared its end in Rouen, he began to divide his domains among his sons, a practice that diverged across Europe. Unlike the emerging practice of primogeniture in parts of France, that being where the eldest son pretty much inherited all the titles, Norman and English traditions typically saw a division of lands equally among all sons, but the eldest would receive the principal territories and the younger would most of the time receive lesser or newly acquired lands. Still a lot more equitable than just giving everything to the firstborn. William's distribution of his domains was consistent with Norman traditions, of course, that distinguished between inherited lands and territories gained through conquest. Following the death of his brother Richard in an unfortunate hunting accident, Henry, along with his remaining brothers, became the principal heirs to William's holdings. Normandy was allotted to Robert, the eldest, who had, by the way, previously rebelled against their father, while William Rufus, who had stayed in their father's favor, received England. And Henry? He wasn't completely left out. He was granted a substantial monetary legacy of £5,000, quite a lot for the day, and was also expected to inherit his mother's modest estates in Buckinghamshire and Gloucestershire, which is, by the way, my father's hometown. Call out to anybody who's in Gloucestershire listening to say hello. Well, William's internment in Cannes was marked by civil unrest, and Henry may have played a conciliatory role in settling the disputes, possibly compensating the aggrieved parties with silver. After the funeral, upon returning to Normandy, Henry found that his brother Robert discovered that William Rufus had ascended to the English throne, and he had already been crowned. This unforeseen development ignited a deep-seated conflict among the siblings concerning the division of their father's assets. Robert, dissatisfied with the division, plotted an invasion of England, supported by a rebellion among some significant English nobles against William Rufus. Meanwhile, Henry chose to remain in Normandy, possibly due to his unwillingness to openly side with William Rufus, or the risk of Robert confiscating his inheritance if he tried to depart. You can only imagine poor old William, up there wherever they go in the afterlife, shaking his head at his son's behavior. Oh, it's a shame when they all start fighting after the funeral. Unfortunately, it happens all too often, and is not confined to the old days. Well, in 1088, as Robert's invasion plans faltered, he sought financial aid from Henry's inheritance, which Henry refused. However, a compromise was eventually reached, and Henry agreed to pay £3,000 in exchange for being appointed as the Count of Western Normandy. I suppose a job like that, you could probably find a way of earning that money back pretty quickly. Well, this new role, which involved delegating ducal authority, granted Henry governance over territories including Cotentin and Avranchin, thereby giving him oversight of significant Norman institutions, such as the bishoprics and the influential Mont Saint-Michel Abbey. Henry quickly consolidated his position within the region, nurturing a network of loyalty among influential figures from both western Normandy and eastern Brittany, described by historian John Le Battorel as Henry's gang. This group included notable figures like Roger of Mandeville, Richard of Redvers, and Robert Fitzamon, who played a crucial role in reinforcing his command, certainly a good friend to have around. Well, despite further attempts by Robert to regain control over the county, Henry maintained a robust hold, effectively rendering parts of his territories semi-autonomous from the ducal authority in Rouen. Simultaneously, the relationship between Henry and his brothers William of Rufus and Robert, was tense and fraught with suspicion. After suppressing a rebellion against William Rufus, he returned to England in July of 1088 to secure his mother's estates. His attempt failed, and he returned to Normandy that autumn, only to be confronted by Odo, the Bishop of Bayeux, who viewed him as a competitor. Odo convinced Robert that Henry was conspiring against him with William Rufus. Upon his arrival in Normandy, Henry was captured by Odo's forces and imprisoned at Neuilly-la-Forêt. Although Robert reclaimed the county of Cotentin during this time, Henry was released from prison in the spring of 1089 due to the intervention of influential Norman nobles. Well, he lost his title as the Count of Cotentin. But, despite that, Henry had maintained influence over the western regions of Normandy. He was still popular there, and plenty of friends in the right places. Meanwhile, his brothers continued their power struggles between each other, with William Rufus focusing on suppressing dissent in England and seeking alliances with Norman and Ponthieu barons against Robert. Robert, seeking leverage, turned to the first port of call, Philip I of France. By late 1090, tensions had escalated when William Rufus instigated a rebellion in Rouen by urging Conan Pilatus, a notable local figure, to come out and oppose Robert. Well, the city was soon engulfed in turmoil, with significant backing for Conan from the populace and surrounding ducal garrisons. The conflict got even worse in November, when Henry, responding to Robert's call for aid, arrived in Rouen and took a leading role in the violent, bloody street battles that ensued. Right out there in the action. Good for him, I guess. Well, as the conflict peaked, Robert unexpectedly withdrew and basically left Henry there to manage the skirmishes all by himself. Well, fortunately, Henry did a pretty good job, and his forces ultimately prevailed, and he captured Conan. Now, in a display of rather stern authority, Henry had Conan executed by throwing him off the top of Rouen Castle, despite Conan's offers of a large ransom for his release. Well, of course, they were not interested in the ransom, and this act solidified Henry's reputation for decisiveness and bolstered his standing among Norman nobility. It also earned him the epithet Henry the Hurler, because he loved to hurl people off buildings. I'm just joking, just checking if you're paying attention. Now back to the real history. Following the Rouen conflict, Robert, perhaps feeling a little intimidated by Henry's prominence in the battle, forced him to leave the city. Now this likely stemmed from fears of Henry's increasing influence and a possible bid to reclaim his title as Count of Cotentin. The subsequent year, 1091, saw William Rufus launching an invasion of Normandy, which led Robert to negotiate a treaty in Rouen. This agreement granted William Rufus several Norman territories in exchange for military support to regain Maine and reinforce Robert's authority over Normandy, including the lands that were controlled by Henry. A treaty that also arranged for William Rufus and Roberts to be each other's heirs, explicitly excluding poor Henry from any succession claims, as long as either brother lived. Foreshadowing. Well, following this treaty, hostilities of course erupted between Henry and the brothers. Henry wasn't going to take it lying down, and you can't blame him. He assembled a mercenary army in western Normandy, but as the forces of William Rufus and Robert advanced, his support from the barons began to dwindle. So Henry retreated to Mont Saint-Michel, where he faced a siege, likely beginning around March in 1091. Now the site was pretty defensible, but it had a bit of a problem. There was no fresh water, and everybody knows you can only go so long without a drink. Now, Chronicle William of Malmesbury recorded that during the siege, when Henry's water reserves dwindled, Robert offered him fresh supplies, which of course led to tension between Robert and William Rufus. Well, the details of the final stage of the siege remain a little unclear, but it is believed that internal disagreements among the besiegers and Henry's probable negotiated surrender led to his departure from Mont Saint-Michel. Thus Henry fled to Brittany and crossed into France. Of course, what happens next in the historical accounts are a little bit blurry. Orderic Vitalis notes that Henry spent over a year wandering around the French Vexin, a border area through Normandy, accompanied by a host of his modest entourage of loyal followers. By the end of this period, the Treaty of Rouen had collapsed due to renewed tensions between Robert and William Rufus, who never really seemed to get along, don't they? And thus, in 1092, seizing an opportunity, Henry captured the town of Domfront after residents, disgruntled under the rule of Robert of Bellême, extended an invitation to him. And thus the takeover was peaceful, and marked the beginning of Henry's resurgence as a political force. The boys are back in town, it seems. And over the next 2 years, he diligently rebuilt his base of support in western Normandy, effectively establishing a shadow court in anticipation of greater power. By 1094, he was confidently distributing lands and constructing castles, behaving much like the Duke of Normandy in his own right. And during this period, William Rufus began financially supporting Henry's efforts against Robert, aiding in the construction of a significant fortification at Domfront. In 1094, as William Rufus launched a military campaign against Robert in Normandy, he summoned Henry. However, Henry opted instead to travel to London, possibly at the explicit invite of William Rufus, rather than join the main military operations in eastern Normandy. This move suggests a strategic alignment with the English king, who soon after returned to England, and with that, the campaign was ended. In the ensuing years, Henry solidified his position in western Normandy and made occasional visits to England, maintaining his presence at William Rufus's court. The political landscape shifted significantly in 1095 when Pope Urban II... Do you know what he did? Here's the trivia. What did Pope Urban II do in 1095? If you answered initiated the First Crusade, you are correct. A little pat on the head for you. Of course, Robert pledged his participation in this First Crusade. Nothing like a holiday, that's for sure. And he financed his involvement through a loan through William Rufus, who received temporary control over Robert's territories in Normandy as collateral. The alliance between Henry and William Rufus continued to strengthen, culminating in joint military actions in the Norman Vexin between 1097 and 1098. On August 2nd, 1100, King William Rufus was fatally wounded by an arrow while hunting in the New Forest, an incident believed to be an accident by most historians, though it sparked suspicions of foul play at the time. Walter Tyrrell, the alleged shooter, fled to France, fearing repercussions. Naturally, I suppose that's the only thing you could do, although I am surprised he got that far. In the ensuing chaos, Henry quickly moved to Winchester to secure the throne. William of Brutel advocated for Robert, who was returning from the Crusades, citing the noble's prior homage to him as solidifying his claim. However, Henry, supported by influential figures like Henry de Beaumont and Robert of Milan, asserted his right to rule based on porphyrogeniture, having been born during his parents' reign. I know it's all a little complicated, but we're trying to go as slow as we can with all this. Henry's swift actions to control Winchester Castle and the royal treasury also helped him gain the upper hand. And so by August 5th, 1100, just 3 days after Rufus's death, Henry was hastily crowned king in Westminster Abbey by the Bishop of London, Maurice, due to the absence of the Archbishops of Canterbury and York, who would usually perform the deed. Now following his coronation, Henry issued a charter to mend the unpopular policies of his predecessor. This charter aimed to restore order and justice, pledging to reverse William Rufus's harsh measures, protect the rights of the barons, and reinstate the customs of Edward the Confessor, ensuring a lasting peace throughout England. Henry got to work quite quickly. He secured the loyalty of existing allies and key officials from William Rufus's reign, rewarding them with lands and positions. When we say secured the loyalty, it seems more like he purchased the loyalty. But hey, gotta get it somehow. William Gifford became Bishop of Winchester, while sheriffs like Urs d'Abeteau and Robert Fitzamon retained their roles. Conversely, the unpopular Bishop of Durham, Rainulf Flambard, was locked up in prison for corruption. Now, to fill various vacant church positions, he swiftly nominated new candidates, which enhanced his support base. He also reached out to the exiled Archbishop of Canterbury, Anselm, to consecrate these appointments. On November 11th, 1100, Henry married Matilda, daughter of Malcolm III of Scotland, in Westminster Abbey. This strategic union enhanced his legitimacy, given Matilda's descent from Alfred the Great. Go watch my video about him. They call him Great for a reason. Although raised in convents, a council confirmed that Matilda had not taken formal vows, clearing her way to marry. Well, as queen, Matilda actively participated in governance. She wasn't relegated to the back seat, that's for sure, serving as a regent and engaging in the arts. She and Henry also had 2 children, Matilda and William Adelin, and possibly a third, Richard, who unfortunately seems to have passed away at quite a young age. While Henry travelled, Matilda often remained at Westminster, deeply involved in managing the realm. Henry's personal life was marked by a reportedly robust libido, and he engaged in numerous liaisons, resulting in a multitude of illegitimate offspring, documented as at least 9 sons and 13 daughters. Hard to sweep them under the rug, isn't it? Well, these children were not shunned in any sense, really, but Henry actually acknowledged and provided for them. So there was no need to shirk any responsibility. But this behavior, while it seems a little bit striking, was not really unusual for the period. In fact, it was common practice among unmarried Anglo-Norman noblemen to engage with women of the night and form connections with other local women, and kings were typically expected to maintain a few mistresses. It's just the way it was. Well, these relationships spanned across Henry's life, some occurring before his marriage to Matilda, and others after. His mistresses also came from diverse backgrounds, and included both commoners and the nobility, suggesting that his affairs were conducted with a degree of openness, which is, I suppose that's good. But while it is speculated that some of these relationships with noblewomen might have been strategically motivated, concrete evidence supporting that theory of doing it to secure political alliances is, well, a little bit sparse, far-fetched at worst. Well, by the onset of 1101, now King Henry had firmly established his rule. But it wasn't all safe and sound. His position remained a little precarious, as many in the Anglo-Norman nobility still harbored loyalties towards his brother Robert, poised to turn coats if Robert should ascend in England. Well, Flambard, having escaped from the Tower of London in February, fled to Normandy and revitalized Robert's campaign to assemble an invasion force. By July, Robert had mustered both an army and a navy ready to challenge Henry. Well, in response, Henry confiscated Flambard's estates, and, with Archbishop Anselm's backing, stripped him of his ecclesiastical titles. Well, despite these assertive moves, the loyalty of Henry's vassals remained tenuous. During court sessions in April and June, while the nobility reaffirmed their oaths to Henry, their support was not 100%. As the threat of invasion loomed, Henry prepared his military at Pevensey, anticipating Robert's landing point, and took a hands-on approach in training his troops to counteract cavalry tactics. Although substantial forces were rallied, including those obliged to military service by the church, many key barons failed to show up. Archbishop Anselm played a crucial role in persuading these reluctant lords by highlighting the sacred duty of their allegiance to the king. It's a little hard to argue with that. We all know what happens when you shirk your duty of allegiance to the king. And thus Robert landed at Portsmouth on the 20th of July 1101, with only a few hundred troops. But his forces soon expanded, as dissatisfied barons joined up with him. Having heard the opportunity to take Winchester and its treasury, Robert hesitated, allowing Henry to marshal his forces for a decisive confrontation. At Alton, in Hampshire, the brothers met, not to fight, but to negotiate, which led to the Treaty of Alton. This agreement saw Robert renounce any claim over Henry's homage and recognize him as the King of England. In exchange, Robert relinquished most of western Normandy, except for Domfront, and agreed to pay Robert £2,000 annually for the rest of his life. That's a pretty good deal. The treaty also provided for the succession of lands to the surviving brother if one died without a male heir, and restored properties to barons penalized during the conflict, including reinstating Flambard as bishop. After the treaty, Robert stayed in England to affirm the peace, before finally returning back to Normandy. Well, despite the peace, Henry swiftly dealt with barons who had opposed him, notably banishing William de Warenne, the Earl of Surrey. The following year, 1102, Henry targeted Robert of Bellême, accusing him of numerous crimes and besieging his strongholds in Arundel, Tickhill, and Shrewsbury. Robert fled, accepted terms of banishment, and left for Normandy. By 1103, Henry was strengthening his position in Normandy, arranging strategic marriages for his daughters and securing alliances with Norman lords. He married Juliane to Eustace of Bretuil and Matilda to Rotro III of Perche. Meanwhile, Duke Robert's situation deteriorated, forcing him to ally with Robert of Bellême, his former adversary. Desperate times, desperate measures. By the next year, 1104, the alliance signaled a violation of the treaty with Henry, prompting the king to cross the Channel to Domfront. There he convened with leading Norman barons, who were now keen to align with his stronger rule. During this assembly, Henry openly challenged the Duke with betrayal for his pact with Bellême, before returning back to England. In 1106, Normandy was in complete disarray, prompting Henry to dispatch his ally, Robert Fitzamon, with knights to try to stir the conflict, a strategy that gave Henry a pretext to invade for restoring order. Despite initial resistance, including the razing of Bayeux and the capture of Caen and Falaise, the campaign stalled, leading to unsuccessful peace talks with Duke Robert. The conflict resumed in July 1106, with Henry determined to resolve the issue decisively. He quickly seized tactical advantages and surrounded Tinchebray Castle. Duke Robert and his ally, Robert of Bellême, attempted to lift the siege, but faced Henry's forces in the Battle of Tinchebray on the 28th of September. This battle, though it was admittedly quite short, was certainly a pivotal one, with Henry's reserves eventually turning the tide. Duke Robert captured, and Bellême, well, he ran away. Following the battle, Henry consolidated control over Normandy, firmly within his grip now, instructing Duke Robert's strongholds to hurry up and surrender, and entering Rouen to affirm the duchy's laws and accept homage from its leaders. While Duke Robert and key nobles were imprisoned, lesser captives were freed. Duke Robert's son, William Clito, was left in the care of Helias of Saint-Saëns, a Norman baron. To stabilize his rule further, Henry reconciled with Bellême, who gave up his claims in return for royal favor. Legally unable to claim the ducal title, Henry styled himself as England's king and Normandy's protector. And thus his reign over England and Normandy involved managing those intricate border issues and maintaining complex ducal, ecclesiastical and familial ties, especially with the admittedly ambiguous borders between England and Scotland, which started and ended at different places depending on who you asked. His marital connection to King David I of Scotland facilitated generally peaceful relations. In Wales, Henry used a combination of diplomacy and coercion to influence the Welsh princes, while Norman marcher lords expanded southward. And in regards to the nobles, he skillfully managed them, using political alliances, which was essential in the 12th century, to mediate between factions and secure loyalties, managing to maintain a broad network of support. His governance included strict measures against dissent, of course, using informers to monitor the realm. Kind of like if you see something, say something, that kind of policy. Well, gradually this reshaped the baronage into a group mostly loyal to the crown. And if they weren't loyal, they were certainly only unloyal in private, because it was very easy for someone to dob you in for saying the wrong thing. And you don't want to get on the bad side of Henry. You may find yourself thrown off a building. Well, Henry's court was structured into the domus, that being the domestic household, the broader familia regis, the royal family, and the curia, the court gatherings. His court managed royal documents, finances and logistics, and included a diverse mounted household troop utilized across his territories. Known for its discipline, the court prohibited common practices like pillaging, and was noted not just within its heartland, but in many other lands, for its grandeur, evidenced by the construction of a private menagerie at Woodstock Palace. Henry also expanded the royal justice system in England, building on the existing structures with stronger governmental institutions and controls. The development of the royal exchequer under Roger of Salisbury in 1110 was crucial for revenue management. In fact, the office continues to this very day. The introduction of itinerant justices and the formal recording of laws also enhanced royal authority and revenue through fines and fees, with the first pipe roll in 1130 detailing these advances. Henry also implemented several reforms of the coinage in 1107, 08, and 1125, imposing severe punishments on English coiners found guilty of debasing the currency. In Normandy, post-1106, he restored law and order, operating through a system of Norman justices and an exchequer similar to that of England. His governance was, of course, deeply entwined with the Church, which was crucial in the administrative frameworks of both England and Normandy. His relationship with the Church authorities evolved significantly through his reign. His predecessor, William the Conqueror, had already initiated reforms in the English Church with the support of Archbishop Lanfranc of Canterbury, who was both an advisor and collaborator. However, under William Rufus, this cooperative relationship seems to have deteriorated, culminating in the estrangement and exile of Archbishop Anselm. Upon assuming power, Henry was also a proponent of church reform, but he soon found himself embroiled in the investiture controversy, a dispute centered on whether the king or the pope should invest bishops with their symbols of office. the staff and the ring. This practice, traditionally executed by English kings as a display of royal authority, was challenged in 1099 by Pope Urban II, who decreed that such investitures could only be performed by the Church itself. When Anselm returned from exile in 1100, he informed Henry of his intention to adhere to Pope Urban's decree, and this put Henry in a little bit of a sticky position. While he valued the traditional symbols of homage and investiture, he also needed Anselm's support to solidify his rule and counter threats from his brother Duke Robert. Well, Anselm remained resolute, adhering strictly to the papal directive, despite Henry's efforts to negotiate a compromise by offering vague future concessions. The situation escalated, leading to Anselm's renewed exile, and Henry's seizure of revenues from Anselm's estates. In fact, threats of excommunication loomed until July 1105, when a resolution was finally brokered. The compromise delineated the secular and ecclesiastical jurisdictions, allowing Henry to retain the homage of the clergy for their temporal lands, while relinquishing the right to perform spiritual investitures. Despite these conflicts, Henry and Anselm, on various fronts, did manage to cooperate effectively, including a joint response to Duke Robert's invasion in 1101, and the implementation of major ecclesiastical reforms at councils in 1102 and 08. A collaboration that underscored a complex relationship, where political and spiritual ambitions were deeply entangled. Now, during Anselm's successor Robert Discour's tenure, there is a historical contention that has resurfaced between the archbishoprics of Canterbury and York. The core of the dispute was Canterbury's long-standing demand that the Archbishop of York should pledge obedience to Canterbury, reinforcing Canterbury's primacy. You can imagine how the Archbishop of York felt about this. In contrast, York maintained its independence, arguing for parity within the English Church. Henry, favouring a unified ecclesiastical hierarchy under Canterbury, supported its claim to primacy to maintain a cohesive English Church administration. However, the Pope, he favoured York's stance. And then things get a little bit complicated, because no one wants to get excommunicated, and these things can always run away with each other when you do something that the Pope does not want you to do, or refuse to do something that he does want you to do. Thus, this conflict involving Henry and Archbishop Thurston of York was marked by Henry's attempt to avoid a papal decision that might lessen his influence. In 1119, he allowed Thurston to attend the Council of Reims, where the Pope consecrated Thurston without the formal recognition of Canterbury's supremacy, completely contrary to Henry's expectations and Thurston's earlier assurances. Well, Henry was displeased, to say the least, and he responded by exiling Thurston. They did resolve their differences with a compromise, however, in 1120, so it wasn't all that bad for Thurston. Could have ended up worse for him. Well, Henry's influence extended deeply into ecclesiastical politics, of course, appointing bishops and archbishops across England and Normandy. His practice of promoting chancellors to high ecclesiastical positions, such as Durham and Winchester, exemplified his strategy of placing trusted administrators within the Church to expand his control. Differing from his predecessors, Henry consulted a broader array of bishops, especially valuing Roger of Salisbury's advice. Though not seen as exceptionally devout, Henry was a significant church benefactor, particularly following personal losses such as the death of his son in 1120 and troubles around his daughter's marriage in 1129. His support for the Cluniac order and his founding of Reading Abbey in 1121, which he endowed quite richly, by the way, highlighted his alignment rather with reformist ideals and his commitment to religious expansion. He also supported the establishment of leper hospitals and also nunneries, and backed the lesser-known Savignacs and Tyrannensians, reflecting his wide interest in nurturing various religious communities. In 1118, his embassy to Constantinople to acquire sacred relics, some enriching Reading Abbey, showed once again his increasing involvement in spiritual matters as his reign progressed. From 1108 onwards, Normandy was increasingly menaced by the consolidating forces of France, Anjou, and Flanders. When Louis VI ascended the French throne that year, he immediately sought to strengthen royal authority and demanded that Henry recognize his suzerainty and hand over 2 contested castles to neutral overseers. Henry's refusal led to Louis's mobilizing forces, though a confrontation was ultimately averted through a truce that left the contentious issue unresolved. At the same time, Fulk V assumed control of Anjou in 1109 and rejected Henry's lordship, opting instead to forge an alliance with Louis VI. The coalition was bolstered, albeit briefly, by Robert II of Flanders, quite briefly because he died 2 years later in 1111. During this period, the political landscape was further complicated by Henry's arrangement of his daughter Matilda's marriage in 1108 to the future Holy Roman Emperor Henry V, a union that brought both prestige and a hefty dowry of over £6,500, necessitating a special tax levy in England to amass the required funds. It's funny how the people have to pay for it. That's not fair, isn't it? Well, by 1110, Matilda had been crowned as the German queen, so mission accomplished for her, I suppose. Congratulations. Well, back to the external challenges. Facing plenty of them, Henry strategically expanded his influence beyond the borders of Normandy, reallocating lands from untrustworthy Norman barons to allies in regions like Maine. He also adopted the title of Duke of Normandy to solidify his authority. His control tactics included a failed attempt to arrest William Clito, prompting Clito's protectors to flee to Flanders. Relations worsened even more with Robert of Bellême, who was arrested in 1112 upon his arrival as a French envoy. From 1111 to 1113, as France and Anjou faced rebellions, Henry supported his nephew, Theobald II of Champagne, against King Louis VI. He even crossed into Normandy to give him a bit of assistance. To undermine Louis, Henry arranged strategic marriages for his children. His son William Adelin to Matilda of Anjou, and his illegitimate daughter Matilda to Duke Conan III of Brittany. By 113, Louis VI was pressured into a settlement at Gisors, recognizing Henry's control over Maine Bellem, and Brittany. A little closer to home, back in Wales, Henry's 1108 campaign had initially extended English control, notably around Pembroke. However, by 1114, Welsh resistance seemingly intensified. In response, Henry launched a coordinated military intervention in 1114 with forces advancing from the south, north, and mid-Wales, leading to a settlement that enforced his objectives and secured the Welsh marches with loyal appointees. In 1115, as concerns about succession intensified, Henry aimed to secure the future of his son, William Adelin, as the Duke of Normandy. He travelled to Normandy to gather the barons' oaths of allegiance for William, and nearly succeeded in striking a deal with Louis VI, offering a substantial sum to affirm William's rights. However, Louis was influenced by his ally, Baldwin of Flanders, and he recognized William Clito as the rightful heir. Now that complicates things, doesn't it? Of course, it culminated in open conflict in 1116, when Henry returned to Normandy to aid Theobald of Blois, who was under attack by Louis. The conflict broadened as forces from France, Flanders, and Anjou ravaged Normandy. Amidst these challenges, a series of rebellions broke out against Henry, spearheaded by Amory III of Montfort and other barons, and an assassination plot emerged from within Henry's own circle. Tragedy struck with the death of Henry's wife Matilda in 1118, but the pressing issues in Normandy prevented him from attending his own wife's funeral in England. Now that's not cool. No matter what's going on, you go to your wife's funeral, surely. Well, I suppose I wasn't there. Can't judge. Well, in response, Henry launched military campaigns against the rebelling barons and reinforced his alliance with Theobald. The situation did briefly improve when Baldwin of Flanders died from his battle wounds in 1118, relieving some of the pressure from the northeast. However, it all took a turn for the worse in Alençon, where Henry suffered a defeat against Fulk and the Angevin forces, forcing him into a retreat. His military and political position weakened significantly as his resources thinned and more barons defected. The crisis deepened in early 1119 when Eustace of Breteuil and Henry's daughter Juliana threatened to join the rebellion. Oh no. But in a sequence of events, quite dramatic actually, a breakdown in hostage negotiations led to both sides mutilating their captives. Doesn't get more dramatic than that. Henry then captured Breteuil, thwarting an attempt on his life by Juliana, who aimed a crossbow at him. While following this betrayal, he stripped the couple of nearly all their holdings in Normandy, consolidating his control amidst the ongoing turmoil. No doubt glad to put that little affair behind him. Now in May 1119, a strategic shift occurred when Henry successfully negotiated with Fulk of Anjou. He managed to persuade him to switch sides by arranging the marriage of his son William Adelin to Fulk's daughter Matilda. Well, with Fulk paid quite handsomely and departing for the Levant with heavy pockets, Henry took control of Maine. In the summer of 1119, the Battle of Bremule marked a significant confrontation between Henry and King Louis VI of France. Henry demonstrated his military skill by deploying scouts and organizing his knights into strategic lines, with troops dismounted to effectively counter the French cavalry's charge. Despite a sword blow, Henry's armor protected him, and the battle ended with the French forces, including Louis and William Clito, retreating, leaving Henry victorious. The ecclesiastical dispute that followed was taken to the Council of Reims, presided over by Pope Calixtus II. Despite French appeals and Henry's defense led by Archbishop Geoffrey of Rouen, the council ended inconclusively, with the Pope recommending peace, but not condemning Louis, maintaining the status quo. By June 1120, a peace treaty acknowledged William Madeline's right to Normandy, consolidating Henry's rule and marking a diplomatic win. However, tragedy struck on the 25th of November 1120 with the White Ship disaster. The ship carrying Henry's heir, William, and many courtiers struck a rock and sank, killing nearly 300. The loss devastated Henry and prompted a succession crisis. In response, Henry quickly remarried in 1121 to Adeliza of Louvain, hoping for an heir. This period also saw increased instability in Wales, leading to a rebellion after the death of Richard, Earl of Chester. Henry's campaign in North Wales reasserted his authority, despite an injury from a Welsh arrow. And his alliance with Anjou, secured through his son William's marriage to Fulk's daughter Matilda, was also beginning to crumble. Fulk returned from the Levant and demanded the return of Matilda and her dowry, which included various estates and fortifications in Maine. Although Matilda went back to Anjou, Henry was holding on to that dowry, claiming those lands originally belonged to him anyway, before falling under Fulk's control. Fulk was not going to stand for this one, so in retaliation, Fulk married his daughter Sibylla to William Clito, bestowing upon them the county of Maine. This ignited fresh conflict, as Amaury de Montfort, allying with Fulk, led a rebellion along the Norman-Anjou border in 1123. He was joined by several Norman barons, including Waleran de Beaumont, son of Henry's former ally, Robert Miolan. Henry responded by sending Robert of Gloucester and Rainulf le Mestien to Normandy, and later intervened personally in late 1123. He began besieging rebel castles, and then wintered inside the duchy. In the spring of 1124, active campaigning resumed. In the Battle of Bortirolda, Odo Borleng, the Castellan of Bernay, led the king's forces and ambushed the rebels as they moved through the Breton forest. Waleran's knights were decimated by Odo's archers, leading to a swift defeat for the rebels. Waleran was then captured, but Amaury did manage to escape. Henry proceeded to quash the remainder of the rebellion, blinding several rebel leaders, a punishment seen at the time as more merciful than execution, believe it or not. He regained control of the last rebel castles and secured the annulment of William Clito and Sibylla's marriage from Pope Calixtus, arguing consanguinity as the reason. Basically, they were related. Well, fresh conflict erupted in 1127 following the murder of the childless Charles I, the Count of Flanders, creating a local succession crisis. With the support of King Louis VI, William Clito was chosen by the Flemings to be their new ruler. The development posed a potential threat to Normandy, prompting Henry to finance a proxy war in Flanders, promoting the claims of William's Flemish rivals. To undermine the French alliance with William, Henry launched an attack into France in 1128, forcing Louis to withdraw his support for William. And unexpectedly, William died in July of the same year, removing the last significant challenger to Henry's rule and halting the war in Flanders. Without William around, the baronial opposition in Normandy lacked a leader, and a new peace was established with France, allowing Henry to finally release the remaining prisoners from the revolt of 1123, including Waleran of Melouan, who was rehabilitated into the royal court. Henry then rebuilt his alliance with Fulk of Anjou by marrying Matilda to Fulk's eldest son, Geoffrey. The pair were betrothed in 1127 and married the following year. It is unclear whether Henry intended Geoffrey to have any future claim on England or Normandy, as he likely kept his son-in-law's status deliberately ambiguous. Similarly, although Matilda was granted several castles in Normandy as part of her dowry, it was not specified when the couple would take possession of them. Fulk departed for Jerusalem in 1129, declaring Geoffrey the Count of Anjou and Maine. The marriage proved to be challenging, as the couple did not particularly like each other on a romantic or personal level, and disputes over the castles led Matilda to returning to Normandy that year. Henry appears to have blamed Geoffrey for the separation, but the couple reconciled in 1131. To Henry's pleasure and relief, Matilda gave birth to two sons, Henry and Geoffrey, in 1133 and 34. By this time, Henry's final years were approaching. The relationships between him, Matilda, and Geoffrey were becoming increasingly strained. Matilda and Geoffrey harbored suspicions that they lacked genuine support in England. In 1135, they urged Henry to hand over the royal castles in Normandy to Matilda during his lifetime, and insisted that the Norman nobility swear immediate allegiance to her, thereby securing a stronger position for the couple after Henry's death. Henry was likely concerned that Geoffrey would seize power in Normandy, and he refused these demands. Reportedly, he was quite enraged about the prospect. And a fresh rebellion broke out among the barons in southern Normandy, led by William III, the Count of Antioch. Geoffrey and Matilda intervened in support of the rebels. Henry responded by campaigning throughout the autumn to fortify the southern frontier. In November, he traveled to Léon-le-Forêt for hunting, appearing healthy at the time. However, he soon fell ill, apparently from consuming a surfeit of lampreys against his physician's advice. Always listen to the doctor. Either way, his condition rapidly deteriorated over the course of a single week. Well recognizing that the end was near, Henry gave his confession and summoned Archbishop Hugh of Amiens, who was joined by Robert of Gloucester and other members of the court. Preparations were made to settle Henry's outstanding debts and to revoke sentences of forfeiture, in accordance with custom. And on the 1st of December, 1135, Henry passed away, his body taken to Rouen, accompanied by barons where it was embalmed. His entrails were buried locally at the priory of Notre-Dame-du-Pré, and the preserved body was transported to England, where it was interred at Reading Abbey. Despite Henry's meticulous preparations, the succession did not proceed smoothly. When word of Henry's death spread, Matilda and Geoffrey were in Anjou, supporting the rebels against the royal army, which included many of Matilda's supporters, such as Robert of Gloucester. Many of these barons had sworn an oath to remain in Normandy until Henry was properly buried, preventing their immediate return to England. In Normandy, discussions arose among the nobility about declaring Theobald of Blois as king. Meanwhile, Theobald's younger brother, Stephen of Blois, swiftly crossed from Boulogne to England, accompanied by his military household. Hugh Bigod dubiously claimed that Henry, on his deathbed, had released the barons from their oath to support Matilda. With the assistance of his brother, Henry of Blois, Stephen seized power and was crowned king on the 22nd of September. December, rather. But Matilda did not abandon her claim to the thrones of England and Normandy. Initially, she appealed to the Pope against Stephen's coronation, but subsequently, she also invaded England, and this initiated a protracted civil war, known as the Anarchy, lasting from 1135 to 1153. And I've already made a video about it, so if you want to know about the Anarchy, go ahead and watch it. It's in the Britain playlist, you'll find it. The Battle of Agincourt, October 25th, 1415, one of the most famous engagements of the 100 Years' War between England and France. This battle occurred near the village of Agincourt in northern France and was notably led by King Henry V of England. It is celebrated for demonstrating the effectiveness of the English longbow against the heavily armored French knights and nobility. Despite being heavily outnumbered and significantly weakened by disease, the English army achieved a decisive victory, and this victory at Agincourt significantly boosted their morale and prestige. It also solidified Henry V's reputation as a military leader and had profound diplomatic and domestic implications, influencing the course of the war and the subsequent treaty negotiations. You may have heard of the battle, as it's been immortalized in various works of literature and culture, most famously in William Shakespeare's play, Henry V. Hello, and welcome back to the channel. I say welcome back if I am indeed welcoming you back, but if it's your first time here, then I will just say welcome. Glad to have you with me. If you want to support the channel, that's exactly what you're doing right now. Just relax and enjoy yourself. That's good enough for me. But if you want to go above and beyond, there is a like and subscribe button that tells YouTube that you want other people to enjoy the video too. And if you want to go even further than that, let's just say take a look at the video description. But now, without further ado, it's time to get nice and comfortable for the Battle of Agincourt. Let's go back all the way to the beginning. Henry V's decision to invade France stemmed from the failed diplomatic negotiations over his claims to French territories. He derived his claim to the French crown through his great-grandfather, Edward III, although English kings had historically been willing to drop this claim if the French acknowledged English sovereignty over certain French lands, as per the terms set out in the Treaty of Brittany. In the spring of 1414, Henry convened a great council to discuss the possibility of waging war against France, but he was urged to continue negotiations and to reel back and moderate his demands. During these negotiations, Henry proposed that he would relinquish his claim to the French throne if the French paid the 1.6 million crowns that they still owed them for the ransom of John II. He was captured in the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, by the way, a long-standing debt. Well, people never seem to forget when you owe them money. Well, the other agreement was that the French would recognize English control over Anjou, Brittany, Flanders, Normandy, Touraine, and Aquitaine. He also proposed marrying Catherine, the daughter of Charles VI of France, and he offered up a dowry of 2 million crowns. The French were not entirely satisfied with that deal, and they countered with an offer that included marrying Catherine to Henry. But the question of the dowry, 2 million, was a little rich for their taste. Try 600 crowns, and an expanded Aquitaine, but not all the other territories. By December 1414, the English Parliament was persuaded to grant Henry a double subsidy, a tax at twice the traditional rate, to fund his campaign and reclaim his inheritance from the French. By 1415, negotiations had come to a halt, with the English asserting that the French had essentially mocked their claims and insulted Henry, especially with that very lukewarm counter-proposal they gave them. Certainly left a bad taste in Henry's mouth. Now on April 19th, 1415, Henry once again sought and received approval from the Great Council for war against France, marking the end of diplomatic efforts and the beginning of military preparations. Henry launched his campaign in France by landing his forces in northern France on the 13th of August, 1415. Although often reported to have comprised 1,500 ships, the fleet was likely much smaller. Contemporary chroniclers have a way of blowing things out of proportion, make the story seem a bit more grand than it actually is. It's a common theme. Now among his troops were special units, including the king's physician and a band of surgeons that was led by Thomas Morstead, Henry's royal surgeon. Morstead had been contracted to supply a team of surgeons and makers of surgical instruments for the campaign, showing once again the organized approach to military health during the campaign, a little ahead of its time. While the English army, numbering about 12,000 men, and as many as 20,000 horses, began by besieging the port of Harfleur. The siege, however, was protracted, lasting until the 22nd of September, draining the army's resources and weakening it with disease. You see, when the siege lasts for longer than you think it will, People are all cramped up together in the camps. Things get dirty. And with dirt, you get disease. And by dirt, I mean, well, you know what I mean. Now, despite the hardships and the onset of the campaign season's end, Henry opted not to return to England. Instead, with only Harfleur finally captured, he decided to march his remaining force, approximately 9,000 men, across Normandy to Calais. And this march was not just a strategic move, but also a rather provocative gesture, we can say, aimed mainly at Dauphine of France, who had not responded to Henry's personal challenge to combat at Harfleur. As Henry's army moved, the French assembled their own force around Rouen, aiming to confront the English. The French army, paid and organized in a manner similar to the English army, initially planned to relieve Harfleur, but was not mobilized in time to intercept Henry before he left the town. Henry then led his army north, but the French successfully blocked his initial attempts to cross the River Somme. Henry's troops were forced to move southward, eventually crossing the Somme at Bethencourt and Voyons. It was a maneuver that allowed them to continue their march towards Calais. The French army, lacking a significant natural barrier to defend and weary of engaging the English head-on, opted to follow them, aiming to delay direct confrontation while more troops were gathered. On the 24th of October, both armies prepared for battle near Agincourt, but the French hesitated, hoping for additional reinforcements. Negotiations were briefly attempted by the French as a stalling tactic, but this could only last for so long. Faced with dwindling supplies, ongoing sickness amongst his troops, and the numerical superiority of the French forces, Henry knew that any delay of the battle further would be to his detriment. Something had to be done, and a decision had to be made quickly. Thus, he commanded his army to advance, initiating the Battle of Agincourt on the 25th of October. Despite their desperate circumstances, the battle tactics employed were a departure from the defensive strategies that had characterized earlier victories. For example, the Battle of Crécy. Driven by the dire need to reach the safety of Calais, and of course the untenable position of his army. The exact site of the Battle of Agincourt still remains a little uncertain. Traditionally, it is thought to have occurred between the woods of Tramcourt and Azincourt, near the modern village of Agincourt. However, some historians, like Michael Livingston in 2019, argue based on early maps and sources that it might have actually been west of Agincourt, when no archaeological evidence supports the traditional site. As of the middle of 2024, when I make this video, that is the information we have. So if we discover anything else in years and years' time, just do remember that I'm probably not going to go back and edit the video. Now, on the morning of October 25th, 1415, King Henry V arranged his troops along a 750-yard stretch of a narrow defile. His army consisted of about 1,500 men-at-arms and a lot of longbowmen, 7,000 of them actually. Quite a difference to normal battle tactics. Now the forces were organized into 3 divisions. The right wing was led by Edward, Duke of York, the centre under Henry himself, and the left commanded by Baron Thomas Camoys, a seasoned veteran. Sir Thomas Erpingham, another experienced leader, was in charge of directing the archers. And just think about it for a moment. 7,000 longbowmen. Now, maybe they could get a few shots off before that charge could meet the line of the men-at-arms, but even if they just got the one, that is 7,000 arrows coming at you. Very hard not to be demoralized. Keep that in mind as we continue. Now, the typical English battle formation had longbowmen flanking men-at-arms, and knights in the center, with possible additional archers in the central formation. The men-at-arms, clad in plate and mail, stood 4 deep, and they were packed in tightly. The archers positioned on the flanks inserted wooden stakes angled into the ground to disrupt cavalry charges. It was a tactic possibly inspired by the Ottoman use of the same wooden stakes at the Battle of Nicopolis in 1396. Before the battle, the English soldiers made confessions, which was a common medieval practice. Henry, concerned about potential surprise attacks by the French and wanting to maintain strict discipline, ordered his men to maintain silence the night before the battle, and this was under threat of severe punishment. No exceptions. No getting drunk. No partying like there's no tomorrow. We just prepare for the battle. He delivered a motivational speech, emphasizing the righteousness of their cause and recalling the historic victories of English kings over the French. Burgundian sources claim he ended his speech by alleging that the French planned to maim captured English archers to prevent them from ever using a longbow again. This is a claim that is somewhat debated among historians regarding its truthfulness. Henry stressed that death was preferable to capture, and ransom, well, that was a shameful thing too, signaling his resolve and determination to his troops. The French army at the Battle of Agincourt was composed of about 14,000 to 15,000 men, and this included 10,000 men-at-arms and an additional 4,000 to 5,000 miscellaneous foot soldiers. Now that could be archers, crossbowmen, and shield-bearers. Each man-at-arms might also be accompanied by a gros valet, which is an armed servant, potentially adding another 10,000 combatants to the force, although this figure is sometimes not included in total combat estimates, but you can certainly see that they were quite outnumbered. The French forces were structured into 3 main divisions: the vanguard, the main battle, and the rear guard. The vanguard and the main battle were primarily composed of men-at-arms on foot, with the vanguard numbering around 4,800, and the main battle about 3,000. Each of these groups was densely packed into formations, about 16 ranks deep, separated by a bowshot's distance from each other. The elite of the French nobility, including Albret and Beaucaire, were positioned in the vanguard, while the Dukes of Alençon and Bar commanded the main battle. The wings of these 2 primary divisions, each consisting 600 dismounted men-at-arms, were led by the Count of Vendôme on the left and the Count of Richemont on the right. For purposes of breaking the English archers' formation, a special cavalry unit consisting of 800 to 1200 chosen men-at-arms, led by Clinet de Brabant and Louis de Beautredon, was stationed slightly forward on the flanks of the vanguard, in a way that resembled horns. Additionally, about 200 mounted men-at-arms were designed to attack the rear of the English army, targeting its baggage and servants. The French also fielded a rear guard composed mostly of varlets, which were mounted servants of the dismounted men-at-arms, essentially forming a reserve force. This group became a repository for excess troops and lacked a designated leadership, showing a degree of disorganization in French planning. The placement of the archers and the crossbowmen, initially meant to flank the infantry, was adjusted so that they ended up behind the main formations, reflecting their effectiveness in the battle. The overall French deployment, particularly the concentration of many nobles in the front line seeking glory and ransom, led to a crowded and somewhat disordered battle array. And of course, the battle was significantly influenced by the terrain of the battlefield. The area recently plowed and surrounded by dense woods created a narrow strip of muddy ground that proved advantageous for the English forces. This terrain restricted the movement of the French army and became a crucial factor in the outcome of the battle. The field's narrowness meant that the French knights, already hampered by their heavy plate armor, were forced to advance through thick mud, making their progress exhausting and slow. This was compounded by recent heavy rains that had turned the soil into deep mud, which was described as reaching up to the knees of the French troops. Such conditions were especially challenging for the heavily armored French, who found it exceedingly difficult to maintain their footing and mobility, especially with all that mail and plate. Tends to weigh you down a little bit. Oh, I don't know if you've ever tried on a suit of chainmail, but it is certainly perhaps as heavy or even heavier than it looks. Looks cool though. During the battle, the English forces, positioned strategically, managed to withstand the initial French assault. According to the contemporary English chronicle, the Gesta Henrici, the French advance was simply so congested that when the front lines fell, either dead or wounded, they were trampled by their comrades, pushing forward from behind. This undisciplined surge resulted in a deadly crush, where many were killed, and not by the enemy, but by suffocation or crushing under the weight of their own side. Imagine having to charge into the English front line over a mountain of your dead friends. Do you think it might have had a psychological effect on them? I certainly think so. That being said, people of the past were of a different breed. Now, the French monk of St. Denis provides further insight, noting that the extreme compression within the French ranks, to the extent that the soldiers in the third rank struggled to even draw their swords. This dense packing completely hindered the French from effectively wielding their weapons, and if you can't wield your weapon, you're not much good in a fight. Moreover, some accounts suggest that the French knights, if they were knocked down, found it completely impossible to rise again due to the weight of their armor and the deep mud, with some reportedly drowning in their helmets. The situation left the French vulnerable to attacks by the English longbowmen, who, according to some sources, rushed in from the sides to engage in melee after the initial volleys of arrows. Now, on the morning of the 25th of October, a significant number of French reinforcements were yet to arrive at the Battle of Agincourt. The French command, aware of their numerical and strategic advantage, was in no hurry to initiate combat. Notable among the expected reinforcements were the Duke of Brabant, with approximately 2,000 troops, the Duke of Anjou, with around 600, and a notably large contingent from the Duke of Brittany, which, according to the chronicler Montrelet, numbered around 6,000 men. Of course, the anticipation of reinforcements influenced the French significantly. For about 3 hours after sunrise, no engagement occurred. This delay was consistent with contemporary military strategy as articulated in military textbooks at the time, which advised that foot soldiers who stand firm have an advantage over those who advance. The French, confident in their superior numbers and the pending arrival of additional forces, believed that time was simply on their side. Moreover, there was prevailing sentiment among the French that the English, upon seeing the amassed French nobility and reinforcements, may simply be so frightened that they would choose retreat over battle. It was this belief that contributed to the French decision to block Henry's potential retreat routes and wait rather than act prematurely. And they were indeed content to do so and wait, effectively trapping the English forces and expecting that the psychological pressure or the simple tactical advantage of overwhelming numbers, once all forces had assembled, would bring them an easy victory. Well, as the battle commenced, the English forces under the command of Henry V found themselves in a precarious situation. They were tired, they were sick, and there was also the logistical strain of a prolonged retreat. Despite their weariness, Henry realized that a defensive posture was his army's best chance at victory. To establish such a defense, he made the critical decision to halt the retreat. This involved a risky maneuver, pulling out the long, sharpened wooden stakes, advancing his position, and then reinstalling these stakes pointed outwards towards the enemy. These stakes were crucial innovations in the English military tactic, protecting the longbowmen from potential cavalry charges. Unlike in the Battle of Crécy, where archers were shielded by pits and other obstacles, at Agincourt, the stakes provided a mobile form of defense that could be repositioned as needed. The French, on the other hand, faced their tactical constraints due to the narrowness of the battlefield hemmed in by the dense woodland. A terrain limited their ability to deploy effectively according to the initial battle plan. The weather was not what they had expected. Originally, the French strategy involved placing those archers and crossbowmen at the forefront to soften up the English line before a decisive cavalry charge from the rear would come in and break the archers. However, on the day of the battle, well, this was not executed as intended. The French archers, instead, and the crossbowmen, found themselves relegated behind the men-at-arms and to the sides, and in this way their impact was fairly minimal, perhaps contributing only an initial volley of arrows, definitely not enough to break the English forces. Furthermore, the French cavalry, a critical component of their strategy to disrupt the English archers, was delayed in their charge. Now this delay may have been a misjudgment of the English tactical movements, expecting a frontal assault that simply never came. Or perhaps it was lack of readiness, as indicated by Gilles Le Bouvier's account of knights disengaged from their units, warming themselves or tending to their horses. When the French cavalry finally charged, it was not only too late, but also undermanned, significantly reducing its effectiveness and impact on the battle. This miscalculation and misalignment in the timing and execution of French tactics were pivotal, and certainly contributed to the eventual English victory. The French cavalry charge at Agincourt proved to be catastrophic, hindered by the narrow battlefield, hemmed in by that dense forest. The spatial constraint, coupled with the strategically placed sharpened stakes, rendered the cavalry completely useless. Now, the longbows that were wielded by the English had a significant impact, particularly on the French cavalry's horses, which were only armored on their heads. As the archers loosed their arrows from elevated positions at long range, many horses were struck in the back, or the legs, or the flank. The pain and injury caused to these horses became uncontrollable, and it became a chaotic scene. Horses losing control, panically running back and forth. The situation deteriorated further when the injured and frenzied horses began to retreat, compounding the muddy conditions of the battlefield. There is a scene from an account by a monk from St. Denis that describes a havoc as these horses galloped back through the ranks of advancing French infantry. The panicking animals scattered the soldiers and trampled many underfoot, exacerbating the disarray and significantly undermining the effectiveness of the infantry's advance. The Battle of Agincourt saw French men-at-arms advancing through the intense volleys of English longbow fire, a testament to the resilience provided by their plate armor. Despite the daunting distance and a terrifying hail of arrow shot, the plate armor, which by the 15th century was comprehensive enough to make shields largely redundant, played a critical role in allowing the French to close in on the English positions. However, the effectiveness of the longbows against this armor is, and remains so, another subject of debate and experimentation. Well, by the middle of the 14th century, advancements in metallurgy meant that knights and men-at-arms could afford better quality steel armor. Tests and contemporary accounts suggest that while this high-grade steel armor could withstand arrow shots effectively, the cheaper and more commonly used wrought iron armor did not offer the same level of protection. It's been suggested by modern historians that longbow arrows could indeed penetrate wrought iron breastplates at close range, and could damage thinner limb armor even from 200 meters away. However, the most well-protected parts of the body, such as the breastplate or the top of the helmet, were largely impervious to arrows, if they were made of the best steel. Now, in the chaos of the battle, the French knights faced additional charges beyond the direct impact of the arrows themselves. To avoid facial injuries from arrows targeting weak points like the eye slits and air holes in their helmets, the French had to march with their heads down and visors lowered. This posture severely restricted their vision and their breathing, complicating their advance through the muddy battlefield. The conditions were exacerbated by the weight of their armor, which was typically around 50 to 60 pounds, which is on the heaviest end of it, 27 kilograms. And it became even heavier, of course, as it collected mud. I'm sure if you've done a hard day's work, which I'm sure my audience has before, walking with your boots covered in the mud after working out in the rain, you certainly feel it after a while. The knights also had to navigate around fallen comrades, and that certainly adds a physical and psychological toll to the march. Thus the battle reached its climax as the remaining French men-at-arms, heavily armored and already completely exhausted from their arduous advance, finally engaged the English line. Despite initially pushing the English back slightly, the French were met with a relentless volley of arrows by the flanks of longbowmen, who had positioned themselves to shoot at close range. When their arrows were depleted, these longbowmen joined the fray using hatchets, swords, and even the very hammers that they had used to drive the stakes into the ground, transforming from ranged supporters into melee combatants. The narrow, muddy terrain and the weight and restrictiveness of the armor left many of the French knights completely unable to lift their weapons effectively or regain their footing after falling, and this disadvantage was critical as the English longbowmen, less encumbered by heavy armor, or really any armor at all, were able to maneuver more freely and advance effectively in close combat with their hammers and daggers and hatchets. Now, as the battle wore on, the French forces became increasingly disordered, fatigued, and frightened. The second line of French troops added to the chaos rather than the effectiveness of the assault, as the cramped conditions prevented them from maneuvering and contributed to more compression within the ranks. It's been suggested that this compression likely led to suffocation for some of the armored knights, a fatal scenario exacerbated by the inability to escape the press of bodies. Thus, the melee turned disastrously for the French, with many knights and nobles either slain or captured. The heaps of bodies described in the English chronicle Gesta Hendrici attest to the brutal intensity of the fighting. King Henry V himself participated actively in the battle, defending his wounded brother, Humphrey the Duke of Gloucester. And in a fierce confrontation, Henry sustained a blow that damaged part of his helmet, a testament to his direct involvement in the combat. All in all, the battle, lasting approximately 3 hours, was a decisive English victory, marked by significant French casualties and the capture of many high-ranking nobles. Amidst the overwhelming defeat of the French forces at Agincourt, one of the few French successes was the attack on the English baggage train, an event that punctuated the otherwise very grim day for the French. This raid was led by Semba d'Agincourt, a local knight who utilized his familiarity with the area. His force consisted of a small contingent of men-at-arms and varlets, supplemented by about 600 peasants. Together they managed to capture some of King Henry V's personal treasures, including a crown, which was of course a very symbolic loss. Think about capturing the eagle from the Romans, kind of like that. Now the timing and motivation behind this attack remain subjects of historical debate. Sources vary on whether the raid occurred at the beginning or towards the end of the battle. The English chronicler of the Gesta Henrici, believed to be a chaplain present with the baggage train, suggests that the attack took place at the onset of the battle. This timing could suggest a coordinated effort to distract or destabilize the English forces by striking at their supplies and personal belongings. However, the strategic significance of this raid is another questionable aspect. Some historians consider it might have been an opportunistic act of local brigandage rather than a planned military maneuver. The choice of Sembar d'Agincourt as the leader due to his local knowledge rather than his military rank lends quite a bit of credence to this theory. Whichever way it was, the raid did very little to affect the overall outcome of the battle as a whole, serving more as a footnote to the larger narrative of the English victory and the French calamity. After the initial English victory at Agincourt, King Henry V faced a precarious situation that led to one of the most controversial decisions of the battle. Observing signs of the French rearguard regrouping and advancing in battle order, Henry, concerned about the potential threat that they posed, made a drastic decision. The Gesta Henrici and other contemporary accounts by chroniclers such as Lefebvre and Vavrin noted that the still fresh and numerous French rearguard seemed poised to re-engage in combat. This, of course, alarmed Henry, as his forces were weary from battle, and his army was significantly outnumbered by the French, especially considering the large number of prisoners they had taken. Faced with the risk that these prisoners could rearm themselves with weapons scattered across the battlefield, Henry ordered the execution of several thousand French prisoners. But hold on, this was not a decision that was driven by cruelty, but by a strategic calculation to prevent a renewed threat. The prisoners outnumbered the English captors, and the potential to rearm and attack could have disastrously reversed the English victory. That doesn't make it okay, of course. But don't think that this was just some act of bloodthirst. I think that Henry V effectively had, or he perceived to have, no other choice. Contemporary chroniclers did not criticize Henry for this position, by the way, possibly viewing it through the lens of the harsh necessities dictated by medieval warfare. And in my personal opinion, I tend to agree with them. Now, there is one modern military historian, John Keegan, who suggests that Henry's primary aim was to terrorize the prisoners into submission rather than massacre them outright. Keegan suggests that the action was intended more of a preventative measure to quell any thoughts among the prisoners of taking up arms again, thereby deterring the uncommitted French reserves from entering the battle. He speculates that due to the limited number of archers involved in the killings, the reluctance of the English knights to partake in what they saw as an unchivalrous act, and the logistical difficulty of executing a large number of prisoners swiftly, the actual number of French nobles killed may have been smaller than reported. The order was soon rescinded once the French reserves dispersed, indicating that the threat had abated and the need for such extreme measures was no longer present. Very, very lucky for those French prisoners. Well, the battle was a significant turning point in the 100 Years' War, of course with devastating effects on the French side. The French forces of 14,000 to 15,000 suffered a catastrophic loss, with estimates of around 6,000 killed. That's in the space of 3 hours, remember. That's a lot of people. And that included a high number of nobles and military leaders, too. The casualties included prominent figures such as 3 dukes, Alençon, Bar, and Brabant, and of course numerous counts. The French command structure was particularly hard hit, losing the Constable of France, Charles d'Albret, the Admiral of France, the Lord of Dampierre, and other key officials, like the Master Crossbowman and the Master of the Royal Household. But of course, the social and political impact in France was also profound, as entire noble families were eradicated in the male line, decimating the leadership in regions like Artois, Ponthieu, Normandy, and Picardy. The battle effectively removed a generation of leadership, which has deep, long-term consequences for the French regional and national governance. The heralds recorded 3,069 knights and squires killed, with an additional 2,600 unidentified men found dead. The English army, led by Henry, and substantially smaller with about 9,000 troops, recorded much lower casualties. Historical records and chronicles suggest English losses ranged from double figures to up to 1,600, including significant figures such as the Duke of York and the Earl of Suffolk. But of course the battle also resulted in a large number of French prisoners, estimated between 700 to 2,200, and among them were of course high-ranking nobles such as the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, and several counts, which added to the political leverage for England. The ball was certainly in their court, well and truly. Well, the victory, while militarily decisive, did not immediately translate into territorial gains for England. Henry V returned to England to consolidate his position and prepare for future campaigns, celebrated as a hero and bolstered by the perceived divine favor. However, things in France changed rapidly after Agincourt. The battle exacerbated existing rifts between the Armagnac and Burgundian factions, leading to renewed internal conflict. In fact, just days after Agincourt, the Burgundians moved against Paris, exploiting the weakened state of Armagnac faction and disrupting any potential unified response against the English. The internal disunity was instrumental in Henry's subsequent campaigns, as it allowed him significant time to prepare both militarily and politically for his next move in France. The battle thus had a profound impact, weakening the French nobility and altering the political dynamic within France, which in turn affected the broader scope of the 100 Years' War. This victory at Agincourt resonated deeply in the cultural memory of England, inspiring a surge of nationalistic pride that was expressed through music and storytelling. The creation of the Agincourt Carol in the first half of the 15th century is a testament to the battle's enduring legacy in English popular culture. This song, among the earliest known English carols, celebrated the victory and was a symbol of English martial prowess and national pride. Additional ballads, like King Henry V's conquest of France, also emerged, popularizing and romanticizing the events surrounding the battle. These ballads often highlighted and, let's say, embellished aspects of the campaign that were less emphasized by contemporary chroniclers, such as the infamous gift of tennis balls from the French to Henry V. This episode, symbolizing French scorn, was reputedly used by Henry to rally his troops, portraying it as a mocking underestimation of English valor, thus galvanizing them further. And then, of course, you can't forget Shakespeare. Here's your homework. Go and read Shakespeare's play Henry V. You know it always comes up on the quiz shows. Suleiman the Magnificent. What a name. He ruled the Ottoman Empire from 1520 to 1566, and he's celebrated for significantly expanding its territory and instituting major reforms, earning him the moniker the Lawgiver. His reign, often regarded as the Golden Age of the Ottoman Empire, saw notable military conquests in the Middle East, North Africa, and Europe, including the Siege of Vienna. But he also fostered a cultural renaissance within the empire, patronizing the arts and commissioning grand architectural projects like the Suleymaniye Mosque, designed by the esteemed architect Mimar Sinan. Internationally, he maintained diplomatic relations with key European powers, such as France, positioning the Ottomans as a central player in Renaissance politics and challenging the dominance of the Habsburgs. His multifaceted legacy not only shaped the historical and cultural landscape of Turkey, but also influenced the broader politics of 16th century Europe. Welcome to the channel. If you're new here, great to have you with me. And if you're coming back, great to have you back again. Supporting the channel is as easy as enjoying the channel. Just enjoy the videos is fine. But a like and subscribe is only 2 clicks away, and there's a few links in the description if you want to go above and beyond. And why don't you leave a comment down below and tell me where you're watching from. I really do enjoy learning where everybody is in the world. Now, without further ado, let's get on with the video for today. The great Suleiman the Magnificent was born in Trabzon, which is on the Black Sea, possibly around the 6th of November 1494. A little bit of a debate around that specific date, but we generally arrive there. His father, Sezad Selim, later Selim I, and his mother, Hafsa Sultan, a concubine who later converted to Islam, raised him. And his education, starting at the age of 7 in Constantinople's Topkapi Palace, covered the usual gamut given to a royal subject. We're talking science, literature, theology, history, and of course, you can't go without the military strategy. You're going to need that later. Well, during his formative period, he also developed a significant friendship with a Greek slave named Pargali Ibrahim, who actually rose to become his most trusted advisor. However, he was later executed by Suleiman. Trust only gets you so far, I suppose. Well, Suleiman ascended to the throne in 1520, following his father's death, becoming the 10th Ottoman Sultan. Early descriptions by a Venetian envoy, Bartolomeo Contarini, depict him as a 26-year-old young sultan, tall, slender, and knowledgeable, and reportedly of good judgment. And that assessment seems to be true. His reign began with him addressing a rebellion in Damascus in 1521, quickly asserting his authority. It was a good start. Now his ambitious military campaigns began with the capture of Belgrade. That's right, modern-day Serbia, a critical stronghold of the Kingdom of Hungary in those days, which fell after a severe siege in 1521, despite its small garrison and lack of Hungarian reinforcements. This victory opened pathways for future Ottoman advances into Hungary and Austria. However, Suleiman then turned his attention to the Mediterranean, targeting the strategic island of Rhodes, which at the time was controlled by the Knights Hospitaller. After establishing a base at Marmaris Castle, Suleiman laid siege to Rhodes, but it lasted a lot longer than he thought it would. In fact, he was there for 5 months. But eventually it did fall, in 1522, and it allowed him to remove the Knights Hospitaller, whom he permitted to leave peacefully, despite significant Ottoman losses, estimated between 50 and 60,000. Due to combat, yes, but mainly disease. 5 months in a muddy and dirty camp. It's not good for your health. This conquest highlighted the strategic naval importance of Rhodes too, and showcased Suleiman's military prowess and his impact on Ottoman naval strategy. And so, as relations between the Ottoman Empire and Hungary kept getting worse and worse with every day, Suleiman resumed his campaign in Central Europe, culminating in the decisive Battle of Mohacs on the 29th of August, 1526, where he defeated Louis II of Hungary. Upon discovering the lifeless corpse of King Louis, Suleiman reportedly expressed a bit of remorse. We have a quote from him, a bit of a lament. Reportedly he said, "I came indeed in arms against him, but it was not my wish that he should be thus cut off before he scarcely tasted the sweets of life and royalty." Meanwhile, turmoil brewed in central Anatolia, where Turkmen tribes in Cilicia revolted under the leadership of one Kalendar Celebi. Well, in the aftermath of Louis II's death, Hungarian nobles were in a bit of a debate about succession. Some had favored Ferdinand. He was the ruler of neighboring Austria, and he was also Louis II's brother-in-law. A pretty strong claim, and they cited previous agreements that the Habsburgs would inherit the Hungarian throne in the absence of heirs. However, there were others who supported one John Zapolya, a nobleman who was personally backed by Suleiman. Under Charles V and Ferdinand I, the Habsburgs retook Buda and asserted control over Hungary. Well, Suleiman wasn't going to sit around and just let that happen. He reacted swiftly, and he marched through the Danube Valley, reclaiming Buda in 1529. That same autumn, he laid siege to Vienna, marking the Ottoman Empire's most ambitious western expedition to date. Despite reinforcing Vienna's defenses with 16,000 troops, the Austrians dealt Suleiman his first significant defeat, sparking a lasting rivalry between the Ottomans and the Habsburgs that spanned centuries. Suleiman's second attempt to conquer Vienna in 1532 faltered due to logistical challenges. The Ottoman forces were delayed by the siege of Guns and ultimately failed to reach Vienna. It didn't help that the weather was horrible, and supply lines were an issue. After all, they were a long way from home. In 1533, the Treaty of Constantinople was signed between Ferdinand I and Suleiman. Acknowledging Ottoman suzerainty, Ferdinand agreed to pay an annual tribute and recognized Suleiman as his, and I quote, father and suzerain. The treaty also elevated the Ottoman Grand Vizier to a position of equal rank to Ferdinand, solidifying a complex relationship marked by mutual recognition and strategic diplomacy. Well, we move on to the 1540s, where after 7 years of pretty easy sailing, I suppose we could say, renewed conflict in Hungary provided Suleiman with an opportunity to seek vengeance for his earlier setback at Vienna. As they say, it's never too late to take revenge. Well, in 1541, the Habsburgs attempted to besiege Buda, but they were repelled. Subsequently, the Ottomans launched 2 successful campaigns, in 1541 and a few years later in 44, capturing several Habsburg fortresses in Hungary. These victories forced Ferdinand and Charles to negotiate a humbling 5-year treaty with Suleiman. Well, under its frankly embarrassing terms, Ferdinand was forced to relinquish his claim to the Kingdom of Hungary. It didn't help that he also had to pay an annual tribute to the Sultan for the Hungarian territories that he had retained. And there was a symbolic aspect too. The treaty did not refer to Charles V as emperor, but rather as King of Spain. Quite a demotion. It prompted Suleiman to assert his own claim as the rightful Caesar of the lands, sticking to tradition, I suppose. Well, 1552, Suleiman's forces laid siege to Eger, situated in northern Hungary. Despite determined Ottoman attacks, Istvan Dobo and his defenders held firm at Eger Castle and successfully repelled the siege. Suleiman's father had prioritized conflict with Persia, you see, but upon assuming the throne, Suleiman had a different idea. He initially focused on controlling Ottoman interests in Europe while keeping Persia contained amidst its own regional challenges. And while Persia at the time was kind of busy fighting itself. However, tensions escalated when Shah Tahmasp of the Safavid dynasty took actions perceived as hostile towards Ottoman interests. First, he replaced a Baghdad governor loyal to Suleiman with his own appointee, and later, the governor of Bitlis defected to the Safavids. In response, in 1533, Suleiman dispatched his trusted advisor. Pargali Ibrahim Pasha was dispatched to reclaim Bitlis and occupy Tabriz, unopposed. And Suleiman himself joined in, not to be left out. He went on the campaign in 1534, advancing further into Persian territory. However, Shah Tahmasp avoided direct confrontation, opting instead for guerrilla tactics that harassed the advancing Ottoman forces through harsh terrain, reigniting memories of those baggage train troubles they had with those supply lines of earlier campaigns in Europe. In 1535, Suleiman triumphantly entered Baghdad, bolstered local support by restoring the old tomb of Abu Hanifa. He was the founder of the Hanafi school of Islamic law, which the Ottomans followed, and a lot of the locals wanted that tomb to come back. Bit of an institution. Well determined to decisively defeat the Safavids, grind them into the dust, Suleiman launched a second campaign, and this was between 1548 and 49. Well, Damas had his old strategy: avoid open battle, guerrilla tactics. He resorted to scorched earth policies and forced the Ottoman army to endure a brutal winter in the Caucasus. Not fun at all, particularly when you're on the verge of starvation. But Suleiman's campaign did yield temporary gains in Tabriz, the Urmia region, and also western Azerbaijan, along with establishing Ottoman control in Van province and securing forts in modern-day Georgia. In 1553, Suleiman launched his third and final campaign against Shah Damask. Well, at the start, the Ottomans had lost a few territories in Erzurum to the Shah's forces. In response to this, Suleiman swiftly recaptured the lost territories, crossed the upper Euphrates, and inflicted lots of damage on the Persian lands. But despite these efforts, the Shah's army persisted in avoiding direct engagement, resulting in a stalemate when neither side achieved significant gains. By 1555, both powers recognized the futility of prolonged conflict. Everybody was a little tired and thought they'd better seek a resolution. So, the Peace of Amasya was negotiated and signed by both parties. It established clear boundaries between the Ottoman Empire and the Safavid dynasty. Under this treaty, Armenia and Georgia were divided. Western Armenia, Western Kurdistan, and Western Georgia fell under the Ottoman control, while Eastern Armenia, Eastern Kurdistan, and Eastern Georgia remained under the control of the Safavids. Of course, I don't think many people were asking the Armenians, Kurdistanis, and Georgians what they thought of all this, but, well, I don't think they had much of a choice. Now, in terms of strategy, the Ottoman Empire gained substantial territories, including most of Iraq, including Baghdad, thereby securing access to the Persian Gulf, so it was a pretty good deal. The Safavids retained Tabriz as their capital, and they also maintained their northwestern territories in the Caucasus, including Dagestan and Azerbaijan, and they stood prior to the conflicts. Now, since 1518, Ottoman naval vessels had been actively navigating the Indian Ocean under the leadership of admirals like Dante Alighieri and Hatim Suleiman Pasha. These voyages extended to key Mughal ports, such as Tata, Surat, and Janjira, where exchanges between the Ottoman Empire and the Mughal Emperor Akbar the Great were documented through several official documents. In efforts to challenge Portuguese dominance and restore trade with the Mughal Empire, Suleiman personally led several naval campaigns. In 1538, Ottoman forces captured Aden in Yemen, strategically positioning themselves to launch raids against Portuguese holdings along the western coast of the Mughal Empire. Despite an initial setback at the Siege of Antioch later that year, the Ottomans regrouped at Aden, fortifying the city with a formidable array of 100 artillery pieces. Under Suleiman Pasha's command, they expanded their control, and they eventually seized Sana'a and consolidated their authority over the region of Yemen. Now, through effective control of the Red Sea, Suleiman contested Portuguese dominance over the trade routes and maintained a robust commercial tie with the Mughal Empire. throughout most of the 16th century. Between 1526 and 43, he strategically deployed over 900 Turkish soldiers to support the Somali Adal Sultanate under the rule of Ahmad ibn Ibrahim al-Ghazi during their campaign to conquer the region known as Abyssinia. This alliance marked a significant Ottoman involvement in the Horn of Africa, bolstering their influence in a region far, far away. Proper international politics. Well, following the First Ajuran-Portuguese War, the Ottoman Empire absorbed the weakened Adal Sultanate into its domain in 1559. This expansion not only extended the Ottoman rule in Somalia, but it also enhanced their position in the Indian Ocean. It challenged Portuguese dominance alongside their ally, the Ajuran Empire, which, well, you probably haven't heard of it for a reason. It didn't last very long. The epithet of empire is, well, that's a debatable one. Well, in 1564, Suleiman received an embassy from Aceh, a powerful sultanate located on Sumatra. That's the main island in modern Indonesia, though correct me if I'm wrong if Java is larger. Now, the Achenese sought Ottoman support against the Portuguese, prompting Suleiman to launch an expedition to Aceh. Now, this military intervention proved crucial, as Ottoman forces provided substantial aid to the Indonesians against their resistance to the Portuguese encroachment. They didn't want to end up like Goa did. Watch my video on the Goa Inquisition if you want to know about that horrible turn of events. Well, of course, the discovery of new maritime trade routes by the Western European powers, mainly the Portuguese discovery of Good Hope in 1488, seemed to threaten the Ottoman trade monopoly. And they couldn't have that, couldn't they? It sparked a series of naval conflicts between the Ottomans and Portuguese throughout the 16th century in the Indian Ocean. The Ajuran Sultanate, allied with the Ottomans, countered Portuguese economic dominance by adopting a new coinage, which was modeled after the Ottoman currency, asserting their own economic independence from Portuguese control. As you can imagine, the Portuguese were not overly pleased with this. Well, having solidified his territorial gains on land, Suleiman faced troubling news of the loss of the fortress of Koroni in Morea, that's the modern-day Peloponnese in Greece, to Charles V's admiral Andrea Doria. The presence of Spanish forces in the eastern Mediterranean also raised concerns for Suleiman, signaling Charles V's ambition to challenge the Ottoman dominance in the region, and this town was not big enough for the both of them. To counter this threat and restore Ottoman naval supremacy in the Mediterranean, Suleiman appointed the renowned naval commander Khayr ad-Din, who was known to the Europeans as Barbarossa. So they made him the new admiral-in-chief. He was tasked with rebuilding and strengthening the Ottoman fleet to confront the growing Spanish influence. 1533, Charles V assembled a formidable Holy League consisting of 26,000 soldiers. This was comprised of Spaniards, Germans, Italians, and quite a few members of the Knights of St. John, and it achieved a decisive victory against the Ottomans at Tunis, that's in Tunisia, northern Africa. This defeat, coupled with ongoing conflicts, including a war against Venice the following year, prompted Suleiman to entertain alliances proposed by Francis I of France against Charles V. These diplomatic maneuvers were aimed at countering Charles's expanding influence and also consolidating the Ottoman defences, a win-win. But the annexation of significant Muslim territories in North Africa by Charles V and subsequent conflicts set the stage for enduring piracy activities carried out by the Barbary pirates of North Africa. These pirate activities, viewed in the broader context of the wars against Spain, became a persistent challenge in the Mediterranean that, well, would never go away. It took hundreds of years to get rid of the pirates, really. But you'd know that if you'd watched my pirate videos. Moving on. Well, in 1541, the Spanish launched an unsuccessful expedition to Algiers, aiming to assert control in the Mediterranean more thoroughly. And that following year, amidst the backdrop of the Italian wars and facing a common Habsburg enemy, the French King Francis I sought to revive the Franco-Ottoman alliance. Negotiations resulted in a renewed pact. The Ottoman Empire committed to sending 60,000 troops against the territories of the German King Ferdinand, and 150 galleys to challenge Charles V. In return, France pledged to attack Flanders, harass Spanish coasts with naval forces, and dispatch their own 40 galleys to support Ottoman operations in the Levant. Teamwork makes the dream work. Well, in August 1551, the Ottoman naval commander, Turgut Reis, seized Tripoli from the Knights of Malta. And that was a big deal. They'd held it since 1530, 21 years. Suleiman appointed Turgut Reis as commander of Tripoli in 1553, transforming the city into a hub for pirate raids in the Mediterranean, and establishing it as the capital of the Ottoman province of Tripolitania. There were efforts to recapture Tripoli in 1560 with a powerful Ottoman naval force, but they ended in defeat at the Battle of Djerba. Well, simultaneously, tensions were escalating with the Knights Hospitallers, known as the Knights of Malta since 1530, antagonized Muslim navies in the Mediterranean. In response, Suleiman assembled a substantial army to dislodge the knights from Malta. The Ottoman invasion of Malta in 1565 precipitated the Great Siege, lasting from the 18th of May to the 8th of September. Initially, the siege threatened Malta with destruction, reminiscent of the Knights' earlier defense on Rhodes. But a Spanish relief force bolstered the defense just in time. Either way, the siege culminated in the loss of about 10,000 Ottoman troops, and the Maltese defenders were ultimately triumphant. And that was a pivotal moment depicted vividly in the frescoes of Matteo Perez de Alico in the Hall of St. Michael and St. George. Now, Sultan Suleiman, who was now known as the Magnificent in the West, and Kanuni, or the lawgiver among his own subjects, governed strictly within the framework of Islamic law, the Sharia, which he could not alter, as it was considered divine. Can't change what God tells you to do. That's the rules. However, Suleiman wielded authority over the Qanuns, a distinct set of laws covering criminal justice, land ownership and taxation, which were entirely within his own personal jurisdiction. To streamline legal practices, he compiled and consolidated judgments from his 9 predecessors, creating a unified legal code known as the Kanun Osmani, or the Ottoman laws. This legal framework, crafted within the guidance of its Grand Mufti, Ebu Sud, endured for more than 3 centuries, adapting to the empire's evolving needs, while also respecting the goalposts of Islamic principles that they had to operate between. And his reign also marked significant protections for Jewish subjects. A bit surprising, isn't it? Well, in response to the advice of his trusted advisor, the Spanish Jew Moses Hamon, Suleiman issued a firman condemning blood libel against Jews, safeguarding them from false accusations. Furthermore, Suleiman reformed criminal and police laws, reducing severe penalties and introducing fines for specific offenses. Economically, he implemented diverse taxes on goods, imports and exports, and trade profits to sustain the empire's finances. All very successful reforms. Dare I say, magnificent? Perhaps so. Well, under Suleiman's patronage, higher educational institutions, known as medresas, flourished, offering university-level education where graduates could serve as imams, which is an Islamic priest, or educators. These centers of learning were very important parts of the mosque complexes, alongside libraries, baths, soup kitchens, residences, and hospitals too. All, of course, contributing to the overall public welfare and educational situation throughout the Ottoman Empire. Now, at this time, the empire also experienced a flourishing of cultural and artistic achievements, marking a golden age. At the heart of this cultural renaissance was the El-i-Khiref, or community of craftsmen, an extensive network of artistic societies, headquartered at the Topkapi Palace in Constantinople. This institution oversaw the work of hundreds of artists and craftsmen, who, after completing their apprenticeships, could advance in rank and even receive salaries paid in quarterly installments. Quarterly is a bit too much, though, isn't it? It's too long between drinks, I think. Well, I suppose none of them were drinking, but you know what I mean. Monthly is okay. You go with monthly. Well, payroll records from early as 1526 revealed the scale of Suleiman's patronage. It listed 40 societies with 600 members. Well, the community of the craftsmen, of course, attracted the most skilled from across the empire and beyond, including the Islamic world and recently annexed European territories. And it was a diversity that led to a rich fusion of Turkish, Arabic, and European artistic traditions. They had a wide range of artisans, bookbinders, furriers, painters, jewelers, and goldsmiths, really a sight to be seen. And while earlier rulers had drawn heavily from Persian cultural influences, evidenced by Suleiman's father, Selim I, who composed poetry in Persian, Suleiman's patronage was quite a distinct shift. His support helped the Ottoman Empire forge its own unique artistic identity. They didn't have to piggyback on other people's identities from previous times. No, they were their own people. They had their own culture. It was different to the Persians. It was different to the other kingdoms around them. It was something special, by them and for everyone. And Suleiman himself wasn't just watching from the sidelines. No, he was an accomplished poet, writing in both Persian and Turkish, under the name Muhibi, which also means lover. How romantic. Some of his verses actually became Turkish proverbs, such as the well-known saying, translated to English, everybody aims at the same meaning, but there are many versions of the story. There's something to that. Well, upon the death of his young son Mehmed in 1543, Suleiman composed a poignant chronogram to mark the year. Peerless among princes, my Sultan Mehmed. This chronogram uses Arabic Abjad numerals totaling 955, which corresponds to the Islamic calendar year 1543. The literary work under Solomon's rule was enriched by notable figures, such as Fuzuli and Barkey. The literary historian Elias John Wilkinson Gibb remarked that at no time, even in Turkey, was greater encouragement given to poetry than at the time during the reign of Suleiman. Now, there is the most celebrated verse of Suleiman, which reflects his perspective on wealth and power. And he wrote this from the pen of Suleiman himself. The people think of wealth and power as the greatest fate, but in this world a spell of health is the best state. What men call sovereignty is a worldly strife and constant war. Worship of God is the highest throne, the happiest of all estates. Of course, translating it to English loses a bit of the nuance, but you get the point. Well, it wasn't just poets and paintings and all the rest. He was also renowned for his extensive patronage of monumental architecture, and not just in Constantinople, all over the empire. His ambition was to transform Constantinople into a prominent center of Islamic civilization. Under his rule, numerous bridges, mosques, palaces, and various charitable and social establishments were constructed. The most significant of these projects were designed by the Sultan's chief architect, Mimar Sinan, under whom Ottoman architecture reached its peak. Sinan was responsible for over 300 monuments throughout the empire, including his two most celebrated works, the Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul and the Selimiye Mosque in Edirne, the latter built during the reign of Suleiman's son, Selim II. In addition to his architectural legacy, Suleiman had a passion for gardens and horticulture. His sheikh cultivated a white tulip in one of the gardens, which caught the interest of court nobles, and this led to a wider cultivation of tulips, with images of the flower appearing in rugs and ceramics. Suleiman is credited with prompting large-scale cultivations of the plant, and it is believed that tulips spread throughout Europe partly due to the gifts exchanged by diplomats visiting his court. Suleiman fell deeply in love with Hurrem Sultan, a harem girl from Ruthenia, then part of Poland. Western diplomats, noting the palace gossip about her, referred to her as Roxelana, alluding to her Ruthenian origins. The daughter of an Orthodox priest, she was captured by the Tatars from Crimea and sold into slavery in Constantinople, and eventually she ascended through the harem ranks to become Suleiman's favorite. Hurrem, who was also once a concubine, became Suleiman's legal wife, which shocked both palace observers and the city's residents. Obvious reasons. He also broke tradition by allowing Hurrem to stay with him at the court for the rest of her life, contrary to the norm where imperial heirs and their concubines were sent to govern distant provinces and rarely returned unless their progeny succeeded to the throne. Well, we have something quite sweet now. He composed a poem for this Hurrem, and it goes like this. Throne of my lovely niche, my wealth, my love, my moonlight, my most sincere friend, my confidant, my very existence, my sultan, my one and only love, the most beautiful among the beautiful, my springtime, my merry-faced love, my daytime, my sweetheart, laughing leaf, my plants, my sweet, my rose, the only one who does not distress me in this room, my Istanbul, my Karaman, the earth of my Anatolia, my Badakhstan, my Baghdad and Khorasan, my woman of the beautiful hair, my love of the slanted brow, my love of the eyes full of misery, I'll sing your praises always. I, lover of the tormented heart, Muhibi of the eyes full of tears, I am happy. That was from Sultan Suleiman, under his pen name Muhibi, for his darling Hurrem. Now, for a moment, let's talk about Pargali Ibrahim Pasha. Before his downfall, he was inseparable friends, and, well, rumor has it, the relationship between him and Suleiman may have been saucier than first anticipated. But that's just speculation. Well, he is referred to by his chroniclers as both the favorite and also the executed. And, well, historians suggest that Suleiman is remembered for his passion for two of his slaves, for his beloved Ibrahim, when the Sultan was a hot-blooded youth, for his beloved Hurrem, when he was mature. Well, originally Ibrahim was a Christian from Parga, that's a place in Epirus, but he was captured during the Ottoman-Venetian War of 1499 to 1503, and subsequently he was gifted to Suleiman as a slave, possibly in 1514. Well, he was converted to Islam, and Suleiman appointed him as the royal falconer, promoted later on to the first officer of the royal bedchamber. There are reports, in fact 87 of them, that report that the two actually slept together in the same bed, which is of course more than a little haram. Suleiman also constructed a lavish palace for Ibrahim on the ancient Hippodrome. That was Istanbul's main forum outside of the Hagia Sophia and the main palace, Topkapi Palace, that is. Well, despite his brand new residence, Ibrahim sometimes paid little late-night visits with Suleiman I at the palace, and the Sultan occasionally went over to his place, reportedly not returning until the morning. Well, during his 13 years as Grand Vizier, Ibrahim's rapid rise and incredible wealth made him more than a few enemies at court. You don't earn that money for nothing. But from those reports that we just mentioned, perhaps he was working pretty hard for it. Well, Suleiman's suspicion of Ibrahim began to grow after a quarrel between him and the finance secretary. Well, of course, the conflict ended when Ibrahim convinced Suleiman to effectively lead the poor fellow to the gallows. And Ibrahim also supported Mustafa as the successor, which was clashing with the Hurrem Sultan, who wanted her sons to inherit the throne. Now that ought to get you a few enemies. And ultimately he fell from grace with both Hurrem and Suleiman. Suleiman consulted his Qadi, who recommended that, it was just easier to execute Ibrahim. He then ordered assassins to wait until Ibrahim was asleep and go in and strangle him to death. Not a good way to go. Technically going in your sleep, but I'm sure you would have woken up during that horrible ordeal. Well, Sultan Suleiman's two known consorts, Mahidevran and Hurrem, bore him 6 sons, and 4 of them survived past 1550s, that being Cihangir, Bayezid, Mustafa, and Selim. Among these, the oldest one, Mustafa, who was Mahidevran's son, not Hurrem's. Although Hurrem is often implicated in the intrigues surrounding the nomination of a successor, there isn't any concrete evidence that link her directly to the plots. And despite being Suleiman's wife, Hurrem held no official role publicly. But she did exercise significant political influence. That's got to count for something. Either way, the Ottoman Empire did not have a formal mechanism for designating a successor until the reign of Ahmed I, and therefore successions typically would involve the deaths of rival princes to prevent civil unrest and rebellions. At least that was the idea. There was plenty of civil unrest and rebellions to just pepper that lovely Ottoman history. Well, by 1552, as the campaigns against Persia began, Rustem was appointed as commander-in-chief, and the intrigue against Mustafa began to intensify. Rustem was concerned, you see, with Mustafa's potential claim to the throne, and he sent one of Suleiman's most trusted men to report to the soldiers, since the Sultan was not there to lead them, believed it was time for a younger prince to take control. He also spread rumors that Mustafa was amenable to such a claim. Upon returning from his Persian campaign the following summer, Suleiman called Mustafa to his tent. When Mustafa entered, Suleiman's eunuchs immediately attacked him, and after a prolonged struggle, the poor old Mustafa was strangled with a bowstring. Cihangir is said to have died of grief a few months later, after hearing about the horrible fate of Mustafa. Following Mustafa's death, Selim and Bayezid, the only 2 remaining brothers, were assigned to commands in different parts of the Ottoman Empire. But civil war erupted between the 2 as each sought their own dominance. Selim, with the support of his father's army, and quite a formidable one at that, defeated Bayezid at the Battle of Konya in 1559. Bayezid and his 4 sons ran away to the Safavid Shah for refuge, and after diplomatic negotiations, Suleiman demanded that Bayezid either be extradited or killed. In exchange for a substantial sum of treasure, the Shah permitted a Turkish executioner to strangle Bayezid and his sons in 1561, and this cleared the way for Selim's succession to the throne 5 years later. Geez, he really likes strangling people, doesn't he? They should have called him Suleiman the Strangler. Well, maybe the Magnificent sounds a little bit better. Well, on the 6th of September, 1566, Suleiman, who had embarked on a military campaign to Hungary, passed away before the conclusion of the siege at Szigetvar. He passed away at the age of 71. His Grand Vizier chose to keep the Sultan's death a bit of a secret during the retreat, to ensure a smooth succession of Suleiman II to the throne. And you don't want to cause any panic while you're out there on campaign, surely. Following his death, his body was transported back to Istanbul for burial. His body, heart, liver, and several other organs were interred in Turbek, a site near Zigetvar. This burial site eventually became a rather revered location, and they made a grand mausoleum which gained a reputation as a holy and significant pilgrimage site. Got to stop there on the way to Mecca for sure. Within a decade of its establishment, a mosque and a Sufi hospice were erected in the vicinity, and the site was maintained by a garrison of several dozen men, protecting and preserving its sanctity forever. Over 30 years after his death, Sultan Suleiman was depicted as a military prodigy by the English playwright William Shakespeare in The Merchant of Venice. In Act 2, Scene 1, the Prince of Morocco boasts of his military prowess by claiming that he defeated Suleiman in 3 battles. The Battle of Bosworth Field, August 22nd, 1485. It marked a significant turning point in English history, effectively ending the War of the Roses. This conflict was primarily between the Lancastrian claimant to the throne, Henry Tudor, and King Richard III, the last king of the House of York and the last of the Plantagenet dynasty. Richard III was killed in battle, making him the last English king to die in combat. His defeat and death paved the way for Henry Tudor to claim the throne and establish the Tudor dynasty, which would rule England for the next 118 years. Thus, the victory at Bosworth Field was aided significantly by the defection of key allies of Richard III to Henry's side, most notably Lord Stanley, whose intervention proved crucial at a pivotal moment of the battle. Henry's succession marked the end of the dynastic wars between the houses of Lancaster and York, initiating a period of relative stability and the consolidation of royal authority, uniting the warring factions under the banner of Tudor. Thus, the battle remains one of the most storied and pivotal clashes in English medieval history. And today we're going to learn all about it, from start to finish. Welcome to the channel, my friend. Is it your first time here? Good. It's great to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, off we are on another one of our little adventures together. If you want to support the channel, guess what? You're already doing it. Just relax and enjoy the content. That's all the support I need. But if you want to go above and beyond, there is a like and subscribe button, and leaving a comment certainly helps. Tell YouTube that you want other people to share in the fun. And if you want to go further than that, well, I refer you to the video description. Now, with that out of the way, let us begin our full history of the Battle of Bosworth Field. Allow me to take you back to the Wars of the Roses. Get nice and comfortable, please. We find ourselves in the 15th century. England was embroiled in a brutal civil war, as the houses of York and Lancaster desperately vied for the throne. The Yorkist faction emerged victorious in 1471, after triumphing in the battles of Barnet and Tewkesbury. The aftermath saw the demise of the Lancastrian king Henry VI and his only son, Edward of Westminster. With their deaths, the House of Lancaster lost its direct claimants to the English throne, securing Yorkist Edward IV's dominance over England. He quickly moved to secure his position by attaining his remaining foes, including Jasper Tudor and his nephew Henry Tudor, seizing their lands and branding them as traitors. The Tudors' attempt to escape to France was thwarted by adverse weather, leading them to Brittany, where Duke Francis II detained them, recognizing their potential use as political pawns in his own game. Now Henry Tudor, despite his claim being somewhat tenuous, i.e. rooted in his mother, Lady Margaret Beaufort's lineage as a descendant of John of Gaunt, remained the last Lancastrian noble with royal blood connections, albeit a very weak one. Due to the illegitimacy of the Beauforts and subsequent decrees limiting their claims to the throne, Edward IV completely dismissed Henry. In his eyes, he was nothing but inconsequential. But the Duke of Brittany saw him as a valuable asset for leveraging English support against French aggression, providing him sanctuary. Edward IV's unexpected death in April of 1483 ushered in a precarious period of regency, as his young son Edward V ascended the throne at just 12 years old, with his brother Richard of Shrewsbury next in line. The young king's governance was entrusted to a royal council, which soon became concerned mainly over the apparent ambitions of Edward V's maternal Woodville relatives. Their rapid accumulation of power and wealth had certainly managed to alienate many, compromising their popularity and influence. No one gets rich quickly without stepping on a few toes. In a decisive move to counter the Woodville family's control, Lord Hastings and other council members enlisted the support of the late king's brother, Richard, the Duke of Gloucester, encouraging him to take on the protectorate. Acting on his brother's wishes and council's advice, Gloucester took custody of Edward V on the 29th of April. Accompanied by Henry Stafford, the second Duke of Buckingham, and arrested key Woodville figures. Subsequently, Richard, Duke of Gloucester, executed Anthony Woodcliff, the young king's uncle, and Richard Grey, his half-brother, on charges of treason. This solidified his grip on power and set the stage for his own controversial claim to the throne. June 13th, Richard made a bold and decisive move by accusing Lord Hastings of conspiring with the Woodvilles, leading to Hastings' immediate execution, and he didn't even get a trial. This action was part of a broader series of controversial decisions that escalated tensions within the royal court. Shortly thereafter, on June 22nd, an assembly known as the Three Estates of the Realm, an informal version of Parliament, declared that Edward IV's marriage to Elizabeth Woodville was actually invalid. As a result, their children were deemed illegitimate, effectively disqualifying them from succession and clearing the path for Gloucester himself. Now, by June 26th, with his nephew's claim to the throne invalidated, Richard was proclaimed King Richard III, no longer just the Duke of Gloucester. What a promotion! The extrajudicial nature of his ascent included the execution of Hastings, and the declaration regarding his brother's marriage fostered widespread disapproval and damaging rumors about him all across England. It just didn't look good. Following their bastardization, the young princes, Edward V and his brother Richard, were placed in the Tower of London, never to be seen in public again. Of course, this only deepened the mystery and controversy surrounding Richard III's reign, and, well, no doubt it was seen as quite a cruel action, locking those two lads up in the tower. By October 1483, discontent with Richard's rule had catalyzed a rebellion, primarily supported by those loyal to his brother, Edward IV, who viewed Richard as a usurper. The plot was orchestrated in part by Lady Margaret Beaufort, mother of Henry Tudor, who was promoting her son as an alternative to the throne. The conspiracy's most prominent participant was the Duke of Buckingham, a former ally of Richard III. The exact reasons behind Buckingham's involvement remain a little unclear. Now, there is one historian, Charles Ross. He suggests a growing desire to dissociate from an increasingly unpopular king. Could be. Alternatively, Michael Johns and Malcolm Underwood have also suggested that Lady Margaret might have misled Buckingham into believing that the rebellion would put him on the throne. Thus the game would be worth the candle. Gamble it all. Maybe so. Either way, the strategy was to simultaneously ignite rebellions in southern and western England, swiftly overwhelming King Richard III's forces. Buckingham planned to join these rebels by leading an invasion from Wales, while Henry Tudor aimed to land by sea. However, misfortunes, we may say, such as premature uprisings and adverse weather conditions, doomed the rebellion. Better luck next time. An early start to the uprising in Kent alerted Richard and allowed him time to mobilize his army to suppress the insurrectionists. Meanwhile, Richard's intelligence network uncovered Buckingham's plans, leading to strategic action such as the destruction of key bridges over the River Severn. On October the 15th, as Buckingham reached the swollen river, a violent storm made it impassable, effectively trapping him. With no way forward, and his retreat path cut off as his Welsh enemies seized the castle, Buckingham was forced to abandon his campaign and flee. But he was betrayed and captured shortly after. He was executed on the 2nd of November. Simultaneously, Henry Tudor faced his own setbacks. His fleet was scattered by a storm on the 10th of October, and although he briefly reached the English coast, he wisely avoided disembarking, upon realizing that the welcoming party was actually a trap set by Richard's forces. Not getting off the boat, he promptly returned to Brittany. Following the collapse of their efforts, the rebels' survivors fled to Brittany, aligning openly with Henry Tudor, who then pledged to marry Elizabeth of York, uniting the Yorkist and Lancastrian claims. This alliance posed a significant threat to Richard, prompting him to seek the extradition of Henry from Brittany. However, the Duke of Brittany, Francis II, resisted these overtures, bargaining for better terms. In 1484, with Francis incapacitated by illness, his treasurer, Pierre Landais, negotiated with Richard to extradite Henry and his uncle in exchange for military support. But fortunately for Henry, the plan was leaked, and it allowed him to escape to France, where he found refuge at the French court. The French saw Henry as a valuable chess piece against English interference in their designs on Brittany. The political landscape in England grew ever more complicated with the death of Richard's queen, Anne Neville, in March of 1485, amidst rumours that her death was orchestrated to allow Richard to marry his niece, Elizabeth of York. Well, although investigations later suggested Richard planned to marry Joanna of Portugal and arrange Elizabeth's marriage to Manuel, Duke of Beja, these rumours unsettled Henry, who saw the potential loss of Elizabeth's hand in marriage as a threat to his alliance with Edward IV's loyalists. Determined, Henry gathered a force of mercenaries and loyal exiles and set sail from France on August 1st, 1485, aiming to secure his claims through a little bit of marriage and a little bit of conquest. By the 15th century, the noble English tradition of chivalrous service to the monarch had, let's just say, significantly deteriorated. Armies were typically assembled through local levies. Each able-bodied man was obliged to answer his lord's call to arms, and each noble commanded his own militia. While a king could gather a personal militia from his own estates, assembling a large-scale force required the backing of powerful nobles. Like his royal forebears, Richard III had to engage these nobles through gifts and favorable relations to ensure their loyalty. Yet these nobles wielded the power to switch allegiances if they were not sufficiently rewarded or persuaded, posing a constant threat to stability. Now, at the Battle of Bosworth Field, this dynamic was certainly evident as three distinct factions converged. Richard III led his loyal Yorkist supporters. Henry Tudor arrived as the figurehead of the Lancastrian claim, and the Stanleys, influential nobles known for their strategic hesitance, awaited an opportune moment to declare their allegiance. Richard III, though smaller and more slender than many of his Plantagenet forebears, was nonetheless very enthusiastic about engaging in rough and manly sport, which earned him a reputation that belied his physical stature. His prowess on the battlefield significantly impressed his elder brother, King Edward IV, making Richard an indispensable ally and military leader during Edward's reign. In the 1480s, Richard took on the significant responsibility of defending England's northern borders, and in 1482, under Edward's directive, Richard led an expedition into Scotland, aiming to instate the Duke of Albany as king in place of James III. His forces penetrated the Scottish defences, capturing Edinburgh. However, the campaign concluded with Albany renouncing his claim in exchange for significant political power in Scotland, while England regained Berwick-upon-Tweed and secured territorial concessions. Despite these gains, Edward IV felt the results fell a little short of the potential advantages, a sentiment echoed by historians, contemporary and modern, who believe Richard could have exploited his position in Edinburgh a little more effectively. But once again, better luck next time. Among Richard's most staunch allies was John Howard, the first Duke of Norfolk, who had long served Edward IV and was deeply embedded within the Yorkist establishment. Howard, a seasoned warrior present at pivotal battles such as Towton and having held significant command at Calais, felt aggrieved by Edward IV's manipulation of the inheritance laws that deprived him of a substantial estate. This perceived injustice likely fueled his support for Richard III, who rewarded Howard with the dukedom of Norfolk and restored his claims to Mowbray estate upon his accession to the throne. Henry Percy, 4th Earl of Northumberland, also aligned with Richard upon his rise to power. The Percys, traditionally Lancastrians, had shifted allegiance to Edward IV following the Earl's capture and imprisonment by Yorkist forces in 1461. Restored to his titles and lands by Edward, Northumberland had since remained a loyal servant of the Yorkist regime, tasked with maintaining order in the north. Though initially wary of Richard's growing influence in the north, Northumberland was placated with the promises of significant military and administrative roles. He supported Richard's Scottish campaign in 1482, and was likely motivated by prospects of enhanced power in northern England under Richard's kingship. However, once king, Richard's favour shifted towards his nephew, John de la Pole, sidelining the Earl of Northumberland, Henry Percy, in northern governance, which significantly curtailed the Earl's prospects for further advancement, and of course led to his disillusionment with Richard's rule. One can hardly blame him, receiving a raw deal. Now, Henry Tudor, soon to be King Henry VII of England, had a background markedly different from the typical monarch of his time, particularly in matters of warfare and personal inclination towards military activities. Born in Wales, and having spent much of his formative years in Brittany and France, Henry's early life was devoid of martial training, or any battlefield experience at all. His physical appearance was slender, yet it was robust, and he was noted for his reportedly decisive nature. However, he lacked the zeal of a warrior, and he was more interested in matters of commerce and engrossed in matters of finance than in those of war and conquest. Contemporary chroniclers and diplomats, including Polydor Virgil and the Spanish ambassador Pedro de Ayala, observed that Henry's interests leaned way to more administrative and economic aspects of governance, and he showed very little interest in military matters at all. Indeed, he had never participated in a battle before his quest for the English crown. Recognizing his own limitations in this area, Henry took to surrounding himself with seasoned military leaders, among whom John de Vere, the 13th Earl of Oxford, was the most distinguished. Earl Oxford was a veteran of the Wars of the Roses, esteemed for his tactical acumen and combat experience. He had demonstrated his martial prowess at the Battle of Barnet, where he held the Lancastrian right wing and led them to a significant early victory. Though a tragic misrecognition led his forces suffering from friendly fire, causing them to withdraw. After a period of continued resistance against Yorkist rule, which included naval raids and an eventual capture and imprisonment, Oxford escaped and joined Henry in exile. His escape was facilitated in part by his jailer, Sir James Blount, who was swayed to support Henry's cause. The Earl's alignment with Henry Tudor significantly bolstered the Lancastrian forces' morale, and of course posed a serious concern for King Richard III. Now, during the early stages of the Wars of the Roses, the Stanleys, a powerful family based in Cheshire, predominantly supported the Lancastrian cause. However, Sir William Stanley, a notable member of the family, aligned himself with the Yorkists. He fought at the Battle of Blore Heath in 1459 and assisted Hastings in suppressing uprisings against King Edward IV in 1471. Despite the upheaval following King Richard III's accession to the throne, Sir William did not waver at all in his support for the new king, choosing not to participate in Buckingham's rebellion. In recognition of his loyalty, Richard rewarded him handsomely. In contrast, Sir William's elder brother, Thomas Stanley, the second Baron of Stanley, was more politically agile, having served under 3 different kings, as being Henry VI, Edward IV, and Richard III. Lord Stanley was known for his strategic indecisiveness, and that's not the best thing to be known for, shifting allegiances between the warring factions to ensure he was always on the winning side. This approach not only secured him high-ranking positions, but also the trust of his troops, who believed that he would not recklessly endanger their lives. The relationship between Lord Stanley and Richard III was strained at the best of times. The two had a history of conflict, including a violent confrontation around March 1470. The tension was further complicated by Lord Stanley's marriage to Lady Margaret Beaufort in June of 1472, making him the stepfather to Henry Tudor. While despite these connections, Lord Stanley did not support Buckingham's rebellion against Richard in 1483. After the rebellion's failure, Richard spared Lady Margaret from execution, unlike other conspirators, but he stripped her of her titles and transferred her estates to Stanley, ostensibly as a trustee for the Yorkist crown. This act was likely an attempt by Richard to maintain an uneasy alliance with Stanley. Now, adding to their contentious relationship, Richard intended to revisit a land dispute that involved Lord Stanley and the Harrington family. Edward IV had previously settled this dispute in Stanley's favor in 1473, but Richard planned to overturn this decision and award the lucrative estate to the Harringtons. As the Battle of Bosworth approached and mistrust between Richard and Stanley intensified, Richard took Lord Stanley's son, Lord Strange, hostage. This was a strategic move to prevent Stanley from defecting to Henry Tudor's side during the impending conflict. Henry Tudor, accompanied by English and Welsh exiles, as well as a contingent of mercenaries provided by Charles VIII of France, embarked on his journey to claim the English throne. Notably, the Scottish historian John Major, writing in 1521, credited Charles with supplying Henry 5,000 men, including 1,000 Scots, led by Sir Alexander Bruce, though this mention of Scottish soldiers is absent from later English historical accounts. Henry's fleet of 30 ships set sail from Harfleur on the 1st of August 1485 and landed without opposition at Mill Bay, near Dale on the north side of Milford Haven, on the 7th of August. Upon landing, Henry captured Dale Castle with ease. However, the local response was tepid. The Welsh populace did not flock to his side, and initial support from local Welshmen was few and far between. Despite this lukewarm and lackluster reception, Welsh bards like Dafydd Du and Grufydd ap Dafydd hailed Henry as a legitimate prince, returning to restore Wales to its former glory. As Henry moved through Pembrokeshire to Haverfordwest, the country town, he encountered little resistance. Sir Walter Herbert, Richard III's lieutenant in South Wales, failed to counter Henry's advance, and Henry gained supporters when Richard Griffith and Evan Morgan defected to his cause with their forces. A critical ally gained during this phase was Rhys ap Thomas, a prominent figure in West Wales. Despite having been appointed by Richard as the Lieutenant of West Wales for his previous loyalty during Buckingham's rebellion, Rhys shifted his allegiance after Henry promised him the lieutenancy of all Wales. That's a pretty good deal. With Rhys's support, Henry's forces were bolstered by an additional 500 to 2,000 Welshmen as they marched towards English territory. By mid-August, Henry and his growing army had crossed the English border, advancing towards Shrewsbury. As soon as the news of Henry Tudor's landing reached him on August the 11th, King Richard III was swift to react. By August 16th, messengers had been dispatched to rally his nobles, with Norfolk heading for Leicester that very night. Meanwhile, the city of York, a bastion for support for Richard's family, promptly responded to the king's request for troops, sending 80 men to reinforce his army. Simultaneously, the Earl of Northumberland was gathering his forces in the north, making the lengthy journey south to Leicester to join the king. While Henry Tudor's ultimate objective was London, his march from Shrewsbury was calculated and cautious, aimed at shoring up additional support. His forces, bolstered by Sir Gilbert Talbot and other English allies, including even some defectors from Richard's ranks, travelled eastward through Staffordshire. Despite these reinforcements, Henry's army remained significantly smaller than Richard's. Now, the Stanleys, we've mentioned them, who had been in correspondence with Henry even before his arrival in England, mobilized upon hearing of his landing. They positioned their troops strategically along Henry's route through the English countryside, meeting with him twice in secret to discuss battle strategies against King Richard. Their second meeting took place at Atherston in Warwickshire, where they plotted their approach to the looming conflict. On August 20th, Richard moved from Nottingham to Leicester, where he stayed overnight at the Blue Boar Inn. The following day, he was joined by Northumberland. The royal army then advanced westwards, aiming to cut off Henry's path to London. Richard chose to position his forces on Ambient Hill, believing it offered a tactical advantage. However, the night before the battle, Richard's rest was troubled, and by the morning, his appearance was notably pallid and distressed. The Yorkist army, deployed atop the ridge at Ambient Hill, was strategically positioned with a sweeping view of the battlefield. Norfolk's division, consisting primarily of spearmen and supported by roughly 1,200 archers and artillery, occupied the right flank. The centre was held by King Richard himself, leading a contingent of 3,000 infantry. On the left, Northumberland commanded a sizable force of about 4,000, many of them mounted. This setup allowed Richard to observe the movements of not only his troops, but also the Stanleys positioned along Dadlington Hill, with a force between 4,000 and 6,000 men, and Henry's advancing army from the southwest. Henry Tudor's army, though smaller than Richard's, was a diverse mix of English and Welsh recruits, along with French mercenaries, and possibly a few Scottish captains. Estimates of his forces range from 5,000 to 8,000 men. The core of his army comprised of 1,800 French mercenaries, under the command of Philibert de Chandé. While there were claims of a significant Scottish presence, they are generally discounted by historians, who argue that France was unlikely to have spared its elite Scottish troops for such a venture. Now, as the two armies prepared for battle, Henry initiated his approach towards the strategically advantageous Ambient Hill. Richard, from his vantage point, could see Henry's troops maneuver past a marsh at the base of the hill, a natural obstacle that could have hindered their advance. Amidst these tense moments, Richard attempted to coerce the Stanleys into action by threatening the life of Lord Strange, Stanley's son, whom he held hostage. Stanley's indifferent reply that he had other sons led Richard to order Strange's execution, an order that was not immediately carried out due to the imminent onset of battle. Well, certainly no Father of the Year awards for Stanley. Now Henry, aware of his precarious situation without Stanley's support, sent messengers to urge Stanley to declare his allegiance. Stanley's response was non-committal, stating he would join after Henry had arrayed his forces for battle. With no firm commitment from Stanley, Henry was compelled to face Richard's well-positioned army alone, at least for now. Recognizing the limitations of his military experience, Henry delegated the tactical command of his forces to John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, and positioned himself safely behind with his personal guard. Oxford, cautious of the Yorkist army's superior numbers, and positioning along the Ambient Hills ridgeline, opted for a more compact formation. He instructed his troops to remain tightly packed within 10 feet of their banners, aiming to prevent them from being outflanked or dispersed by the enemy. As they maneuvered to circumvent the marshy terrain near the hill, Richard's artillery bombarded the Lancastrians, challenging their advance. Emerging from the marshes, Oxford's consolidated force faced the vanguard led by the Duke of Norfolk. In the intense melee that followed, Oxford's troops displayed superior discipline and cohesion, withstanding the Yorkist assault and causing some of Norfolk's men to flee, including the loss of a key commander, Walter Devereux. Amidst the battle, Richard faced frustration as the Earl of Northumberland held his forces back. Historians debate Northumberland's inaction. Some attribute it to personal animosities, or strategic caution constrained by the narrow terrain of the ridge, which complicated any potential maneuver to join the fray directly. In a decisive move, Richard spotted Henry Tudor isolated from the main engagement, accompanied only by a small retinue. Determined to end the battle by eliminating his rival, Richard led a direct charge with his household knights towards Henry, aiming to kill him and thus dishearten the Lancastrian force. In this daring assault, Richard managed to kill Henry's standard-bearer, Sir William Brandon, and incapacitate another key figure, John Shane, with his lance. Caught completely off guard, the mercenaries around Henry quickly adapted, dismounting and shielding him within their ranks to reduce his visibility and vulnerability. Despite the peril, Henry did not personally engage in the fight, instead relying on his guards in the chaotic melee to protect him from Richard's direct assault. John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, had strategically positioned a reserve unit of pikemen with Henry Tudor, foreseeing the potential need for such additional protection, and this foresight proved to be critical when Richard led a mounted charge aimed directly at him. The pikemen effectively slowed the advance, allowing for Tudor's personal guards to encircle and protect. Amidst all the chaos, Richard found himself increasingly isolated as he engaged directly with Henry's guards. Observing Richard's precarious position, William Stanley intervened, decisively swinging the balance in Henry's favor. With Stanley's forces joining the fray, Richard's contingent was quickly outnumbered and overwhelmed, driven back toward a nearby marsh. Richard's horse stumbled, unseating him. But undeterred, Richard stood and rallied his troops, reputedly proclaiming his intent to either triumph as a king or die as one. Despite his efforts, Richard's situation deteriorated rapidly as his standard-bearer, Sir Percival Thirlwall, was mortally wounded, yet heroically maintained hold of the Yorkist banner, holding it up high while the blows relentlessly hit him. He only dropped it when his heart stopped. Close associates such as Richard Ratcliffe also fell in the ensuing melee. Polydore Virgil, chronicling the battle later under Henry VII's patronage, described Richard's last stand with dramatic flair, noting that he was killed manfully fighting in the thickest press of his enemies. According to other sources, including the Burgundian chronicler Jean Molyneux, Richard's demise came at the hands of a Welshman wielding a halberd, striking while Richard was mired in the marsh. This violent end was echoed by findings from the examination of Richard's remains, which showed severe cranial injuries consistent with halberd strikes, indicating that he may have been helmetless in his final moments. Now, the Welsh poet Gut o'r Glyn hinted that the Lancastrian Rhys ap Thomas, or one of his soldiers, delivered the fatal blow, symbolically shaving the head of the boar, a reference to Richard's heraldic emblem. As the news of Richard's death spread, the remaining Yorkist forces, including those led by the Earl of Northumberland, quickly lost heart and dispersed, and effectively the battle was over. The Earl of Norfolk also met his end on the battle, reportedly slain by Sir John Savage. Savage by name, savage by nature, I'm sure. Now Henry Tudor, despite having a tenuous claim to the English throne through his maternal Lancastrian lineage, ultimately had seized it by right of conquest. After his victory at the Battle of Bosworth, legend has it that Richard III's circlet was found and delivered to Henry, who was then proclaimed king atop Crown Hill near the village of Stoke Golding. According to Henry's official historian Polydore Virgil, it was Lord Stanley himself who discovered the circlet. However, historians Stanley Grimes and Sidney Anglo refute the tale of the circlet being found in a hawthorn bush, a detail absent from many contemporary accounts. Nonetheless, some historians do consider the possibility of its significance, noting its symbolic presence in Henry's coat of arms, suggesting some basis in reality, and others point out the use of a hawthorn bush motif was already a tradition within the House of Lancaster, and Henry simply incorporated a crown into the existing symbol. Now on to the casualties. Virgil's account of them, 100 of Henry's men to 1,000 of Richard's, is viewed with more than a few raised eyebrows. It's likely exaggerated. Such a beatdown is rarely seen. Following the battle, the fallen were reportedly taken to St. James' Church in Dadlington for burial, and in a marked show of contempt, Richard's body was denied immediate burial. Instead, it was stripped, mounted across a horse, and displayed in public in Leicester to confirm his death. Initially, Richard was placed in the Church of the Annunciation of Our Lady of the Newark, a significant Lancastrian religious institution, and after 2 days he was moved to a modest tomb in the Greyfriars Church. The tomb was later demolished in 1538 during the dissolution of the monasteries, obscuring the tomb's location for centuries. But fast forward to the 12th of September 2012, a skeleton with spinal deformities and battle-related head injuries was unearthed under a car park in Leicester, suspected to be that of Richard III. This identification was confirmed beyond reasonable doubt on the 4th of February 2013, following DNA testing by Leicester University. Richard's remains were ceremonially reinterred in Leicester Cathedral on the 26th of March 2015, and his new tomb was unveiled the next day, correcting a historical oversight and providing a resting place befitting for a former King of England. Now, back to the old times. Henry swiftly moved to consolidate his reign, having Parliament reverse his attainder and invalidate Richard III's claim to the throne, albeit acknowledging Richard's reign in the official records of English history. The legitimacy of Edward IV's children, which had been nullified, was restored, reaffirming Elizabeth of York's status as a royal princess. However, Henry postponed his marriage to Elizabeth until after his coronation, ensuring that his claim to the throne was established firmly enough to eclipse any claim she might have through her Yorkist lineage. To solidify his authority further, Henry persuaded Parliament to retroactively date his reign to the day before the Battle of Bosworth. What did this do? Well, you see, it rendered all who opposed him on that battlefield that day legally traitors. Despite his harsh initial status, Henry later demonstrated a willingness to reconcile with former adversaries, but of course they had to submit wholeheartedly to his rule. I suppose it's better than being executed. Now on to the Stanleys. What happened to them? Well, of course, they played a pivotal role in Bosworth, albeit they took their sweet time, but they were richly rewarded. William Stanley was made a chamberlain, and Lord Stanley was created Earl of Derby, receiving extensive lands and titles. Henry also restored the estates and titles of John de Vere, the Earl of Oxford, and made him Constable of the Tower and Admiral of England, Ireland, and Aquitaine. Jasper Tudor was elevated to the Duke of Bedford, reflecting Henry's inclination to reward loyalty and reinforce his political base through familial appointments. Henry's mother, Lady Margaret Beaufort, benefited significantly from her son's victory. Parliament declared her a female soul, allowing her to manage her own affairs independently of her husband, Lord Stanley. This status not only elevated her position, but it allowed her direct control over her extensive estates, enhancing her influence and independence. Despite this consolidation of power, Henry's rule was not without its challenges, of course. The first significant test came 2 years after Bosworth, with the rebellion led by Lambert Simnel, who claimed to be Edward Plantagenet, the Earl of Warwick. Supported by the Earl of Lincoln, a former Yorkist, this revolt culminated in the Battle of Stoke Field in 1487, where Henry's forces, commanded by Oxford and Bedford, decisively defeated the rebels. Well, this victory, however, did not completely end threats to Henry's reign, as the murder of the Earl of Northumberland in 1489 sparked further unrest. But if we're going to talk about all that, I suppose it requires another video. Anne Boleyn, born around 1501, the second wife of King Henry VIII of England, and a crucial figure in the political and religious upheaval that led to the English Reformation. Well educated in the Netherlands and France, Anne was well prepared for the complexities of the English court, which she navigated with her own ambition and acumen. Her refusal to become Henry VIII's mistress set in motion a chain of events that resulted in England's break from the Catholic Church and the establishment of the Church of England, with Henry seeking to annul his first marriage to Catherine of Aragon in order to wed Anne. Their marriage in 1533 heralded significant religious changes, but it was all short-lived, as Anne was unable to provide a male heir, leading to her arrest on fabricated charges, including adultery and treason. Thus she was executed in 1536, leaving behind a daughter, however, Elizabeth I, who would of course become one of England's most celebrated monarchs. Hello and welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, very happy to meet you indeed, and if you're coming back, off we go again on another adventure into the past. If you'd like to support the channel, you're doing a very good job as it is. Just enjoy the content at your own pace. But a like and subscribe certainly helps, and if you want to go above and beyond, there's a few links in the description. But now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we may begin. Anne Boleyn, the second wife of King Henry VIII, was born to one Thomas Boleyn, later Earl of Wiltshire and Earl of Ormond, and Elizabeth Howard, the eldest daughter of Thomas Howard, the future second Duke of Norfolk. The exact date of Anne's birth remains uncertain, with scholarly debate primarily centered around 2 years, circa 1501 and circa 1507. Anne's familial background included her older sister, Mary, and a younger brother by the name of George, born around 1504. This birth order is supported by claims from Mary's descendants, notably her grandson, who successfully claimed the Ormond title in 1496, asserting his grandmother's status as the elder daughter, a claim recognized by Queen Elizabeth I. During her formative years, her education was typical of a woman of her status, focusing not only on academics like arithmetic, grammar, and history, but also on essential domestic skills like embroidery and household management. Throw in a little bit of music, and we can see a very diverse range of skills. Additionally, she was trained in more physical pursuits, such as archery, horseback riding, falconry, and hunting. Now, these formative years were significantly shaped by her time spent in influential European courts, due to her father, Thomas Boleyn's diplomatic career under Henry VIII. His charm and effectiveness as a diplomat garnered admiration from key figures, such as Margaret of Austria, the daughter of Maximilian I, the Holy Roman Emperor, who at the time was ruling the Netherlands on behalf of her nephew Charles. Margaret was so impressed with Boleyn that she offered Anne a coveted position in her household, and this was a rare honor, typically reserved for girls aged 12, suggesting Anne might have been younger when she began her court life, as indicated by Margaret affectionately calling her the little Boleyn. Anne's stay in the Netherlands at the court of Savoy in Mechelen, beginning in spring 1513, was also an important aspect of her upbringing. She was well regarded by Margaret, who praised her demeanor and intelligence. In October 1514, Anne moved to France to serve as a maid of honor, first to Queen Mary, Henry VIII's sister, upon her marriage to Louis XII of France, and subsequently to Mary's stepdaughter, Queen Claude. Thus she remained in the French court for nearly 7 years, a period during which she refined her French language skills and developed a keen interest in the arts and humanities, including fashion, illuminated manuscripts, literature, music, and of course religious philosophy. And it was here in France where Anne's evangelical leanings likely took root, influenced by reformist books and Jacques Lefebvre's French translations of the Bible and Pauline epistles. Her exposure to French culture, its etiquette, its dance, and its literature, alongside her experience in flirtation and courtly love, equipped her with a sophisticated persona that resonated quite strongly back at the English court. A continental flair, let's put it that way. Anne's acquaintance with Margaret de Navarre, King Francis I's sister, and a noted author and reformer, further nurtured her religious and literary inclinations. Thus, her return to England marked a transfer of continental influence into the English court, where her keen fashion sense, cultural knowledge, and religious ideas had a great influence on many. Her time in France not only polished her personal qualities, but also positioned her as an agent of religious and cultural reform, guiding, albeit very subtly, the English monarchy towards a historic break with the Catholic Church. Thus, those early years back in England were marked by a good dose of political and familial machinations that significantly influenced her trajectory. One of the pivotal moments was when she was recalled from the Netherlands to potentially marry her Irish cousin, James Butler. The marriage proposal was not born out of romantic considerations, but was rather a strategic move intended to resolve a dispute over the earldom of Ormond. The 7th Earl of Ormond had died in 1515, leaving his inheritance in question, with Sir Piers Butler contesting the will against the claims of Thomas Boleyn, Anne's father, who was descended from the eldest daughters of the previous Earl. King Henry VIII, concerned about the potential for civil unrest in Ireland over this dispute, supported a plan to marry Anne off to James Butler. This union was intended to consolidate the claims and pacify any conflict by bringing the Ormond inheritance as Anne's dowry. However, negotiations failed, and it was possibly due to Sir Thomas Boleyn's ambitions for a more advantageous match for Anne, or perhaps even so, his own aspirations to the titles. James Butler went on to marry Lady Joan Fitzgerald, who was another prominent heir. But Anne Boleyn would always be the one who got away from him. Now, parallel to Anne's failed marriage negotiations, her sister Mary Boleyn was recalled from France in 1519, where she had been involved with members of the French court, including the king. Soon after returning, Mary married one William Carey, a courtier, in a ceremony attended by Henry VIII. Despite her marriage, Mary became the mistress of Henry VIII, although the paternity of her children during this time remains a topic of historical debate. While some historians speculate that Henry VIII may have been the father of one or both of Mary's children, he never acknowledged them as he did with his recognized illegitimate son, Henry Fitzroy, by Elizabeth Blount. By 1522, Anne had herself secured a position at the English court as a lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine. She made her public debut at a court pageant in March of 1522, where she played Perseverance, and immediately impressed the court with her elegance and intellect. This marked the beginning of her rise as one of the most prominent and influential figures at the court. Thus Anne's presence and demeanor quickly attracted the attention of several suitors. Her charm and sophistication made her a standout figure at the English court, described by historians as the perfect woman courtier. Her grace, style, and accomplishments in dance, music, and languages captivated those around her. Partnered with this, her vibrant energy and engaging personality not only drew people into conversation, but it kept them entertained, making her a focal point of any social gathering, the life of the party. Well, during her time here at the court, Anne had become romantically involved with Henry Percy, the son of the Earl of Northumberland. The two entered into a secret betrothal, a relationship that, according to George Cavendish, did not become consummated. However, this engagement was ended abruptly due to a lack of support from Percy's father and opposition from Thomas Wolsey, for reasons that, still to this day, remain a little speculative. Either way, Following the end of this relationship, Anne was temporarily sent away from court to her family's estates in the countryside, although details about this period are sparse. Upon her return to court, she re-entered the service of Catherine of Aragon. Meanwhile, Henry Percy was married to Lady Mary Talbot, an arrangement made since his adolescence. Around this time, Anne also befriended Sir Thomas Wyatt, a prominent poet of the Tudor era, whose marital troubles coincided with a growing affection for Anne, although their relationship is believed to have remained platonic. Anne's most significant and history-altering courtship began in 1526, when King Henry VIII, a seasoned player of courtly love, became completely infatuated with her. Anne skillfully navigated the king's advances, refusing to become just another mistress, and often retreating to Hever Castle for periods of seclusion. Her resistance only fueled the king's desire, leading to his proposal of marriage within a year of his pursuit. Both Henry and Anne believed that an annulment of his marriage to Catherine of Aragon would be swift, although it ultimately took several years, profoundly altering the religious landscape of England. Throughout their long courtship, which spanned approximately 7 years, there is no substantial evidence to suggest that Henry and Anne's relationship was consummated, until at least shortly before their marriage. The surviving love letters from Henry to Anne during this period reflect a deep affection and desire, but also a kind of respect for Anne's stance on maintaining their relationship chaste, until marriage at least. Henry VIII's desire for a male heir was a significant driving force behind his quest for an annulment from Catherine of Aragon. The Tudor period, you see, was marked by a deep concern for a secure succession, a legacy of the civil wars over royal succession that had plagued England before Henry VIII established relative stability was still looming over everyone. Now Henry VIII was acutely aware of this history, and he sought to prevent any uncertainty regarding the legitimacy of his heir. Thus, his marriage to Catherine had failed to produce a surviving male child, with only their daughter, Mary, surviving infancy. Catherine had initially come to England to marry Henry's older brother, Arthur, who died shortly after their marriage. When Spain and England sought to maintain their alliance, Pope Julius II granted a dispensation for Henry and Catherine's marriage, under the condition that Catherine claimed to still be a virgin after Arthur's death. Over time, Henry grew increasingly concerned about the validity of his marriage, particularly as Catherine could not produce a male heir, which he took as a sign of divine displeasure. But along comes Anne Boleyn, and complicates the whole situation even more. Her refusal to become his mistress, insisting instead on marriage, catalyzed Henry's challenge to the Catholic Church's authority over his marriage decisions. Henry argued that his marriage to Catherine was invalid according to biblical scripture, claiming that the Pope had no authority to legitimize what he saw as essentially incestuous and sinful. This theological and legal battle over his marriage to Catherine came to be known as the King's Great Matter. Anne leveraged Henry's infatuation with her, and his desperation for a legitimate male heir, to position herself not only as his potential wife, but as a significant political partner. She refused to consummate their relationship until she was queen, a stance that ultimately played a role in Henry's decision to break from the Church and establish the Church of England. And when he did, his authority was recognized as supreme in all religious matters. Of course, the Catholic Church were not too happy with it, but, Now historians debate Anne's motives and her commitment to religious reform. Some view her as a devout evangelical, eager for religious reform, and playing a significant role in influencing Henry's religious policies, but others suggest her religious beliefs were a little more conventional, and that her actions were driven more by personal ambition than by deep-seated theological convictions. There is evidence suggesting Anne's sympathy towards Reformation efforts, including anecdotes of her promoting religious texts that critique the Catholic Church's excesses, such as Tyndale's writings or Simon Fisher's work, A Supplication for the Beggars. And she also supported scholars working on English translations of the Bible, and sought to instill scriptural piety in her ladies-in-waiting. Well, in 1528, a severe outbreak of sweating sickness struck London, leading to high mortality rates and causing the royal court to disperse. Henry VIII left London, frequently moving to escape the illness, while Anne Boleyn retreated to Hever Castle, the Boleyn family residence. It was there that Anne contracted the disease, and her brother-in-law, William Carey, succumbed to it. In his concern for Anne's health, Henry sent his personal physician to care for her, and she eventually recovered. As Anne recuperated, Henry intensified his efforts to secure an annulment from his marriage to Catherine of Aragon. He initiated a direct appeal to the Holy See, bypassing Cardinal Wolsey initially, who had been his chief advisor on the matter. Henry's envoy, William Knight, was dispatched to Pope Clement VII with the mission to annul the marriage on grounds that the original dispensation by Pope Julius II had actually been obtained under false pretenses. Additionally, Henry sought permission to remarry, specifically making provisions that would allow him to marry Anne, indicating the influence she had gained over him. However, this task proved to be a challenging one, as Pope Clement was effectively a prisoner of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, following the sack of Rome in 1527. Knight faced difficulties in gaining access to the Pope, and eventually returned with only a conditional dispensation, which Wolsey deemed to be insufficient. Consequently, Henry had very little choice, and he entrusted Wolsey with the annulment process. Wolsey convened an ecclesiastical court in England with the Pope's emissary, Lorenzo Campeggio, but no decisive action was taken, as Campeggio had no papal authorization to make a ruling. Wolsey's inability to secure the annulment strained his relationship with Henry and Anne, who suspected his loyalties lay more with the Pope than with the English crown. Anne's influence and Wolsey's other detractors led to his dismissal and eventual arrest on charges of praemunire, which is acting in the interest of a foreign ruler over your own king. Treason, basically. But Wolsey died of illness in 1530, before any trial could take place. Possibly what they had planned for him if he was found guilty, which he would have been, well, perhaps that would have been worse than dying from illness. Now, by 1531, Catherine of Aragon was banished from the court, and her living quarters were reassigned to Anne, another sign of her rising status. However, the public were not too pleased with this. Their support largely remained with Catherine. In one incident in 1531, Anne narrowly escaped an angry mob by the Thames, showing once again the public discontent with her role in the king's marital strife. Seen at this time by a great many, especially in London, as a home-wrecker. Well, the death of Archbishop of Canterbury William Warham in 1532 led to the appointment of the Boleyn family chaplain, Thomas Cranmer, as his successor, marking a significant shift towards a reformist influence within the church. And that same year, Thomas Cromwell, Henry's chief minister, pushed through critical legislative acts that recognized royal supremacy over the church, cementing the break with Rome and setting the stage for the establishment of the Anglican Church, also known as the Church of England. Well, even before her marriage to Henry VIII, Anne wielded significant influence at the English court. She had the authority to grant petitions, receive diplomats, and provide patronage, reflecting a substantial influence over Henry, even to the extent of advocating on behalf of foreign diplomats. Well, this period marked her as an increasingly central figure in England's political and international affairs. Thus, her influence was particularly evident in strengthening England's international position, notably by fostering an alliance with France. She developed a strong rapport with the French ambassador, Gilles de la Pommeraye, which facilitated diplomatic relations. In a strategic move to solidify her status both within England and on the international stage, Henry VIII conferred upon Anne the Marquisate of Pembroke on the 1st of September 1532. This title was not only a mark of her impending queenship, but also as a necessary status symbol in preparation for their meeting with King Francis I of France in Calais later that year. The investiture, performed by Henry himself, with de la Pommeraye as a guest of honor, showed once again her elevated position. The conference at Calais was a political success, securing implicit support from the French government for Henry's plans to remarry, despite King Francis I's delicate balancing act due to his alliances with the Pope. And of course, Anne's ascent to power also brought considerable benefits to her family. Her father, Thomas Boleyn, was elevated to the title of Earl of Wiltshire, and arrangements were made for her Irish cousin to become the Earl of Ormond. During the celebrations of her father's elevation, Anne was given precedence over the Duchess of Suffolk and Norfolk, an honor that was typically reserved for the Queen. In addition to all the politics, Anne used her influence to secure financial support for her sister, Mary Boleyn, by arranging an annual pension. She also facilitated educational opportunities for her nephew, Henry Carey. Now, finally, Anne's marriage to Henry VIII was solidified through a ceremony in secret on November 14th, 1532, followed by a public confirmation of their union in January of the following year, 1533. The legitimacy of their marriage was officially recognized by Thomas Cranmer, the newly appointed Archbishop of Canterbury, in May of 1533. Cranmer's rulings, which declared Henry's marriage to Catherine of Aragon null and void, subsequently validated Henry's marriage to Anne, and it marked the culmination of a complex series of events and loopholes, whether they be theological or political, that had finally led to this moment. Anne Boleyn's coronation of Queen Consort on June 1st, 1533, was thus a grand and meticulously orchestrated event that showed her new status and legitimacy of her forthcoming child. Crowned in Westminster Abbey, Anne was the last Queen Consort of England to have a separate coronation from her husband. Remarkably, she was crowned with St. Edward's crown, traditionally reserved for the coronation of a monarch, not a consort. This unusual choice, as suggested by historian Alice Hunt, was likely due to Anne's visible pregnancy and the expectation that she would bear a male heir. Well, the day before her coronation, Anne participated in a lavish procession through London, an event designed to showcase the new queen to the public. Seated in a magnificent litter made from white cloth of gold and adorned with a gold coronet, her appearance was intended to symbolize purity and royal dignity, though, as you can imagine, it received a mixed reception from the public. Simultaneously, significant political and religious shifts were underway. The House of Commons had enacted laws that rejected the authority of the Pope in England, culminating in Pope Clement VII's provisional excommunication of Henry VIII and Archbishop Cranmer. The Pope also declared Anne's marriage to Henry null and reaffirmed Catherine's status as queen. Despite this, Henry required his subjects to swear allegiance to the First Succession Act, which recognized Anne as the rightful queen, and with that, her offspring as legitimate heirs to the throne. The oath completely rejected papal authority, and notable figures who refused it, such as Sir Thomas More and Bishop John Fisher, were locked up, thrown in prison. It was non-negotiable. By late 1534, the English Parliament declared Henry the supreme head of the Church of England, and that effectively established a national church that was independent of Rome. Rome was, of course, not very happy about this. It was not merely a rejection of papal authority, but also a significant step towards the English Reformation, which is a very complicated topic that I will cover in another video. Wait for me, please. Now, throughout her tenure as queen, Anne Boleyn actively supported the Protestant Reformation. She was instrumental in promoting and protecting evangelicals and reformers, leveraging her influence to advance the translation and dissemination of the scriptures, notably those by William Tyndale. Anne's efforts also extended to personal interventions, as evidenced by her letter to Thomas Cromwell, wherein she sought assistance for Richard Herman, a merchant persecuted for his involvement in distributing the English New Testament. Anne's religious influence was also personal and long-lasting. She appointed Matthew Parker, a future Archbishop of Canterbury, as her chaplain, and entrusted him with the spiritual care of her daughter, the future Queen Elizabeth I, ensuring that her reformist legacy would endure beyond her lifetime. Also, if you're interested in Queen Elizabeth I, I have already done a video on her. It's in the Britain playlist, and I believe the biographies playlist. Go and take a look. You'll enjoy it. Well, after her coronation, Anne Boleyn settled into life at Greenwich Palace, a favoured residence of King Henry VIII, as she prepared for the birth of her child. The anticipation was of course high for the birth of a son. Everyone was crossing their fingers, a male heir that Henry longed for to secure the Tudor lineage. However, I'm sure you can guess what happened. September 7th, 1533, Anne gave birth to a girl who was christened Elizabeth, possibly named in honor of her grandmother Elizabeth Howard and Henry's mother, Elizabeth of York. The arrival of a daughter instead of a son came as let's just say, a disappointment to her parents, especially after the confident predictions of a male heir by court physicians and astrologers, who were, of course, always on the money with their predictions. Well, despite the initial disappointment, the infant Elizabeth was given a grand christening. After all, a daughter is as much of a blessing. Now, Anne, however, was conscious of the potential political threat posed by Henry's first daughter, Mary, who had been declared illegitimate and stripped of her princess title. To secure Elizabeth's position and alleviate Anne's concerns, Henry ordered that Mary be separated from her servants and sent to live at Hatfield House, where Elizabeth was also to reside under the care of her own substantial staff, in the healthy country air. It's not a bad deal. Now, Anne's role as queen was marked by a significant expansion in the size and scope of her household compared to her predecessor, Catherine. She maintained a large retinue of over 250 servants, and this ranged from priests to stable boys, and was attended by more than 60 maids of honor. Her court was a center of religious and political activity, and she engaged several priests as confessors and chaplains, including Matthew Parker, who later played a crucial role in establishing Anglican thought during Elizabeth's reign. But the early years of Anne's marriage to Henry were periods of relative happiness, interspersed with tension. Trouble was brewing in paradise, it seems. Let's have a look at some of the drama, shall we? Her intelligent and headstrong nature, which had been quite appealing when she was Henry's mistress, had now become a source of conflict now that she was queen and had actual power. In fact, there were reports of Anne speaking sharply even to her own family members, behavior that was deemed unseemly and, frankly, rude for the queen. By Christmas of 1534, after a miscarriage or stillbirth, Henry was already discussing the possibility of simply throwing this marriage out the window. Although this did not immediately lead to action, and the couple did reconcile, at least for a time. Anne continued to preside over a lavish court, spending extensively on clothing, jewels, and renovations of numerous palaces to match the royal couple's extravagant tastes. Her personal motto was "the most happy," symbolized by her emblem of a white falcon. It was all about spending big, living in luxury, wherever you could get it in the old times of the 16th century. As a matter of fact, do remember, She grew up around those French courts. Now, it's not to say that French courts were better than English courts, but she wanted the best of both worlds. I'm talking continental imports, that sort of thing. Well, happy wife, happy life, as they say. Henry was sort of forced to oblige on that one. But despite her efforts to secure her position and contribute to the kingdom's religious reforms, public opinion of Anne deteriorated over time, particularly as no male heir was forthcoming. And her unpopularity was further compounded by her association with the political and religious executions of her opponents. That's one way to lose popularity. Figures such as Sir Thomas More and the Bishop John Fraser, and it led to her being harshly criticized, even referred to as the king's, well, you know that word that starts with W. It's a bad one. Well, the decline in public favor set the stage for her eventual downfall, as the enemies at court increased and her influence over Henry began to wane. It was around this time, January 7th, 1536, that Catherine of Aragon passed away, and it marked another pivotal moment for Anne and King Henry. Catherine's passing was met with visible relief from Henry, who wore yellow the following day, the colour of joy and celebration in England. But, ironically, it's claimed it was one of mourning in Spain, but this is disputed. Now, this public display of festivity highlighted the complex and often strained relationships within the Tudor court. It was never really smooth sailing. No matter how rich and powerful you are, money never fixes family and marital disputes. You can never buy your way out of that one. Let that be a lesson to you if you think money's going to solve your problems, dear listener. While attempting to solidify her position and perhaps even soften her image, Anne made overtures towards reconciliation with Mary, Catherine's daughter, who steadfastly rejected these efforts. She wanted nothing to do with her. Rumors that Catherine had been poisoned, fueled by the discovery of a blackened heart during her embalming, only exacerbated tensions, despite medical consensus attributing the discoloration to cancer and not foul play. Well, during this period of chaos, Anne's personal and political stability began to waver significantly, and she was pregnant again. You know what that means. The stakes were high to produce a male heir. Simultaneously, Henry's attentions shifted towards a new woman, Jane Seymour, one of Anne's maids of honor. Seems that Henry already had one foot out the door, which is really not cool when your wife is pregnant. Well, far be it for me to push my morality on people who lived 500 years ago. Anyway, well, simultaneously, an incident involving a locket with Henry's portrait, which Jane flaunted in Anne's presence, reportedly provoked Anne to violent anger, and one can hardly blame her. Jane was apparently showing off. Look at this little present that I got. From your husband, nonetheless. What are you going to do about it? Well, Anne, of course. No one can blame her for acting in a very violent manner. symbolizing a growing desperation and also this complete loss of control over her circumstances. The clock was certainly ticking on Anne living the good life. Well, Anne miscarried in January 1536, shortly after witnessing an intimate moment between Henry and Jane. This, of course, was a devastating blow for everybody involved. The loss of what was reported to be a male fetus coincided tragically with the day of Catherine's burial, intensifying the personal and political implications of her failed pregnancy. Eustace Chapuis, the imperial ambassador, ominously noted the miscarriage of her savior, suggesting that the event marked the beginning of the end for Anne's marriage to Henry. You see, if there was a male heir, effectively for Anne it would be obligation fulfilled. But another disappointment in Henry's eyes, well, that was the nail in the coffin for poor Anne. One could only feel sorry. Well, Henry's reaction to the miscarriage further alienated Anne. There was no shoulder to cry on. There was no sympathy. He claimed that he had been seduced into the marriage by sortileges, implying deception or enchantment. This accusation set the stage for Jane Seymour's elevation within the court. So Jane was moved into the royal quarters, a sign of her rising favor, while Anne's influence rapidly diminished. Additionally, Anne's brother, George Boleyn, was notably passed over for the Order of the Garter, which was instead awarded to Sir Nicholas Carow, further indicating the shifting allegiances. And thus, like that, Anne Boleyn's downfall was swift and dramatic, and historians have long debated the forces behind her arrest and execution. Now, it's been suggested that Anne and Cromwell, that being Thomas Cromwell, had significant disagreements over the redistribution of church revenues and foreign policy, which escalated tensions between them also. Anne favored using the revenues for charitable and educational purposes, and sought an alliance with France. After all, she had plenty of friends back there. But Cromwell aimed to refill the king's depleted coffers, and preferred an alliance with the Holy Roman Empire. The evidence suggesting Cromwell's involvement in engineering Anne's fall includes his conversations with the imperial ambassador Eustace Chapuis, which indicate Cromwell as the instigator of the plot against her. However, Cromwell's biographer, John Schofield, disputes this, asserting that there is no substantial evidence of a Cromwell-led conspiracy. Schofield argues that Cromwell only became involved in Anne's case by direct order from Henry VIII, and that the supposed power struggle between Anne and Cromwell had been based on unreliable sources. So now, let's talk more about these final days of Anne Boleyn. Well, the events leading up to Anne's arrest begin with the arrest of one Mark Smeaton, who was a musician in her service, who initially denied but later confessed to being her lover, possibly under torture and the promise of freedom. Now, following his confession, other men, including Sir Henry Norris, Sir Francis Weston, and Sir William Brereton, and Anne's own brother, George Boleyn, were arrested on charges of adultery with the Queen and related treasonous acts. Norris, despite being treated with initial kindness by Henry VIII, was arrested during May Day festivities, likely triggered by Smeaton's confession. Of course, he vehemently denied the charges, as did all of the others accused. Now, just quickly, we mentioned that one Mark Smeaton was a musician. Interesting fact, there were a lot of lute players, musicians and the like in medieval times that would, of course, go into courts and entertain. And actually, a few of them were spies. Think about it. The lute player sitting in the corner, hours and hours, the life of the party, providing all the entertainment. Well, as everybody gets drunker and drunker, they begin to talk, and they begin to brag, and they begin to one-up each other on their plans. Well, the lute player just keeps on playing and takes the information in. Of course, he's just there to play music, right? Who would suspect him? Anyway, maybe we'll have a video on medieval spies in the future. That's a good one. Well, back to Anne Boleyn. Of course, the legal proceedings against Anne were, at least by modern standards, completely unjust. The laws of the time were heavily weighted towards the desires of the monarchy, making the outcome a guilty verdict, pretty much 99% a foregone conclusion. This was exemplified in the charges laid against her, which included adultery, incest, and plotting the king's death. The extremity and salaciousness of the charges were likely intended to ensure that no sympathy remained for Anne. A propaganda campaign, effectively. A smear campaign, even. And it facilitated a swift execution. And then we arrive at May 2nd, 1536. Anne was arrested and taken to the Tower of London, where she was held in the royal apartments. In a state of distress, she inquired about the whereabouts of her father and brother, and the specifics of the charges against her. And it was around this time that she wrote a rather solemn message to Henry, a letter, and we're fortunate enough to have the entire thing. I'm going to read it right now, of course. Sir, your Grace's displeasure and my imprisonment are things so strange unto me, as what to write or what to excuse, I am altogether ignorant. Whereas you send unto me, willing me to confess a truth, and so obtain your favour by such an one, whom you know be my ancient professed enemy. I no sooner receive this message by him, than I rightly conceive your meaning, and if you say confessing a truth indeed may procure my safety, I shall with all willingness and duty perform your demand. But let not your Grace ever imagine that your poor wife will ever be brought to acknowledge a fault, where not so much as a thought thereof proceeded. And to speak a truth, neither prince had wife more loyal in all duty and in all true affection that you have ever found in Anne Boleyn, with which name and place I could willingly have contented myself, if God in your Grace's pleasure had been so pleased. Neither did I at any time so far forget myself in exaltation or received queenship, but that I always looked for such an alteration as I now find, for the ground of my preferment being one so sure a foundation than your Grace's fancy. The least alteration I knew was fit and sufficient to draw that fancy to some other object. You have chosen me, from a low estate, to be your queen and your companion, far beyond my desert or desire. If then you found me worthy of such a honour, good your grace let not any light fancy, or bad counsel of mine enemies, withdraw your princely favour of me. Neither let that stain, that unworthy stain, of a disloyal heart toward your good grace ever cast so foul a blot on your most dutiful wife and the infant princess, your daughter. Try me, good king, but let me have a lawful trial, and let not my sworn enemies sit as my accusers and judges. Yea, let me receive an open trial, for my truth shall fear no open flame. Then you shall see either my innocence is cleared, your suspicion and conscience satisfied, the ignominy and slander of the world stopped, or my guilt openly declared. So that, whatsoever God or you may determine of me, your grace may be freed of an open censure, and mine offence being so lawfully proved, your grace is at liberty, both before God and man, not only to execute worthy punishment on me as an unlawful wife, but to follow your affection, already settled on that party, for whose sake I am now as I am, whose name I could some good while since have pointed unto you, your grace being not ignorant of my suspicion therein. But if you have already determined of me, and that not only my death, but as infamous slander must bring you enjoying your desired happiness, then I desire of God that he will pardon your great sin therein, and likewise mine enemies the instruments thereof, and that he will not call you to a strict account of your unprincely and cruel usage of me. At his general judgment seat, where both you and myself must shortly appear, and in whose judgment I doubt not whatsoever the world may think of me, mine innocence shall be openly known and sufficiently cleared. My last and my only request shall be, that myself may only bear the burden of your grace's displeasure, and that it may not touch the innocent souls of these poor gentlemen, who, as I understand, are likewise in strait imprisonment for my sake. If I ever find favour in your sight, if ever the name of Anne Boleyn hath been pleasing to your ears, then let me obtain this request, and I will so leave to trouble your grace any further. With mine earnest prayers to the Trinity, to have your grace in his good keeping, and to direct you in all your actions. From my doleful prison in the Tower, this 6th of May, your most loyal and ever faithful wife, Anne Boleyn. Gee, that was a bit sad, wasn't it? I thought so, certainly if you didn't. Well, Anne Boleyn's final days were marked by both a dignified composure and a tragic poignancy. Following her conviction on charges of adultery, incest, and high treason, a trial that has been widely criticized for its complete lack of evidence, Anne faced her execution with a blend of bravery and resignation. Her trial and the subsequent events show the harsh reality of Tudor politics, where personal vendettas and politics more often than not overshadowed justice. May 12, 1536, Sir Francis Weston, William Brereton, Mark Smeaton, and Sir Henry Norris were tried and, except for Smeaton, who pleaded guilty, possibly under duress, all maintained their innocence. Nevertheless, they were convicted and executed. Just days later, Anne and her brother George Boleyn were tried before a jury of peers including her former fiancé Henry Percy, who was visibly devastated by the proceedings. The jury found Anne guilty, no surprises there, and Percy's reaction underscored the widespread belief among many that the trial was unjust. The day before her execution, Anne exhibited a calm acceptance of her fate. She met with Sir William Kingston, the Constable of the Tower, and expressed a poignant readiness for death, noting wryly that she had a little neck, i.e., it would be easy to cut her head off. Well, her final hours were spent in prayer and reflection, reaffirming her innocence right up to the moment of her death. On the morning of May 19th, 1536, Anne was led to the scaffold erected on the north side of the White Tower. Dressed in a red petticoat and a grey damask gown trimmed with fur, she addressed the gathered crowd with grace, urging them to maintain their loyalty to the king and absolving her accusers. Her speech, as recorded in various accounts, including John Fox's Acts and Monuments, showed her magnanimity and her subtle insistence on her innocence. The French poet Lancelot de Carle, who was present in London at the time, later wrote a detailed account of the event, capturing the sombre mood of those present and the dignified manner in which Anne addressed the onlookers. Thus, her execution was so profoundly solemn and a dramatic moment, this May 19th, 1536, that it was attended by all of the notable members of the court and the city's officialdom. She composed herself with dignity, removing her ermine mantle and headdress, and tucking her hair under a coif. In a poignant farewell to her weeping ladies-in-waiting, she asked for prayers, and then she knelt down, blindfolded, to meet her fate in the French style of upright kneeling, less common in England, where the block was typically used. She fervently uttered in these last moments, "Jesus, receive my soul. O Lord God, have pity on my soul." The executioner, a skilled swordsman from Saint Omer, was tasked to carry out the beheading with a single stroke, a task he executed with precision, thus sparing Anne from further suffering. A quick death. She was buried in an unmarked grave in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula, within the confines of the Tower of London, where her remains were identified during renovations in 1876. The reinterment in 1877 finally provided a marked grave in the chapel, acknowledging her resting place, though controversy and speculation about the identity of the remains, as suggested by some modern historians, regarding a possibility of a mix-up with Catherine Howard, adds a little mystery to the story. All in all, her execution and subsequent treatment of her legacy reflect the turbulent and often brutal nature of Tudor politics, as well as the personal tragedies and vendetta that played out at the highest levels of English royalty. It was a life and a death that marked not only the end of a queen, but also set the stage for significant shifts in England, the effects of which would resonate through the reigns of her daughter, Elizabeth I, and beyond. The Eighth Crusade, initiated in 1270 by King Louis IX of France. It was an ill-fated expedition, aimed to strengthen the Christian foothold in the Holy Land by attacking the Muslim-controlled city of Tunis. The campaign was cut short by an outbreak of disease, which led to Louis's death and a swift conclusion to the Crusade without any significant military engagement. Another disaster in a long line of ever-complicated wars. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments, and of course, a like, comment and sub goes a very long way. Thank you in advance for liking the video. Now, without further ado, let's get on with the topic. As always, this is number 8 in my series on the Crusades. If you're interested in the other ones, they're all there on the medieval history playlist. So let's get on with it. On the 24th of April, 1254, the 7th Crusade came to an official close, when Louis IX of France departed from the Holy Land, leaving behind Godfrey of Serene to represent him as the seneschal to the Kingdom of Jerusalem. This was a time when John of Boleyn took on the role of Bailey of the Kingdom, following his cousin John of Arsuf, who then returned to Cyprus to counsel Seige of Antioch. She was acting as regent for Hugh II of Cyprus, who held claims over both kingdoms of Cyprus and Jerusalem. The passing of Conrad II in Jerusalem in May 1254 led to his toddler son, Conradin, becoming the nominal monarch of Jerusalem. Before his return to France, Louis had managed to negotiate a truce with Damascus that would last until October 1256, a move that was driven by mutual desire to avoid conflict due to the looming threat of the Mongols, and that was a threat for both sides. Similarly, Aibak, the Sultan of Egypt, sought peace and agreed to a 10-year truce with the Franks in 1255, though he made one exception for Jaffa, aiming to secure it as a port. Despite these efforts, the region's stability was as precarious as ever. An example of this was in January of 1256, when a Frankish raid led to a retaliatory expedition by the Mamluk governor of Jerusalem, who was ultimately defeated and killed. This prompted Aibak to negotiate a new treaty with Damascus, extending the truce to include Palestine and Jaffa. The year 1255 saw the death of Robert of Nantes, the Latin patriarch who had been captured with Louis IX during the 7th Crusade. His successor, appointed by Pope Alexander IV, was James Pantaleon, a bishop very well versed in the affairs of the Prussian Crusades. Taking the name Urban IV, he didn't reach Acre until the summer of 1260, leaving that kingdom without a senior patriarch amid threats from both Muslims and Mongols, as well as a good amount of internal threats, as there always were. The period also witnessed the War of St. Sabas, fueled by the commercial rivalries among Italian merchant cities, Pisa, Venice, and Genoa, each vying for control over the critical Mediterranean trade. These conflicts, while detrimental to Christian states, did not deter Muslim emirs from engaging in trade with the Italians, often leading to treaties that ensured their continued profit. A notable incident occurred in 1250 when a Genoese merchant was killed by a Venetian, igniting tensions within Acre. The rivalries further escalated after Louis's departure, culminating in 1256 with the Genoese and Pisan merchants attacking the Venetian quarter over the monastery of St. Sabas in Acre. Despite various efforts to quell the violence, including the Venetians' temporary control over the monastery and the Genoese blockade, the conflict persisted. Influenced by external support from notable figures and military orders. Of course, it's trade and commerce, and everybody has their stake in the game. 2 years later, in the February of 1258, the landscape of the Levantine politics took a significant turn when Plaisance of Cyprus, alongside her young son Hugh II, journeyed to Tripoli to rendezvous with her brother Bohemond VI of Antioch. Upon their arrival in Acre, a significant meeting of the Haute Cour of Jerusalem was summoned. Bohemond promised that the assembly acknowledge Hugh II as the rightful successor to Conradin, who had been absent from the kingdom for a notably long while. He suggested that Hugh's claim be recognized, with Plaisance serving as the regent. This move was hoped to quell the ongoing civil strife. The Ibelins, along with the Templars and the Teutonic Knights, supported Hugh and Plaisance's claims. However, the Hospitallers contended that no decision could be made without Conradin's presence, thus dragging the royal family deeper and deeper into the civil conflict. The Venetians sided with Plaisance and her son, whereas Genoa, the Hospitallers, and Philip of Montfort backed Conradin, despite their historical opposition to Frederick II. Well, eventually, a majority ruled in favor of recognizing Plaisance as regent, leading to John of Arsuf stepping down as bailey, only to be promptly reinstated. Following these events, Plaisance and Bohemond returned to Cyprus, leaving directives to combat the rebellion decisively. The impending arrival of the new Latin patriarch, James Pantaleon, was overshadowed by the escalating tensions in the Holy Land. Pantaleon, notable for his diplomacy in Prussian crusades, endorsed Plaisance, urging Pope Alexander IV for direct intervention. The Pope's response was to call for a truce among the belligerent Italian republics, ordering their envoys to embark on a diplomatic mission to Syria. This was amid ongoing conflicts, notably the Genoese fleet arriving off Tyre and joining forces for the pivotal assault. The consequential Battle of Acre on the 24th of June 1258 saw the Genoese retreat and the Genoese quarter within Acre fall, leading to their withdrawal back to Tyre. The Pope's initiative to dispatch a legate, Thomas Agni, to mediate the conflict marked a turning point in 1259. I mean, if it's the Genoese fighting, along with the Venetians, those sorts of powers, people begin to lose money. So of course it's of utmost importance for the Pope to step in. Well, following the death of John of Arsuf, Plaisance appointed Geoffrey of Sargines as bailey, who, alongside Agni, managed to broker a temporary armistice. By January 1261, a conciliatory agreement among the haute cour and the Italian delegates was achieved, establishing the respective headquarters for the Genoese at Tyre and the Venetians and Pisans at Acre. This peace, however, was very fragile, and conflicts re-erupted, undermining the regional trade and leading to naval skirmishes that persisted until 1270. Godfrey of Saragone's tenure as Bailey saw attempts at restoring order, though his authority did not extend all the way to Tripoli, where the conflict between Henry of Jebel and Bohemond IV continued to escalate. The violent feud culminated in the murder of Bertrand Embriaco, with the blame squarely falling on Bohemond. The incident intensified the hostility between Antioch and the Embriaco family. Now, the complicated politics of the region were further destabilized by the Byzantine recapture of Constantinople. The Latin Empire, significantly bolstered by Italian trade, found itself under the threat from Genoa's support for Michael VIII Pelagius. Michael's triumph at the Battle of Pelagonia and subsequent treaty with the Genoese facilitated the re-establishment of Byzantine control over Constantinople in 1261, and this, of course, effectively dissolved the Latin Empire. All of those treaties that were made, agreements that were struck, promises that were waiting to be kept, well, they were all gone now. Time to renegotiate. Now the death of Plaisance in the September of 1261 once more left the regency of Cyprus and Jerusalem in contention. Despite Hugh of Brienne's claim as the next heir, the High Court of Cyprus favored Hugh III, Plaisance's nephew, as regent. The acceptance of Hugh III as de facto regent marked a temporary resolution to the succession dispute, although it was marred by reluctance from the haute cour to pledge full allegiance without Conradin's presence. The subsequent death of Isabella in Cyprus in 1264 reopened the debate over the Jerusalem regency. Ultimately, the jurists of Outremer favored kinship over primogeniture, leading to Hugh III's ununanimous recognition by the nobility and military orders. The administration of Acre was once again entrusted to Geoffrey of Sarginès, reflecting a period of arguably relative stability amidst the comparatively chaotic turmoil of normal times. Now, things got a little bit more complicated with the emergence of everybody's new best friends in the mid-13th century. You guessed it, the Mongols, who began their invasions in the 1240s, establishing the Ilkhanate in the southwestern reaches of their expansive empire. The Mongols quickly became a formidable force, initially overcoming the Ayyubids and constantly shifting their allegiances between the Mamluks and the Christian states of the West. An unreliable ally, but an even worse enemy. Louis IX of France, during his crusade in 1248, found himself in indirect contact with the Mongols through envoys from El-Jigide, suggesting a joint military strategy against the Muslim powers of Egypt and Syria. Louis's outreach to Mongol courts, including missions to the great Khan Guyuk Khan and later his successor Mongke, highlighted the complexities of these international relations. Though these efforts ultimately did not culminate in a direct alliance or military cooperation. The Mongol campaign against the Assassins in 1257, led by Hulagu, was another demonstration of their military prowess and also strategic ruthlessness. The surrender and subsequent execution of the assassins' leader, Ruk ad-Din, marked the near obliteration of this once universally feared sect. While in Syria, the Mongol forces, again under Hulagu's command, proceeded to dismantle the Ayyubid dynasty with the capture of Baghdad in 1258, and then continued their conquests into Syrian territories, including the significant captures of Aleppo and Damascus. These actions drastically altered the politics of the region. Notably, the Mongols' approach to their Christian allies, such as Hethum I of Armenia and Bohemond VI of Antioch, was another nuanced strategy aimed at leveraging religious and political alliances, which of course included negotiations with the recently reconquered Byzantium. The fallout from these conquests affected the relationships between the various Christian and Muslim states, with significant events such as the excommunication and later absolution of Bohemond VI, illustrating a tangled web of ecclesiastical and political maneuverings. The Mongols, while not seeking direct conflict with the Frankish states, nevertheless found themselves well and truly engaged in hostilities, such as the sacking of Sidon in response to the killing of a Mongol commander. The culmination of all of these events led to the pivotal Battle of Ain Jalut in 1260, where the Mamluks of Egypt decisively halted the Mongol advance. The subsequent assassination of the Egyptian Sultan Qutuz by Baibars, who ascended to power shortly after, marked another significant turning point, as Baibars' less conciliatory stance towards alliances with the Franks signaled a shift in the region's diplomacy. The Mongol dominion over the Levant faced a pivotal moment with the death of Hulagu in the February of 1265, which weakened their grip on the region, yes, but momentarily. His widow, Dokuz Khatun, adeptly secured the succession for her stepson, Abaka, who was a Buddhist and then the governor of Turkestan. Hulagu's pre-death negotiations with the Byzantine Emperor Michael VIII Palaiologos for a marital alliance were quickly adapted to the new circumstances, resulting in the marriage of the emperor's daughter, Maria Palaiologina, to Abaka. This transition marked the beginning of a challenging period for Abaka, whose reign was immediately threatened by the Golden Horde in alliance with the Mamluks. In the broader context of the Christian and Islamic worlds, the death of Pope Urban IV was followed by the election of Clement IV in 1265. Abaka sought to reinforce Mongol ties with Western Christendom to counter the Mamluk threat, initiating diplomatic exchanges with Clement IV and dispatching ambassadors to Europe in hopes of forming a comprehensive alliance against the Mamluks. These diplomatic efforts were part of a more broader strategy that included outreach to the kings of France and Navarre, as revealed in 1267 letter from Pope Clement to Embark, which highlighted the Mongols' willingness to assist the Latins in the Holy Land. Now this period also saw attempts by James I of Aragon to engage with Embark, culminating in a failed expedition to Acre in 1269. The communication between Embark and European rulers, including Edward I of England, showcased another complex web of alliances and counter-alliances that characterized the crusading era. The succession of Gregory X, after the longest papal election in history, represented a continuity of the Vatican's engagement with the Mongols, further exemplified by the Mongols' delegation participation in the Second Council of Lyon in 1274. Baibars well and truly ascended to the power as the Sultan of Egypt and Syria, following his key role in the Seventh Crusade and defeating the Mongols at the Battle of Ain Jalut, which I'm sure was universally appreciated. Well, all of this marked another shift in the region's power dynamic. His aggressive stance against the Mongols and the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, alongside his refusal to continue accommodating policies of his predecessors, set the stage for a new phase of Islamic consolidation and resistance against both the Mongols and what remained of the Crusader states. The post-Mongol invasion era saw the Muslim world grappling with the absence of a unifying caliphate authority after the sack of Baghdad. The attempts to re-establish a caliph in Cairo, with al-Mustansir II's brief and ill-fated tenure followed by al-Hakim, signaled the beginning of a new era of Muslim leadership that was centered in Egypt, far, far away from any Mongols who wanted to cause trouble. Baibar's military campaigns against the Crusader states in Syria were relentless and marked by a series of strategic sieges and assaults. In 1263, his initial siege on Acre, though unsuccessful, led him to target other cities. Nazareth fell, with Baibars ordering the destruction of Christian structures and banning of Latin clergy. His conquest continued with the capture of Arsuf, where, despite promising safe passage to the surrendering Hospitallers, he enslaved them and demolished their fortress. Well, that's not very nice, isn't it? The cities of Haifa and Caesarea soon met similar fates under his forces. The focus of Baibar's aggression extended to Sicilian Armenia in 1266, exploiting its allegiance to the Mongols. The disaster of Mari saw the defeat of Armenian forces, followed by the devastation of its principal cities, Tarsus, Mamistra, and Adana. This situation forced Hetoum I to cede control of key fortresses to the Mamluks and negotiate for his son's safe return, setting a precedent for Cilicia's dual allegiance to the Mongols and tribute payments to the Mamluks. Safed, a stronghold that was held by the formidable Knights Templar, became a significant target for Baibars in 1266. Its location was rather special, as it provided crucial intelligence on Muslim movements. Despite offering the Templars safe conduct, Baibars, take a guess, massacred them upon surrender, choosing to occupy and reinforce the fortress instead of destroying it. Once again, Baibar's ruthless, really bad guy. But maybe I'm a little biased. Well, the fall of Antioch in 1268 represented one of the most brutal episodes in the crusading era, especially with its population, with Baibar breaking his promise of mercy to the city's defenders and inhabitants. The massacre and enslavement that followed eradicated a substantial portion of the Christian population and marked the end of the Principality of Antioch, highlighting the devastating impact of Baibar's campaigns on the Crusader states. You see why we needed an Eighth Crusade now? Indeed, the background is quite important. Despite his victories, Baibars was cautious of potential threats from the Mongols and the possibility of a new crusade led by Louis IX. His diplomatic outreach to Hugh III of Cyprus and the negotiation of a truce with the remaining Crusader states indicated a strategic shift to consolidate his gains, but also prepare for future challenges. Well, rewinding back a little bit, in the aftermath of Louis's departure from the Holy Land, the Mamluks' military ascendancy escalated, capturing numerous Frankish strongholds and repeatedly assailing Acre. The looming specter of losing the entire kingdom spurred discussions of launching a new crusade. The conclusion of the Second Barons' War with Edward I's victory over Simon de Montfort, coupled with Charles of Anjou's triumph in the Battle of Benevento, liberated more than enough French martial resources. Pope Clement IV, seizing the moment in January of 1266, announced plans for a new expedition to the Holy Land, a venture initially conceived under Urban IV's papacy in 1263, some 3 years prior. This initiative sought to rally support against the Sultan of Babylon, or the Pharaoh of Egypt, and the Saracens, aiming to alleviate the plight of Christians in the region and bolster the Holy Land. By September 1266, the determination of Louis to lead another crusade crystallized, despite the pressing demands within France. By 1267, despite health and weariness, Louis was poised to embark on the new crusade, symbolized by a ceremonial taking of the cross at Sainte-Chapelle on the 25th of March of that same year, 1267. A subsequent ceremony was held at Notre Dame, with Theobald II of Navarre among those committing to the cause. And despite a comparatively lukewarm response compared to his first crusade, then the skepticism of chroniclers like Jean de Joinville, preparations continued to progress along pretty nicely. The 1267 Crusade, emanating from the Upper Rhine, underscored a broader pattern of papally endorsed crusade preaching and mobilization. Clement's directive to German bishops, Dominicans, and Franciscans to preach the cross met with mixed responses, only finding notable success in regions that were adjacent to France. the departure of several hundred crusaders from Basel during Lent in 1267, though modest in its scope, represented the fervent hope and commitment of those willing to journey to the Holy Land in anticipation of larger expeditions, led by monarchs like Louis and Edward I of England. Now, in the early stages of 1267, the Mongol Ilkhanate's leader Abarca initiated diplomatic outreach to James I of Aragon, proposing an alliance against the Mamluk Sultanate, a formidable force in the Levant. James I, responsive to this call, dispatched Jaime Alaric de Perpignan as his envoy, who later returned accompanied by a Mongol delegation. Despite reservations from Pope Clement and Alfonso X of Castile about James's involvement in the Holy Land, partly and due to questions about his moral character, the death of Clement IV in November, and the delayed election of his successor, Gregory X, left James with a much freer hand. Additionally, Alfonso's influence over Aragonese decisions was fairly minimal. Fresh from his conquest of Murcia, James began fundraising for his own crusade. On the 1st of September, 1269, James set sail from Barcelona with a significant fleet, unfortunately to be scattered by a storm. While the king and the majority of his fleet did turn back, a smaller contingent, led by his illegitimate sons Pedro Fernandez and Fernan Sanchez, pressed on to Acre, arriving as Baibars ended a truce and menaced the city with a large force. Now the Aragonese contingent was eager to engage Baibars' forces. However, the Council of the Templars and Hospitallers advised them against action, at least for now. Now, everything in Acre was very precarious on all fronts. Geoffrey of Sargonet's death in April of 1269 left the city's defense in the hands of his successor, Robert of Gresque. A French regiment under Olivier de Termes was deployed on a raid at the time of the Aragonese arrival, only to encounter Baibars' forces upon their return. Despite Olivier's preference for a stealthy withdrawal, Robert of Gresque's insistence on confrontation led them into a carefully laid ambush by Baibars, resulting in significant losses for the Crusaders. Certainly not off to a good start. The Aragonese, meanwhile, advised against a sortie to rescue the beleaguered regiment, prioritizing rather the defense of Acre over a risky engagement with Baibars' troops. This cautious stance, however, meant that the Aragonese expedition concluded without any significant contribution to the Christian defense. Now, the defeat of Manfred of Sicily at Benevento in 1266 by Charles I of Anjou marked another shift in the power dynamics of Italy. Manfred's refusal to retreat from the battlefield led to his death, a moment that could have spelled harsh reprisals for his supporters. However, Charles opted for a more lenient approach, a decision that was met with skepticism by those who doubted the sustainability of such conciliatory measures. Despite Charles' victory and initial attempts at leniency, his administration faced criticism from Pope Clement, who found Charles' methods and demeanor to be overly arrogant and frankly quite obstinate. Now, politics and the complexities thereof were further compounded when Charles was invited to expel the Ghibellines from Florence, a move that aroused the Pope's concern over Charles' territorial ambitions in Tuscany. Clement's unease led him to extract a promise from Charles to relinquish any claims on Tuscany within 3 years. Meanwhile, Charles' ambitions extended beyond mere Italy. He pledged to support Baldwin II of Courtenay in an endeavor to reclaim Constantinople from the Byzantine Emperor Michael VIII, with the agreement that he would receive a portion of the conquered territory. Charles' military campaigns continued with the siege of Poggibonsi in Tuscany, which resisted capture until late November 1267. Meanwhile, the political fallout from Manfred's defeat saw his supporters seeking refuge and rallying support in Bavaria for Conradin, Manfred's heir, to claim his rights over Sicily. This led to an invasion attempt by Frederick of Castile, supported by Muhammad I al-Mustansir, the Hafsid Caliph of Iftiqiya, modern-day Tunisia, launching a campaign from North Africa into Sicily. The subsequent Battle of Tagliacozzo in the August of 1268 initially suggested a victory for Conradin, yet the battle ultimately ended in his defeat and capture. The execution of Conradin and Frederick of Baden in October 1268 marked the end of their challenge to Charles' rule. Frederick of Castile, however, managed to escape the aftermath of this defeat, finding refuge in Tunis. This escape set the stage for his involvement against Louis's Crusaders in the 1270 Tunis campaign, linking the conflicts of the Mediterranean in a web of alliances and hostilities that spanned from Italy to North Africa. Now, Louis's enduring commitment to a liberation of Jerusalem was ultimately challenged into a new strategic direction, a crusade against Tunis. This shift influenced by his confessor Geoffrey of Beaulieu's assertion of Muhammad al-Mustansir's potential conversion to Christianity, and possibly persuaded by Charles of Angelo's geopolitical interests, marking a significant pivot in Louis's crusading endeavors. The rationale for targeting Tunis blended both spiritual ambition with political calculus, with the aided dimension of Charles' desire to assert control over tribute payments from the region, a legacy of Sicilian monarch's dominion. Thus, the 1270 Crusade, equipped with Genoese and Marseillese fleets, was a departure from Louis's original plan of directly aiding Outremer via Cyprus. The shift to Tunis as a primary target represented a complex amalgamation of Louis's religious motivations, but also Charles' political objectives. The logistical challenge of financing the crusade underscored another lukewarm support from the expedition received, and it forced Louis to shoulder a significant portion of the financial burden himself. The involvement of the Church, through Clement's allocation of a tenth of the Church's income in Navarre to Theobald II, highlighted more ecclesiastical support for Louis's cause. I mean, at least you've got the Church behind you, right? Well, send out the preachers, they did, and the efforts in Navarre, led by the Franciscans and the Dominicans, were another crucial aspect in rallying support for the Crusade. On July 2nd, 1270, under the leadership of Florent de Varennes, France's first admiral, appointed in 1269, Louis and his expeditionary force set sail from Aigues Mortes. This marked the beginning of what would be Louis's final crusade, a venture characterized by the king's personal sacrifice and dedication to the religious cause. The crusade was, of course, a family affair, with Louis's brother Alphonse of Poitiers, his wife Joan of Toulouse, and his sons, including Philip III, among the notable participants. The presence of his nephew Richard II of Artois, and leading nobles like Robert III of Flanders and John I of Brittany further underscored the expedition's significance to the French nobility, many of whom were actually descendants of veterans from previous crusades. Despite the meticulous organization of the fleet, the departure was delayed by at least a month, posing challenges related to the Tunisian heat and potential maritime hazards. The army, though smaller than that of the Seventh Crusade, was significantly large, with Louis's own household contributing 347 knights to an estimated force of around 10,000. The Second Fleet, commanded by Louis's son-in-law Theobald II, set sail from Marseille. But the journey to Tunis was not straightforward, involving a strategic stop in Sardinia, where tensions with the local population, due to the Genoese origin of their vessels, underscored more of the complexities of Mediterranean politics. This unification of the French and Navarrene fleets at Cagliari, and the subsequent revelation of Tunis at the Crusade's initial target, surprised the troops, who had actually more so anticipated a direct engagement in Jerusalem. Nonetheless, the profound respect for Louis among his followers somewhat mitigated their concerns, maintaining cohesion and morale as they prepared for the unexpected campaign ahead. Upon arriving at Carthage on July 18, 1270, Louis's crusading force encountered an unexpectedly vacant harbor, leading to divided opinions within the royal council regarding their next move. Ultimately, their decision was made to disembark and take control of the strategic point at La Golette. This initial success, however, was tempered by the harsh realities of the Tunisian climate and the logistical challenges of maintaining an army abroad, including the critical issue of sanitation and fresh food supply. As the Crusaders settled and awaited reinforcements by Charles of Anjou, their situation grew increasingly dire due to outbreak of disease, likely dysentery, which ravaged the ranks. The king himself was not spared, and after receiving his last rites, King Louis succumbed to the illness on August 25th. His death marked a significant turning point in this crusade, pretty much destroying the morale and casting a pall of uncertainty over the entire expedition. Well, shortly after Louis's death, Charles' fleet arrived, while potentially being a source of reinforcement, but it instead marked the beginning of the end for the Crusade's objectives in Tunis. The mutual affliction of both the Crusaders and Al-Mustansir's forces with the disease paved the way for peace negotiations and led to a somewhat anticlimactic conclusion to the campaign. The toll of the Tunisian campaign was heavy, with notable figures such as John II of Soissons and Alfonso of Brienne among the casualties. The survival of others, including Jean d'Ep and John I of Brittany, highlighted the arbitrary cruelty of the disease in determining the fate of those involved in the crusade. The Treaty of Tunis, signed on November 1st, 1270, marked the conclusion of the Eighth Crusade, bringing a period of truce between the Latin Christians and Tunis under Muhammad I al-Mustansir. This agreement afforded the Christians notable commercial privileges, including free trade and the establishment of religious missions within Tunis, effectively opening new avenues for interaction and influence. The treaty notably benefited Charles I of Anjou by securing a significant war indemnity and addressing the issue of the Hohenstaufen refugees within the Sultanate. Now Philip III of France, ascending to the throne amidst the adversity of the Tunis campaign, faced the immediate challenge of leadership during a time of loss and disease. The deaths of his brother, John Tristan, followed by his father, Louis, and the subsequent fatalities within his family, took a deep personal toll on the royal family. The practice of mos teutonicus, applied to Louis IX's remains for preservation during transport back to France, reflects the length in which the Crusaders went to honor their dead, even in the face of logistical challenges. Most soldiers were simply buried on the field, if they were buried at all. Upon his return to Paris in May 1271, Philip III's reign began under sombre circumstance, with his coronation in Reims in August 1271 signifying both the continuation of the Capetian dynasty and a moment of solemn reflection on the Crusade's impact. Edward's arrival in Tunis with the English fleet on the eve of the Crusaders' departure underscored another challenge of coordination and communication in the timing that plagued the Crusades. Despite this setback, Edward's commitment to the crusading cause led him and the remnants of Louis's force to Sicily, only to face another adversary when a storm devastated their fleet off Trapani. Undeterred, Edward pressed on to Acre in April of 1271, marking the continuation of what would be recognized as the last major crusade to the Holy Land. The election of Gregory X as Pope in September of 1271 during his engagement in Acre with Edward's expedition highlighted the deep intertwinement of religious leadership with the crusading effort, or at least what was left of it. His immediate appeal for aid upon learning of his election and his poignant sermon in Acre reflected a profound commitment to Jerusalem, echoing the enduring spiritual and political aspirations of the Crusaders who simply didn't want to let go. The Second Council of Lyons, in March of 1272, represented a significant ecclesiastical effort to organize a comprehensive crusade, funded by a church-wide tithe. Despite the enthusiasm of figures like James I of Aragon, internal opposition from entities such as the Knights Templar showcased more complexities and divisions. The involvement of the Mongol delegation at the council, which is surprising, and the subsequent plans for a joint crusade with the Mongols to commence in 1278 just shows another broad scope of the alliances. However, Gregory's death in 1276 completely destroyed these plans, which was a shame, because they were considered quite viable for reclaiming the Holy Land. Well, all of the resources amassed for the crusade were redirected, and, well, the idea continued to be even more unpopular. However, Philip's undertaking of the Aragonese Crusade in 1284, and his subsequent death in dysentery again, further underscored the personal risks and political gambits inherent within the crusading movement, and the eventual loss of the Holy Land following the Siege of Acre in 1291 under Philip IV of France marked the end of an era, closing a chapter on the Crusades that had been characterized by lofty aspirations, complex international alliances, and that profound cooperation between power, faith, and harsh reality. Well, thank you very much for listening. We certainly have talked about the Crusades a lot this week, haven't we? And there's still a few more little crusades to do, like the People's Crusade, the Children's Crusade, the Albigensian Crusade. We'll get to them. Allow me to thank my Patreon members on the top tier, being Jeffrey, JC, and Stark Factory. If you would like to become a member of the Patreon, you know what to do. Otherwise, I wish you all the best. Look after yourselves, and I'll see you in the next video. Good night, everyone.